Seashell Summer, Romantic Women's Fiction. Cliffside Point, Book 9. Written by Ellen Joy, narrated by Jennifer March. Chapter 1. All Carol remembered in that moment was how badly she wanted to take a family photo in front of the fading sunset. The whole sky glowed magenta and reflected off the lake that her family's home sat on. But she stood frozen at what she saw. In the shadows of her backyard, her husband stood close to their friend Ashley. Matt made a slight touch along her waist. A soft, light brush with his finger. Her brain began to explain it away as an accident. His index finger accidentally swept across her stomach. He didn't see Ashley standing inches away from him. He meant to touch something else. But as his finger pulled away, Ashley smiled at Matt, as though she liked him touching her in such a personal place. Carol's heart dropped into her stomach. Carol couldn't remember the last time he had touched her belly, but there her husband was, wiping his finger against her friend's tight shirt, as though he'd wiped his finger through frosting, like he was going to lick it. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She knew they couldn't see her, and they thought she had gone inside. But she got distracted and had gone down to the docks to clean up after the graduation party. And she could see them perfectly. It had been Taylor who interrupted them, coming out onto the deck. "Dad, can I use your car?" Ashley turned away, innocently enough, walking down the yard closer to the dock. That's when she looked up. For a split second, Ashley's face flashed a panicked look that solidified Carol's fears. "Hey, Carol," Ashley waved. "I thought you were inside." Was she crazy? Had she just been seeing shadows from the bonfire? Did she mistake his finger with a branch? "Carol!" Matt's voice came out high. "What are you doing on the dock?" "Dad!" Taylor called out again. "Can I take your car?" Matt faced her, and the setting sun couldn't hide the look of fright on his face. "Yes, take the car," Matt said, as he walked quickly back to the house. "What a great party," Ashley said, walking down to the dock, talking as if nothing had happened. "Taylor looked so pretty tonight." But something had happened. Carol wasn't going crazy. "Yes," Carol said, barely over a whisper. She watched her friend, questioning what she saw. "I can't believe we're all going to be empty nesters." Ashley looked out at the water, shivering. "I'm looking forward to spending this last summer with Noah." She watched Ashley in her peripheral. Her friend continued to shiver. "Did Matt just touch her belly?" The minute Carol asked, she immediately regretted it, thinking how foolish she sounded when she hurt herself. "What?" But Ashley looked away, fidgeting with her hands. "No, why?" Carol watched Ashley, then said, "I saw him touch your stomach." "What? No." Ashley picked at her nail. "So, are you all packed for Martha's Vineyard? That's so great the kids got jobs working with your niece. I mean, what an experience, working in a bakery, hanging out on the beach all summer, on Martha's Vineyard, in your sister's beach house." Carol didn't answer. She stared at her friend as she continued to talk incessantly. Ashley had been her closest friend for 7 years now. The one person she had really connected with and shared her most intimate secrets with. Ashley had been the friend she could complain to about anything, like kids and her husband. "I saw him touch you." Carol hadn't mistaken it. Ashley opened her mouth as though she was about to say something, but she looked back at the house. When she began to talk, Carol half expected Ashley to continue with her story, that Carol hadn't seen anything and was totally out of her mind. But instead, Ashley said, "You should talk to Matt." Suddenly, all Carol could hear was a buzzing noise. This was worse than she imagined. "What?" "It just happened," Ashley's eyes immediately flooded with tears. She began to sniffle. "What just happened?" Carol asked. "Us." Ashley looked back at the house, wiping her nose with her sleeve. "Look, I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but Matt didn't want the graduation and everything to be ruined for the kids." Carol stared at her. "Are you two sleeping together?" Ashley covered her face with her hands. She was sobbing now. Carol's first thought was to push Ashley into the water, throw her off the dock and watch her fake blonde extensions float out of her hair. Instead, she waited. Waited for the punchline. Waited for Ashley to tell her she was overreacting, that the touch meant nothing. But she didn't. "What are you telling me, Ashley?" Ashley's shoulders shook as she continued to cry. "You need to talk to Matt." Chapter 2. Carol stared at the photograph on his nightstand as Matt paced in the bedroom. It was of the kids. Taylor had been 3, she thought, or maybe 4. Brody had been 6, which she knew because he had worn his favorite player's jersey every day, whose number had been 6. The two of them were peeking into a Christmas present as Matt unboxed Cash, their golden retriever that had passed away just that winter. "I never wanted you to find out this way," he said, walking back and forth on the Persian rug her in-laws had given them. "I had planned on telling you after Taylor was settled in school." "You were going to wait the whole summer?" Carol sat on the bed and grabbed the photograph. She wanted it. That had been one of the best moments of her life. And she wanted that photograph. He shook his head. "I wasn't going to go with you and Taylor to Martha's Vineyard." She squeezed the photo with her hands in anger, even though she wanted to throw it at his head. "What? You weren't coming? When were you going to tell us? We're leaving tomorrow." They had been planning on going to Bermuda for a second honeymoon when they dropped the kids off at her sister's. She had been dreaming about seeing the pink sands with her husband. Her husband. How long had this been going on? How serious was this relationship? When was he going to tell her? That's when she saw the tears bubbling in his eyes. And it suddenly hit her like a Mack truck at 60 miles an hour. That's when Matt stopped pacing. "I want a divorce." She hadn't expected that. She had expected him to beg and plead for her. Her hands tightened around the frame of the photo. She didn't move, barely breathed. Just stared at Matt, her hands gripping the small frame. "Carol!" Matt yelled at her, pointing his finger. "You're bleeding!" Her mind snapped out of the memories of puppies and Christmas and happiness. The frame sat broken in her hands. Blood covered the glass and was dripping on the rug. She wanted to go back in time, pretend she hadn't seen anything, and end the night still a happily married woman. "You let me stand in front of our friends and family and—" She couldn't say it. How could Matt do this to her? "How long have you been—" She couldn't finish. What was happening? Just a half hour ago, her life had been absolutely perfect. "You should get that underwater." She looked back down at her hand. The picture stained red with her blood. "No!" She pulled the backing off the frame and pulled the picture out, letting the glass fall into the floor, then wiped it on her starch-white duvet cover. The photograph had been recovered, but the damage had been done. "It's ruined!" She didn't move as Matt handed her a towel from the bathroom. "Let me take you to the emergency room." He said it as if they were just arguing over the grocery list. "Watch where you're walking." He went to grab her elbow to help her up, but she ripped it away from his grip. "Don't you touch me!" "Okay," he said, stepping back, his hands held out. "I never want you to touch me again," she said, a sob breaking through her chest. Would he have continued with their marriage as if he had still loved her, if she hadn't found out? "You'll need me to drive you to the emergency room," he said. A real look of concern shone in his eyes as he watched her bleed onto the floor. "You should get that taken care of." She looked down at her hand. It was bleeding at a steady pace, and suddenly she felt very, very woozy. "I think I'm—" And the next thing Carol remembered was waking up in Matt's arms, him running her down the stairs. "What's wrong with Mom?" Brody asked as Matt moved through the kitchen to the car. "She cut herself and fainted." "Put me down," she called out. Matt froze, his eyes pleading with her in a way she hadn't seen before. He gently put her down, helping her hold on to the counter. "I'm fine," she said. Blood still ran down her hand and along her arm. She grabbed a dish towel that hung on a hook. Leaning against the counter, she took a deep breath. "Brody, can you take me to the emergency room? I think I might need stitches." She knew Brody had plans, but her son wouldn't have a problem dropping everything for her. Brody, who had wanted to be a doctor since he was a little boy, always thought about everyone else before himself. Up until this exact moment, she had hoped he'd grow up to be just like his father. "Of course," he said, not even asking why his father wasn't taking her. "Shannon and I will take you. You know how Dad gets queasy in front of needles." She didn't know why she lied. She didn't know what she was doing, covering up what was going on. "Okay, let's go," Brody said. Brody called his girlfriend, who was with some of his former high school friends, and told her he wouldn't be able to meet them at the bar. Then Brody went straight into action. He helped walk her to the car, carrying her purse for her. He got her in and put her seatbelt on. All the while, Matt stood in the garage doorway, staring at her with those stupid, pleading eyes. What would Brody think of his hero now? "Thanks, Brody," she said. "No problem." He shut the door. She didn't look at Matt, didn't acknowledge his presence, or mention him on the car ride. "Why don't you drop me off?" she said to Brody. "Once I check in." "No, I'll stay," he said. Carol didn't want to be alone getting stitches, but she also didn't want her son to be there either. She wanted her husband. Her emergency contact. Who would be her emergency contact now? The image of Matt's finger gracing Ashley's stomach kept entering her head. Why did she want to kill him and wish him there with her at the same time? Brody would be attending medical school in Florida. Taylor was headed to Rhode Island. This would be the last night Brody would have to be a kid. Not that he was a kid, but her 22-year-old son had a lot more growing up to do. His life will no doubt be changed by his father leaving the family. Matt leaving will change everything for her children. "Go, seriously. I'm fine." She smiled and held up her hand as the nurse put a bracelet around her wrist. "I'll have Dad come and get me." Brody wouldn't hear it and shook his head. "I'll stay until Dad comes." "Brody, it's fine. I'm an adult, remember?" She sat down on a chair in the waiting room. "Go hang out with Shannon and your friends. We're leaving tomorrow." He looked down at his phone. "I'll have plenty of time to hang out." "Carol Moore?" a nurse called from a door. She raised her good hand and winced as her other hit the armrest. "Here." Brody reached out to take her purse, but she stopped him. "Go, have fun," she said, patting him on the shoulder. "I'm not leaving my mom at the emergency room," he said. "Dad said you fainted." She smiled as best as she could. "I'm fine. Go." He sighed, his face unsure. "I'll be right downtown by the lake." "I'm fine." She plastered the biggest smile on her face that she could. She waved as she took her purse back and walked to the nurse. The tears stung the back of her eyes as she kept walking through the door, not looking back at her son, who stared after her. "Looks like you got a bad cut there," the nurse said as they walked to the room. She pulled a sheet divider along a track. Carol held her hand against her stomach, cradling it. "Yes, I cut it on a piece of glass." The nurse scanned her card on the computer and began getting Carol's information. "And your emergency contact is Matthew Moore?" the nurse asked. Carol shook her head. "No, it's Brody Moore at—" and Carol gave her son's phone number. The nurse didn't flinch like Carol's heart did. She just continued typing onto the computer, staring at the screen. Carol swallowed, pushing down the bile rising in her throat. It turned out she needed 7 stitches across her palm. The Novocaine shots had been the most painful, but Carol didn't wince, didn't even squirm as the needle punctured through. She didn't stare at it or worry about how the stitching might tug her skin. She focused everything she had inside her on just breathing, because it became increasingly harder as a sinking sensation fell over her. Her marriage was over. Her children were about to leave her, and her friend had betrayed her. "You should be all set," the doctor said after securing the bandage. "Want a piece of advice?" Carol shook out of her fog and looked at the young woman. Had she noticed something was wrong? "I'd wear a brace for a while so you don't accidentally use it," she said. Carol left the emergency room and walked out to the waiting room. She'd asked the front desk to call a taxi for her. When she walked through the door, Matt stood up from his chair. "Brody told me you were going to text me." He looked sheepish, his face pale, worried. "Well, I wasn't." She didn't move. There was no way she was going to take a ride from him, even if it was her car. Was it still her car? "I'm sorry," he said, his eyes glossy with tears. "I never meant to hurt you." She huffed at the audacity of his apology. How many men tell that to their wives after cheating on them? "I need you to leave the house tonight." She didn't care if she had to be the one to leave if he said no. But she couldn't be near him any longer. Just looking at him made her go crazy, replaying the touch between him and Ashley over and over. "What am I going to tell Taylor and Brody?" he said. "That you had an affair with their friend's mother," she said. Her chin wobbled at that one as she held her hand on her chest. The numbness was wearing off, and a growing, throbbing pain seared throughout her hand. She walked up to the front desk. "Could you please call me a taxi?" The nurse looked to Matt, then back to Carol, confusion pinching her brow. "Did you say you needed a taxi?" "Yes," Carol said, ignoring Matt standing next to her. "Carol, let me take you home," he said. "Please." The nurse handed her a card with the taxi service and its number, as Carol pulled out her phone. "Do you want me to call security, ma'am?" "No, thank you," she said, though the nurse continued watching them. Carol smiled, as if Matt wasn't her husband, but a man she knew. "I'll be fine." She walked out of the emergency room, and Matt followed her. She began dialing the number and listened as it rang. "Carol, you're being ridiculous," he said once they were outside. "Let me take you home." "It's not home anymore. Don't you see?" She wanted to rip his face off. She was so mad at him. "All these years you said this is what you wanted. We were what you wanted." They had been through so much together. They'd raised 2 wonderful children. They were about to hit their 25th wedding anniversary. They got through family deaths, Brody's accident, Taylor's terrible teens. They moved across the country, made relationships with friends and communities. That's why they had a big trip planned to Martha's Vineyard. They dubbed it their second honeymoon. A week-long stay in her sister's seaside cottage, then off to Bermuda. Just the 2 of them. "I want you to take a serious look at your life, and make sure you know what's at stake if you leave," she said, as the person on the other line answered the phone. "Yes, my name is Carol Moore. I need a taxi to come pick me up." She began walking down the sidewalk, listening to the sound of crickets calling out, and ignored Matt telling her what she should do. The night was still warm and muggy from the hot summer sun. Her hair stuck to her neck. "So that's it?" he said, not moving from his spot in front of the emergency doors. She kept walking. The stitches sliced into her skin, with each pounding heartbeat, as she walked down the sidewalk. But she kept walking. She didn't know where she was going. She was nowhere near home, but she wasn't going to stand near Matt any longer. "You had to have seen that we've had problems," he said loudly behind her. "All you do is craft." The gut punch hit harder than the pulsing pain in her hand, but she spun around and charged at him. "How could you turn this on me? Surely you've known I've been unhappy." But she hadn't known. "I guess I didn't realize I was the reason you were so unhappy," she said. How unhappy had he been? She couldn't remember a time he'd said anything about being unhappy with her, or being unhappy in their marriage. "It's different with Ashley," he said. "She makes me feel needed." The second blow hit harder, stung like a burn, and made the air inside her stick to her lungs. Matt had always encouraged Carol's success. Carol had it all. She had a handsome husband and 2 beautiful children. She'd had a very successful career before becoming a stay-at-home mother. She had plans on getting a part-time job, something she could do for a few hours to pass the time until Matt retired. Then they'd head to Florida for retirement. That was their plan. What skills did she have now? "How long?" she asked. She didn't know why she wanted to know. Wouldn't it just make things so much worse, knowing the details? He stopped following her. "A while now." She hadn't seen a single clue. She hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. "Does Dave know?" Carol stopped and swung around to face him. "Otherwise, Ashley should have a heart-to-heart with her own husband tonight." What would Ashley's son think? He and Taylor had been best friends since Carol and Matt had moved back to Minnesota 7 years ago. That's when a taxi pulled into the parking lot of the hospital, circling around toward her, waving hand. She didn't say another word, and neither did Matt. As soon as the vehicle pulled up beside her, she got inside. When the taxi arrived at the house, all the lights were still on, but only silence greeted her. She began to clean the mess from Taylor's going-away party, picking up the plastic cups and plates, throwing out the trash, and trying her best to wash up with one hand. She took the pain medication the doctor had given her to get by until the pharmacy opened, but it offered very little relief. So she opened a bottle of wine and poured a large amount into a mason jar. When Taylor came home, she didn't notice a thing, not even Carol's hand. She had missed the turning point of her family's demise. She might have been a bit tipsy, but Carol didn't check like she usually would have, and was too tipsy herself to tell. After Brody got home and went to bed, Carol decided to go outside. She walked down to the dock, as if going back to the spot where her life had changed would transport her back in time, and everything would be okay. But as she stood looking out at the lake, as her perfect life sunk with the moon, she wasn't sure if she'd ever be okay. Chapter 3. Anthony threw down the fillet into the heated cast-iron pan and let the skin sizzle in the hot oil. He pan-fried the fresh sea bass in a lemon-garlic herb sauce that paired perfectly with the chilled Pinot Gris. Tonight, his restaurant would be bustling with diners. Many of his guests traveled to Martha's Vineyard for peace and quiet and luxury on an island in the middle of the Atlantic. Piacere wasn't Anthony's only restaurant. He had restaurants all over New England, including Newport, Mystic, and Nantucket. But this restaurant was dearest to his heart, the one he had first started 30 years ago. Anthony no longer cooked on the line, no longer decided the menu or what service would look like. He had passed that down to his son Jamie, who could not only handle the restaurant and its notoriety, but also had enough respect for his father's opinions to ask. Which was why Anthony stood in the middle of the restaurant's kitchen. "Nobody does it like you, Dad," Jamie said, standing next to his father, wearing his executive chef jacket. "What time did you go fishing with Phil this morning?" "We left around 3, Anthony said, shaking the pan. Throughout the years, Anthony had worked hard to create lasting partnerships with the local fishermen and farmers, to get the best quality foods. Phil, a local fisherman, had been supplying much of the fresh fish they served over the years, and had now become his friend. He flipped the fillet, which was perfectly seared on the side. The line cook stood around Anthony as he cooked. "You want the skin to brown evenly on each side." The lemons he squeezed came from a farm over in Northampton, Massachusetts. The herbs and garlic cooking in the fresh butter all came from a local farm on the island. And the sea bass, well, his friend Dave was the salt of the earth. A customer couldn't find a better, fresher meal on this island. That's why he had earned his Michelin stars time and time again. Perfect, attentive service, the finest ingredients, culinary skilled staff, his talented son carrying on the tradition of creativity and beauty in cooking. And, of course, his incredible menus that drew people in time and time again. "That looks amazing, Chef," one of the young line cooks said from the other end of the counter. Anthony plated the fish over a bed of arugula with a dollop of potato leek puree. "Delicious," Jamie said after he took the first bite of the dish. He wrapped his arm around Anthony's shoulder, hugging him. "I think this will go great as a special." The rest of the cooks took a fork and tried the fish. It only took one bite to see why Anthony had been considered a culinary genius. He had a way of taking the simplest flavors and creating something the palate never forgot. "I'll call Phil for an order." Jamie patted his father on the back and went to his office. Anthony removed his apron as a server walked over to his dish. She leaned down, her shirt revealing more than Anthony meant to see, and he quickly looked away. "This is the most amazing dish I've ever tasted," she said, moving closer to him, almost touching him now. She fluttered her eyelashes at him. At 60, Anthony knew enough that this woman, who was young enough to be his son's age, did not flutter her eyes at him because of his good looks and charm. Not like women had at one time. She likely fluttered those lashes because of what came with him. The money, the restaurants, the house, the cars, the boat, the luxury lifestyle she thought he had. He pushed the plate to her and took a step back, which made another server take note but didn't deter this young girl. When she left the kitchen, she looked back at him and winked as he watched her walk away. The beautiful woman sure was sexy. And he wasn't dead yet. He was still a man, after all. But he felt nothing. No desire to talk to her. No desire to be near another woman. Not after losing his Gloria. No one compared to his Gloria. "I've got more fillets coming this afternoon," his son said, as he walked out of his office. "Good," Anthony said. "I'll see you tomorrow for the game?" "Maybe," Jamie said, patting his old man on the back. "I got plans." Anthony nodded. He didn't ask any of the questions Gloria would have. His wife would have insisted their son tell her what plans meant, and if that meant a girl. But as far as Anthony could tell, his son was a grown man who ran a very successful restaurant. He had his own place, his own life, and if he didn't want to tell Anthony his plans, that was fine with him. "Hey, Dad!" Abby, the baby of the family, said as she came into the kitchen. He kissed his daughter on the cheek as she hugged him. He tried not to pay attention to how short her skirt was. "What are you doing here so early?" she moaned. "Jamie wants me to train some new staff." Anthony nodded, thinking about the behavior of the young server. "You might want to talk about acting appropriate around all staff." "The new ones he hired are a piece of work," she complained. "They're already complaining about the hours." Anthony had been in partnerships with others before Piacere, ran some of the most prestigious kitchens in the world. But Piacere had been his baby. He had the dream and Gloria had the guts. She had been the one who'd told him to go for it. They'd used all their savings and opened the restaurant. If it hadn't been for his wife's faith in him, he wouldn't be where he was today.
"You'll get them into shape,"
he said, not worrying about it. His Abby was a bull. His baby girl didn't take gruff from anyone. "I just hate potty training," she said. "All they do is flirt with Jamie. I think I'm going to make him fire me."
"Your brother isn't going to fire you," Anthony said. "Jamie needs you."
She dropped to the counter, not caring that the prep staff all watched her dramatics. She grabbed the tablets for service. Years ago, he would close Piacere in the winter and travel to his other restaurants around New England. Gloria had always stayed behind on the island with the children. If he had one regret, it was that he'd spent all those weeks traveling. He should have stayed with his wife and been with her, helped her with the kids. Had he known how little time he had with Gloria, he'd have never left her side, ever. He kissed his daughter on the forehead.
"I'm going home."
She turned to him, taking the last of the fish. "This is really good."
"Thank you," he said.
He realized he hadn't cooked for anyone besides the customers for a long time. Who did he need to cook for? He lived alone. His children had lives of their own. He didn't date, nor did he want to. He had family, but he didn't entertain much anymore. "Have you talked to Riley?" Abby asked. He shook his head. His eldest daughter had been too busy driving kids around these days to talk for more than a few minutes.
"Have you?"
Abby nodded. "She wants me to babysit tonight, but I'm going to be so tired from today."
"And?"
He waited for the inevitable ask. She made a face. "Could you?"
"Sure," he said. "I have no plans."
Abby wrapped her arms around him. "I'll come for a little bit, but I just can't be in charge of little people after being in charge of immature big people." Abby pointed to the new group of staff, all talking together in the lobby, waiting for her to come.
"You should get out there," he said.
Gloria had been the grandmother that took all the grandchildren. She had been the one to entertain. She had been the one who made the family as tight and close as it had been before she died. Now Anthony could feel things drifting apart, and he didn't know what to do about it. "You okay?" Abby's face immediately became concerned.
"Of course," he said, putting on a smile. "Never better."
But she kept an eye on him as she walked out to the floor. It might have been years since the accident, but nowhere in the Handbook on Grief did it ever mention getting over the love of your life. He stood there as one of the dishwashers grabbed his plate and started cleaning up his mess. Jamie rushed around with other tasks he hadn't discussed with Anthony and didn't need help from his father. Even Abby seemed completely capable training the new staff. The kitchen manager gave out orders for the lunch service. The prep cooks worked around him. No one seemed to notice him any longer. "Grandpa!" called out Henry.
"Henry!"
he called back, holding out his arms for a hug. Instead, his oldest grandson gave him a high five. "I want to sleep in the guest house with you tonight," Henry said. Did he promise that the last sleepover?
"You do."
He could see himself promising for the next time. The mattresses in the guest house had to be over 20 years old.
"Your mom and her friends used to sleep out there."
"Are you saying I can invite friends?" Henry started jumping up and down and punching his little fists into the air.
No, he said to his grandson. "Just your sister."
This did not make Henry happy. "Seriously? She just wants to play dolls."
"Then we'll have to watch a man's movie,"
he said to the 7-year-old. "Don't tell me you're going to watch those horrible westerns," Riley said. She was his oldest daughter and the most like her mother, too. "Hi, Dad."
"What do you mean horrible?" he said. "Clint Eastwood is a legend."
She hooked her hand on her hip. We can set up the new Minions movie." The 2 grandchildren now stood in the kitchen, cheering at their mother's suggestion.
Minions?
He couldn't handle the nonsensical little yellow men that reminded him more of a living pill.
They're not very manly.
Riley's eyebrows rose. "You're not watching westerns." He looked down at his grandson, who made a pouty face, which he copied. "That stinks," Henry said.
It sure does,
Anthony agreed. "We do not condone violence," Riley said.
I grew up reading and watching westerns, and I turned out fine, Anthony said.
"No, you didn't." Riley flipped the script he always liked to tell. "You dropped out of high school, joined a neighborhood gang, and almost went to jail." "You did?" Henry's eyes widened.
No. Your mom's being silly, telling stories.
He placed his hand on Henry's shoulder, but then made a face at Riley, who shrugged her shoulders. He covered Henry's ears with his hands.
What are you doing?
Why was his daughter disclosing all his sins? "I'm the parent, and I don't want him watching westerns," she said.
Fine.
He uncovered Henry's ears.
Minions it is.
His daughter handed over a bag. "Here."
But next time, tell Henry about how your father came from nothing, struggled to stay out of trouble, and became successful.
He lifted his eyebrows as he brought the narrative back. Riley kissed him on the cheek as she handed him a troll with purple hair and a plastic grocery bag. "This is Henry's lovey for nighttime, and snacks for later."
What's this?
He asked as he looked inside. Then he shook his head.
I won't serve this junk in my house.
"Dinner will be easier if you do," Riley said. He looked at the boxes of powdered macaroni and cheese.
Let me make my signature lobster mac and cheese, the dish I earned awards for.
He had been named a top chef, and his grandchildren wanted the instant stuff. "They'll be happier with the fake stuff, believe me," Riley said.
If you insist,
he said, but he groaned to himself. What would his staff think? "Oh my gosh," the very attractive server said as she came back into the kitchen. "Chef, is this your son?" "Ew," Riley said under her breath. "No, his grandson." Riley grabbed the kids' hands and pulled them toward the office area. "We're headed to the beach for the day, but can I swing them over to your house on the way back?" He nodded.
I'll be home.
"Chef, are you cooking any more of that fish?" the server said. "Is that girl serious?" Riley shot a look of death at the young server. Anthony ignored them both and turned to Henry.
How about a Kobe beef burger?
Henry shook his head. "I don't like meat."
How do you raise these children?
He asked his daughter. "Happily." She kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you so much for watching them." He was happy to watch his grandkids.
They need as many men in their lives as they can get.
"Don't start, Dad," Riley said. He shook his head. He wouldn't say what he really wanted to say about their deadbeat father. He respected his daughter too much.
I don't understand why you don't move back home,
Anthony said for the 100th time. "Because it's not my home." Riley sighed, as though talking to her father took a lot of effort. "My home is across the island." Anthony believed there were chefs and there were cooks, and the two were very different. Chefs lived for cooking, where cooks cooked for a living. Riley's husband, Ben, cooked. Most of his line cooks lived hard, messy lives. They worked long and late hours. Alcohol mixed into the business and their lives. Each one of them chain-smoked and partied after service. They mingled closely with the ones they served, and a lucky few even married them. Like Anthony.
Who are you going out with tonight? He asked.
I have a date, she said, not looking at him.
A date?
He said. Did he want to ask more about the guy?
Where are you going?
I think we're just getting coffee and going to music in the park, she said. Didn't sound like a cook. No bar, no drinks, no wild party at a house owned by someone they knew from someone else. He wondered how Gloria would have handled her daughter's marriage falling apart.
Well, drop the kids off, he said. But I don't think I can do a sleepover this time.
What? Riley said. Gloria would think he was ridiculous. Riley isn't a virgin with 2 children, she'd say. But he wasn't going to give his daughter, no matter how old she was, the ability to stay the night anywhere.
I'm fishing at 3 tomorrow morning,
he said, even though he had no plans to do so until that moment. Okay, well, I wish I'd known that, she said. Riley acted like she had asked him more than a few minutes ago.
I can watch them at your house.
That might work best, he thought to himself. But did he really want her to drive that late at night? No, I'll just stay at your place tonight, Riley said, and let out a sigh as though this had not been part of her plan. That made him smile. Having Riley stay with the kids made things even better for him.
I'll make breakfast.
I thought you were fishing, she said.
I'll be back before you're all up, he said.
Get down from the counter, Hannah, Riley said to her youngest. Hannah gave Anthony a gummy kiss and showed her hand to him. I have a tattoo. Anthony looked down at the Batman tattoo and sarcastically said,
Just like Daddy.
Don't start, Dad. Riley picked Hannah up and started to walk out of the kitchen. As he followed her out, he noticed the pastry station hadn't been cleaned, and the pastry chef wasn't working, but taking a cigarette break out back.
You guys have fun at the beach.
Riley grabbed Henry's hand and walked out the back door. The pastry chef leaned against the back wall of the restaurant, smoking a cigarette.
You need to take that cigarette break somewhere else,
Anthony said to the young chef. The young kid's face pinched. Why? Anthony looked at his grandson, who watched their interaction intently.
Because I asked you to.
The chef huffed, kicking off the wall, and walked down the sidewalk toward the dumpster.
You need any help?
Anthony asked his daughter as they all walked toward her minivan. She shook her head. We're good. She clicked her key fob, and the sliding doors opened for the kids. Each child got into their assigned car seat and buckled in with precision. Riley ran a very tight ship. He waved goodbye and walked back toward the restaurant. As he opened the back door, he said to the pastry chef,
Why don't you put your cigarette out and pack up your things?
What? The kid said, flicking the cigarette to the ground. Tattoos covered his neck. I was just having a cigarette break, man.
That's chef to you. And no one leaves my kitchen a mess like you did. Now grab your things and leave before I throw it all into the ocean.
Chapter 4. Evelyn sat behind the counter in the bakery with her daughter, waiting for the 2:00 ferry to come into harbor. She couldn't wait to see her sister and family. They had come for her wedding, but that had been almost 2 years ago. Wow, she had been married 2 years, she thought to herself. When did they get here? Her daughter Renee asked. Soon, Evelyn said, looking at her watch. The ferry's supposed to arrive at 1:30. Renee bent over into the refrigerator displays, pulling out racks of pastries she had baked that morning for her bakery, books and bread. Did I tell you? The owner of Piacere called in for orders all week. As long as Evelyn had lived on the island, Piacere had been the spot to eat. Known for their fine dining and ambiance, it was also close to impossible to get in. The few times she and Charlie were able to get a table, the food had been incredible. That's a big deal, Evelyn said, excited for her daughter. They don't have a pastry chef? Renee shook her head. No, it looks like they're in a jam for at least a week, she said. and smiled as she filled the boxes. Just the recognition to be asked by Chef Dumont alone. Evelyn had met the chef a few times, and she agreed. The honor to be recognized by a 3-star Michelin chef had to feel good. Renee had orders for her pastries from other restaurants on the island, but Piacere was a whole new level. Her daughter had the skill that rivaled any 3-star Michelin pastry chef, just not the stars. Instead, her daughter had her 3-star grandbabies, and that was better than any Michelin. Do you know, he lived in Seaview years ago. Evelyn could see this relationship bringing in a lot more business for her daughter's bakery. You should invite him to come see it. It might make a better connection. Renee's face lit up at this. I didn't know that. I will definitely mention it. Off in the distance, Evelyn spotted an object gliding over the horizon. Here comes the ferry. Charlie came in from the back of the store with a stack of books. I thought maybe you could sign your new release. He dropped a dozen of the hardcovers onto the counter where Evelyn sat watching Renee and handed her a felt-tip pen, her favorite for signing. What should I say? Evelyn asked no one in particular. Welcome to the Vineyard, Charlie said, referring to the popular television series made from her romance series, The Vineyard. She nodded and did just that with the word summer and the year. I think you should do more of these, Charlie said, taking each book after she signed. You know, you should do something for your fans here on the island, Renee suggested, closing the box she held. Evelyn groaned inside her head. She should do something. Her publicist constantly sent her invitations to events that people dream of attending. She even got invited to the Emmys. She just didn't want to. She loved being home with Charlie. I don't think so, Evelyn said. I don't like all that attention. You inspire a lot of women who read your books and memoir, Renee said. I bet it would mean the world for some of them to be able to meet you in person. Evelyn loved her fans. She had never felt so supported as in the first few months when her memoir was released. Her superfans sent so many kind messages and support. Everyone told her how brave and courageous she had been to share her story of losing herself after losing George. Then came the letters of other grieving widows and their stories. And the stories were so much worse than what Evelyn had gone through. And these women and men were thanking her. She felt like an imposter. Sure, she had lost George, but she had a supportive family, 2 wonderful daughters, financial security, a successful career, a very expensive beach house on the ocean, and had happily married her dream guy. Her story sounded like a fairy tale compared to the other stories she read about. Charlie grabbed the pastry boxes and stacked them in Renee's baby stroller. You should mention how much cheaper and cost-effective you are versus hiring a pastry chef. I doubt Piacere will want my little pastries as a long-term thing, Renee said. Stop selling yourself short, Evelyn scolded her daughter, whose self-worth could be in the toilet some days. People all over the island come to eat your pastries. Evelyn had seen it with her own eyes, loyal customers coming back day after day, wanting more of Renee's delicious delicacies. Renee ignored her and pushed the stroller filled with boxes toward the door. I'll meet you at the ferry after I drop these off. Oh, right! Evelyn almost forgot she needed to meet Carol and her family. It's going to be so great to be back together, Evelyn said, grabbing her purse. She turned to Charlie, who would be closing the bakery. I'll bring everyone back to the house and see you tonight. He kissed her on the cheek. See you in a few hours. She waved to the rest of the staff and headed out to the dock where the ferry would be pulling up very shortly. Each time she met a visitor to Martha's Vineyard, she couldn't help but think about the days she rode the ferry to Martha's Vineyard herself. She had been so lost back then. Yes, she had it easy compared to others, but death was death. Everything changed. No matter how much one has or how well their career was going, or how much support they had, death could ruin someone. Maybe that's why so many people could relate to Evelyn's story. Death didn't discriminate. Everyone would experience the pain of death at some point in their lives. The fear of death scared most people, but the fear of losing someone and living without them created much more fear. She walked up to the terminal, watching the ferry pull up to the dock. She couldn't wait to show her sister and her family around Martha's Vineyard in the summer. They had come for her wedding in the winter months. Even then, Martha's Vineyard was a sight of beauty. But summer was when the island truly shined. The clear blue sky blended into the navy water of the Atlantic Ocean, with the sun sparkling on the top of the waves. A flock of seagulls called out as they soared high in the winds. The day couldn't be more perfect. The temperature was 75 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. All the gray clapboard buildings had bright, colorful window boxes. Beach rose bushes were neatly trimmed and bountiful with the delicate pink flowers. Their fragrance drifted through the small harbor town with the wind. Evelyn stood with a few others waiting for the arriving ferry, and that's when she saw Carol along the ramp. She immediately started waving at her sister, who came walking with her 2 children, Brody and Taylor. She laughed with joy as she hugged her sister. "I'm so glad you're here." She hugged Brody next, unable to believe that the little boy who had scraped his knees bicycling at her house and needed a boo-boo bunny to fix it now stood as a man in front of her, with a mustache and muscles. Next, she turned to her niece, who wore a brown university sweatshirt proudly. "You're now an official New Englander." Her niece squeezed her as she squealed, "I'm so excited to start working." It was an idea that had formed in Evelyn's head when she'd heard Taylor had been accepted into Brown. Renee always needed help during the summer months. Not only did she need help, but someone willing to work only during those months. Taylor could stay with Evelyn and Charlie at Seaview. Taylor loved the idea, and so did Brody, who started school this fall as well. Matt had loved the idea too, and agreed to come with Carol for their own vacation and anniversary. Evelyn expected this summer to be one of the best. The whole family, all together. "Where's Matt?" she asked, looking at the other passengers coming off the ferry. Carol shook her head and made a face. "He got called in at the very last minute and had to stay home for work." "I'm so sorry to hear that. Will he be able to make it out later?" From the look on Carol's face, Evelyn could tell this had been a disappointment. Carol shook her head. "He's going to bring Taylor's car and stuff when she moves into her dorm." That was when Evelyn noticed the bandages around Carol's hand. "What happened?" she asked. "Just being clumsy." Carol held up her hand and gave a half smile. "I dropped a picture frame and tried picking up the glass. Just a few stitches." She shrugged her shoulders and then said, "Brody got seasick on the ride here." "Oh, no," Evelyn said, turning her attention to her nephew, who still looked a bit pale. But as Taylor told the story of Brody turning different shades of green while on the ferry, she got a weird feeling. Her sister just stood there, holding her arm against her stomach. "Stressful travels?" Evelyn asked Carol. Carol nodded her head. "It's always stressful traveling." Evelyn realized she hadn't felt that kind of stress in a long time. The kind that had been unnecessary. Her sister seemed irritated instead of happy to be here with her 2 children on one of the most beautiful islands in the world. Carol looked, well, mad. "Are we headed to the house?" Carol asked her. "I'd love to use a clean bathroom." Evelyn nodded. "I just thought you might want to see Renee quickly before we go back." Evelyn stretched her neck back to see if Renee had left the restaurant and was headed over, but she didn't see her. "Isn't she joining us for dinner tonight?" Carol asked. The sisters had gone over the plans for weeks. The first day would be casual and at Evelyn's house. They'd unpack, relax, and have an easy dinner. Then the sightseeing would begin. They had plans to go to Boston, Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. They wanted to climb mountains and visit the quaint towns, while also taking advantage of what the metropolitan of Boston had to offer. Then her sister and brother-in-law were supposed to head to Bermuda for a second honeymoon. Would they still be going? "She was just dropping off some of her pastries to the restaurant over there." Evelyn pointed to Piacere, which sat up against the ledges of the Atlantic Ocean. She pulled out her phone. "I'll just give her a call." "Why don't we meet her at the bakery?" Brody said, pointing to books and bread. "I'm starving." "Same," Taylor said, dropping her bag on the ground. "I'd kill for an iced coffee." Carol shook her head. "I'd just like to get to the house and wash up. I feel disgusting after the day's traveling." Evelyn noticed the siblings sneak a look to each other as Carol pulled her hair back into a bun. "It's so bright," Carol complained. "And hot." Evelyn pulled out her phone and began texting Renee and Charlie in one group message. "We'll meet you at the house. Can you bring some iced coffee and some treats? Let's get you back to the house, and you all can unpack." Evelyn held out her arm to gesture toward her car, which was parked only a few feet away. Charlie sent a thumbs up. Renee still hadn't left the restaurant, which Evelyn took as a good sign. Maybe Renee could make a partnership with the restaurant. Evelyn had met the owner and chef, Anthony Dumont, and his wife. When she had first moved to the island, he had seemed so down to earth versus his persona on television. She hoped this would work out for Renee. Maybe she could become a household name like Piacere. They all got into the car, and for the rest of the drive, Carol barely said a word. Not when they passed through the adorable harbor village of Eastport, not when they drove along the ocean on their drive, and not when they pulled up to Evelyn's beautiful home named Seaview. "I made the cottage up for you and Matt." Her sister must be so disappointed that their plans had fallen apart. What had been so urgent at work that Matt had to cancel their 25th wedding anniversary? "Carol, why don't I help you bring your things to the cottage, and you kids can go inside the house," she said. "I have your rooms all set up for you upstairs." Brody and Taylor headed inside, remembering the arrangement from last time. Evelyn used the rooms for her friends, Wanda and Biddy, who had stayed with her on the island. Now her friends had found new lives on the island with her. How things had changed since she'd first arrived. "I can stay in the house with everyone," Carol said. "I don't need to mess up your guest house." "I'll take it," Taylor said. "No, it's silly," Carol said. "I'll just stay with Taylor for now." "Nonsense," Evelyn said. She wasn't having it. She'd had the guest house built for this exact reason. "You can have the whole place to relax." "Let me get you kids inside," Evelyn said, but Carol frowned as if she didn't like the idea. "I'd like to be with everyone," Carol snapped, and walked in front of the group toward the house. "Okay," Evelyn said, giving a look to Taylor. "There's another room I can set you up in." Evelyn reminded herself that Carol and the kids had been traveling all day. Carol's hand looked like it was hurting because she still cradled it against her stomach. Matt having to stay behind in Minnesota and miss their second honeymoon would make anyone upset. "Let me help you inside," Evelyn said. Her sister was the baby in the family. Evelyn had always had to watch after little Carol. Otherwise, she'd have one of her tantrums. Brody took the heaviest of the loads, as the rest took one bag each. "Here, let me help you, Aunt Evelyn," he said, grabbing the door with 3 suitcases in his arms. "Let me grab that," Evelyn said, looking at Carol to share her enthusiasm for them all being together. But Carol looked miserable. "So your room will be up on the left, second door on the right." She faced Taylor, who looked around the front hall. "You're at the top of the stairs to the right, second door on the left. And Carol, you'll be next to her."
Let me go last in case I drop something, Brody said sensibly, but he had no trouble bringing the luggage up the stairs.
This is amazing, Taylor said, bouncing on the bed. She then walked to the windows that overlooked the grassy valleys of Sugar Beach. You have a view in all the rooms.
Sea view?
Evelyn smiled at the namesake's purpose. She could see the Atlantic Ocean from every room. This is going to be great, Taylor said, lying flat on the bed with her arms outstretched. Should we go to the beach after you're all settled? Evelyn said to Carol, who she thought had been next to her in Taylor's room. From the end of the hall, Evelyn heard Carol slam the door. Chapter 5. Carol closed her eyes and tried to inhale, but her rib cage constricted around her lungs, only allowing shallow breaths. She opened the window, letting the breeze flow through the room, and tried again to take in the air. But her lungs tightened even more. Sweat beaded against her forehead, and her body felt hot. But her uninjured palm was cold and clammy, as her heart pounded in the injured hand. Was she having a heart attack? She walked to the bed and sat down, hanging her head between her legs, trying to catch her breath. But it wouldn't come. She remembered something Evelyn had told her after George had died from his heart attack. She sat back up and raised her arms up into the air. Indigestion would go away. Heart attacks still sent a pain shooting through the arm. She had been in her late 30s when George had died. She had never known anyone who had died unexpectedly, only her grandparents and great-aunts and uncles, but never someone who was in the prime of his life. She still couldn't breathe. She looked at her phone. A recent family picture flashed across its screen. The photo seemed so distant already, yet it had only been a week since they last stood together to take it at Taylor's graduation. She had made it her phone's wallpaper while on the plane. She had studied the photo the whole flight while the kids slept. Did he look unhappy? Had he just smiled for the camera? How could he look as though he had been genuinely happy? How long had he been pretending? She wasn't sure if she ever wanted to know. Did it matter? Would he change his mind? Had he already thought things through carefully, knowing he would ruin everything they had built together? Did he care about the impact it would have on their family? Did she tell Evelyn? She thought about her sister. Everything seemed to come very easily for her. School, friends, career, a respectable fame, finding Mr. Perfect twice. George had been perfect. The kind of husband that did things for his wife most men never thought of, like bringing Evelyn coffee in bed, sending her flowers just because, and bragging about how talented his wife was. He adored Evelyn. He'd never cheat on her. Carol met Matt in their civics course at St. Olaf. He had been this outdoor adventurer and would take Carol all over Minnesota, hiking, kayaking, swimming, and exploring. One weekend, he'd driven her to the Mississippi and discovered the caves within the golden sandstone bluffs, and the next they'd been at a Twins game. Life felt so exhilarating with Matt. He could talk to anyone and grab the room's attention. He laughed throughout the day, every day. He loved life. She thought he loved life. Or did he just not love life with her? Did he still love her? Her heart raced again, and she dropped her head between her knees. "Evelyn," she called out, but her voice felt weak. Her heart raced. She shook out her hands. Were they turning numb? Was she having a stroke? Were they tingling because she was squeezing her fists? Her ears started ringing. "Evelyn!" This time her voice came through, and Evelyn and Brody were at her door. "Mom," he said through the wood. "You need something?" "I don't feel well," she said. Evelyn opened the door and came right in the second she said it. Brody was right behind her. "What's going on?" "My heart's racing, and I'm having difficulty breathing," she said. panicked suddenly by Evelyn's grave face. "Brody, help your mother onto the bed," Evelyn ordered, taking control of the situation like the big sister she'd always been. When Carol had destroyed the family carpet while throwing a party, who had fixed it? Evelyn. When Carol had failed a final and needed to study, who had helped her? Evelyn. When their parents had passed away, who had taken care of everything? Evelyn. "I'm calling an ambulance." "No, I can drive," Carol said, shaking her head. But now she felt dizzy, and her heart still raced and panicked. What if she was dying? What if she died alone? "I need fresh air," she said, pointing to the other windows. Brody rushed over to the windows and opened them, while Evelyn sat next to her, taking her hand in hers and holding it tight. "Yes, my name is Evelyn Rose. I live at 22 Cliffside Point. I think my sister might be having a heart attack." The words brought tears to Carol's eyes, and fear to Brody's. She had never seen him more terrified, and she was angry she hadn't just slipped out to the hospital before someone noticed. There had to be some kind of Uber service. "Thank you so much," Evelyn said over the phone. "They're on their way." It took less than 5 minutes for the paramedics to arrive and put her on a stretcher as Evelyn ran by her side. "Don't worry, we'll be right behind you." "I don't want to be alone," she said to Evelyn. The medic shrugged at Evelyn, and she tightened her grasp of Carol's hand. "Brody, meet us at the hospital," Evelyn said. "Mom?" Taylor's face went white. "Should I call Dad?" No need to worry him," she said, as they lifted her into the back of the ambulance. Evelyn got in after. "I'll be fine." Taylor didn't look so sure, and neither did Evelyn. But the medics slowed down as she sat in the back, the siren not blaring. They drove down the road at a reasonable pace. "Am I going to be okay?" she asked, as the paramedic took her blood pressure. "We're taking care of you, don't worry, ma'am," the young girl said. Carol's heartbeat pounded and pushed against her rib cage. Did this young girl know what she was talking about? With the way her heart felt like it was going to explode inside her chest, Carol was sure she was going to die. "Is there a doctor on staff tonight?" "Yes, ma'am," the girl said, typing something on a tablet. "I think I'm having a heart attack," she insisted to the young girl. "I can't breathe." Evelyn held both hands around Carol's right hand. "Let's place the oxygen mask over your mouth," the paramedic said, putting the clear plastic mask over her mouth and nose. "Please try to take deep breaths. In for 4 seconds, hold for 7, exhale for 8. Carol wondered why the paramedic was acting like a yoga instructor. She couldn't breathe. That's why she called the ambulance. "Breathe, ma'am," the paramedic said as they drove down the road. Carol looked to Evelyn. "My heart's racing." "Lie back down," the medic said. "Take in 5 deep breaths for me. 1, 2. Carol listened to the paramedic but closed her eyes. Her heart still banged against her chest. "I'm really having a hard time breathing." 3, 4, hold. The medic held her breath dramatically for show, then exhaled loudly. "Exhale for 8. 1, 2, 3. By the time they reached the hospital, Carol could almost take in to 3 and hold for 5, but she still felt the heart attack coming, the cold sweat covering her body. The paramedics pulled her out of the ambulance and walked her inside, talking about what their plans were after their shift. And they met the nurse at the front desk. Brody and Taylor ran inside from the parking lot as the nurse collected her information with Evelyn. They took her insurance card as she waited on the stretcher. "You can have 1 person with you in the room," the man said at check-in. Evelyn went with Carol, but promised to switch off with the kids every once in a while. "She's going to be fine," Evelyn said to the both of them. "They just need to figure out what's going on." "The doctor wants to monitor your heart with an electrocardiogram." The nurse placed small circular stickers on her chest. An EKG. She took her oxygen and helped Carol into a bed as they waited for the doctor on staff. Carol started feeling a bit better, but she still couldn't inhale a full breath. "Someone will be in here shortly to take some blood samples," the nurse said. Carol nodded, but she closed her eyes. After the nurse left, Evelyn sat down in the plastic chair next to the hospital bed and said, "I hate hospitals." "Me too," Carol said, thinking about her kids sitting together in the waiting room. Were they scared? She wondered if she would be less scared if Matt were here. But Matt was back in Minnesota, not here, not with his family. Was he with Ashley? Was Ashley in Carol's home? In her bed? Had she told her husband? Had she thought carefully about what she was doing that night? After their graduation, just like the rest of Matt and Carol's couple friends, they'd gotten married. They'd found a trendy but rather sketchy apartment in Uptown and entry-level jobs in their respective careers, both of them working for the giant 3M in St. Paul. When Matt had taken the job transfer to Colorado, she had never expected them to live there for more than a few years, much less 10. But when he'd gotten transferred back, they found a community they loved in a suburb outside the Twin Cities. And right away she had connected with Ashley, another mom with kids in soccer. She yelled just as loudly and as enthusiastically as she did. Her husband liked Matt, and the two families became close. They sat next to each other at all the games and school events. They went away on vacations together. They celebrated holidays together. She never would have imagined she'd be sharing Matt. How could Ashley have slept with her husband? Maybe they hadn't slept together. Could they have just emotionally connected? Then she remembered Matt's finger grazing Ashley's stomach, her thin, strangely toned waistline. He was definitely sleeping with her. He didn't even look at her that way when they had sex. Now she knew why. How long had he been sleeping with the both of them? It made it so much worse that she hadn't seen any signs. None. She thought he loved her at night while they sat on the couch together. She thought he loved her when he made love to her, gently in his arms. She thought he wanted what she wanted in life, which was to grow old together. "Hello," said a doctor, looking down at his chart. "I'm Dr. Carter." "Hello," Carol said. "It looks like everything's just fine," he said. "I think you might have just had an anxiety attack. But it feels very real nonetheless." She looked at her oxygen level that had jumped back to 99%, her heartbeat now bouncing at an even, steady rate. She hadn't even noticed she had regained her breath. "It looks as though I did," she said, suddenly feeling embarrassed. "I shouldn't have called the ambulance." She took her hand back from Evelyn and covered her face. "No, women your age should take those symptoms very seriously," the doctor said. But she didn't feel like the women who had to take symptoms seriously. She was still in her 40s, be it later 40s, but still. Did she have to worry about a heart attack? "Everything looks great, but I'd like to run some further tests now that we've got you here." "If I'm okay, then why the tests?" she said. "I don't want to take up your emergency services. Can I just go?" "Sure, you should be all right," he said. "Do you have someone to talk to? A therapist, maybe?" Her mouth dropped. "Excuse me?" "A lot of times, anxiety can be caused by stress we don't even know we're experiencing," he said. "It can come on like this and feel like you're having a heart attack." "So I'm crazy then?" "No," Evelyn patted her. "A lot of people have panic attacks. I think seeing a therapist is a good idea." "But I felt my heart exploding." Carol held her hand against her chest. "I felt it coming out of my chest."
The doctor nodded. It's not unusual for our bodies to go into fight-or-flight mode when we are anxious. The doctor tilted his head. Have you gone through any major changes in your life? She froze. Her daughter just graduated and is moving away for college, Evelyn said. Yeah, she said quietly, realizing she was losing her mind. A major life change, like a child moving away from home, can be very unsettling. The doctor seemed kind but distracted. She couldn't blame him, though. His whole job ran on adrenaline. Thank you for your time, Carol said, swinging her legs over the hospital bed. I think I'd like to go home now. You should try to find activities that help you relax or calm you, the doctor said. And maybe try talking to a therapist. Thank God the kids weren't in the room. Thank you, doctor, Evelyn said as he left the room. Carol picked up her purse, feeling silly, hooked up to the heart monitor and oxygen. Evelyn looked at her before getting up. Are you okay? Carol nodded. You want to talk about it? Evelyn asked. Talk about what? Carol looked at her as if Evelyn could read her mind. I'm fine. You just made me drive in an ambulance with you. Evelyn gave her a look. Does any of this have to do with why Matt didn't come? I told you it was because of work. Carol couldn't look at her sister. Did Evelyn know? I bet you're right. I'm just worried about Taylor graduating and the move. All this change is happening at once. Evelyn made a face. You sure? I just need to get to the beach and watch those waves roll onto shore, she said. But Evelyn looked doubtful. Carol, you know you can talk to me, right? Carol pushed her lips up into a smile. He's having an affair. She could barely think it. What is it? Evelyn asked. This is more than just kids going to college. If she said something, everything would change. Right now, things were broken, but she might be able to fix it. If she told Evelyn about Matt having an affair, her protective older sister would never forgive him. Their family would be divided for sure. Because at this moment in time, riding in the ambulance, thinking she was dying, she didn't want to be alone, even if that meant she forgave and forgot everything. Because what she wanted more than anything when in the hospital was her husband by her side, holding her hand, telling her she was being ridiculous, reassuring her that she was healthy, that she ran and ate well, and was just freaking out like she did these days. Would she die alone? I'm fine, she said. Seriously, I've just been completely stressed with everything. Evelyn looked thoughtful. Okay, I'll get Brody. Brody pulled the car around to pick the women up. The weather had changed and looked as though it might rain. Carol sat in the back as Evelyn drove them home, with Brody up front with her. He looked so much like Matt. She sometimes had to do a double take. She couldn't break her children's heart about their father and the family. When they pulled out of the hospital, Carol decided not to say anything. Not until Matt came out to the island with Taylor's car, and then she'd fight for her marriage. Suddenly, lightning flashed in front of them, jolting Carol upright in the seat. Thick raindrops pelted down onto the car, blurring any kind of visibility. All Carol could see the whole way home was gray. Gray sky, gray sea, and her heart burnt gray like ash. Chapter 6. Anthony sat in his living room with his team. Every weekday morning, his oldest son, Anthony Jr., who they referred to as Sonny, along with his management team, would talk via Zoom. Maybe we need to think of finding a new distributor, Sonny said. His voice matched his somber look. "There's one that comes out of Maine." The rest of the team mumbled in agreement. The trouble started when their New York kitchen manager walked out, and with the economy the way that it was, finding good staff would be difficult, more like impossible. If it had been 15 years ago, Anthony would have been on a flight to New York to take over everything and work out the trouble. Gloria would have stayed behind like a dutiful wife and taken care of the kids. How much time had he missed out on by leaving her like he had? He'd been gone for months at a time, and she had waited for his return at their house on Martha's Vineyard. Who would have thought a kid from Medford would be living in a house on Martha's Vineyard, with neighbors that were presidents and Hollywood stars? He hadn't even graduated high school. His mother would be over the moon that her son hadn't ended up the loser she thought he'd become. Now he had an empire, with all his children involved. Well, almost all his children. "I'll catch a flight out tonight," Sonny said. "I can run things while we find a chef. Rishi said he'd be able to fill the position for now." Anthony shook his head, thinking about Sonny's own wife and children. "No, stay home." "Dad, it's fine. It'll only be a few weeks." Sonny insisted. He started typing something on his phone. "That way we can get things in order for the upcoming shoot." Never stop. That was his son's motto and contribution. Sonny had a drive that had dwindled in Anthony. He wanted bigger and better goals for the family business. All Anthony wanted with his cooking was to have a fine dining experience for his customers. Sonny wanted an empire. His son had led the charge in growing Anthony's business. He'd been the one who'd gotten into selling merchandise from the restaurants, the cooking show, and the guest appearances on all the networks. America's favorite chef had been the headline for his People article. Gloria had found the whole thing amusing and would brag that she did the cooking in their house, which had been true. She had been the one who cooked and cleaned and cared for their kids, while he was away playing America's favorite chef in front of a camera, shaking hands with famous diners at all his different restaurants. Although it had been Sonny behind the scenes, pulling the strings, making things happen. "They're coming to film tomorrow at 6, Sonny said. "Marge has your clothes. Pete will have everything prepped." "Are we using the restaurant?" Anthony asked. Sometimes they use the house, but mostly the restaurant. The famous shot was of him giving a plate to a customer who was delighted to meet Chef Anthony Dumont. Anthony wrote down the time. Filming drained him. He didn't mind waking up early, he barely slept as it was, but it was missing his morning routine. He liked to be calm and peaceful to start his day. When they filmed, the crew came in hot. People scrambled around his house and restaurant, most of the time in a frenzy. Everything had to happen yesterday. Big cameras, big microphones, long cords plugged in everywhere. "What about Jamie?" he said. "What about him?" Sonny said, rubbing his forehead. "He could film with me." Anthony had been gunning for this for a long time. Jamie had his talent and Gloria's personality and good looks. "He's a natural." "He's not ready," Sonny said. Anthony shook his head. "Come on, Sonny." Anthony wouldn't have Sonny keep bringing up past mistakes. "He's ready." Sonny's face showed his lack of faith in his brother. "Do you know where he was last night?" "He's an adult, Sonny." Anthony couldn't fault his youngest son for having an active social life. "He runs around the island with any girl with a pulse," Sonny said. "None of it is affecting his performance, and you know it," Anthony said, though he didn't know why he was protecting Jamie. He could stand up for himself. Gloria would not approve. She didn't believe in sowing any oats, wild or not. She believed in God, in family, and in sacrificing. She lived by doing what was best for everyone else over herself, and her eldest son was just like her, and saw Jamie's immaturity as a liability.
Jamie is always professional,
Anthony reminded him. Jamie may run around town, but he still brought everything to his cooking each night.
He'd be great in this role.
America's gigolo chef, Sonny said.
That's enough,
Anthony said. I think Jamie would be perfect, Christine said. His business manager had been one of his kitchen managers when he'd first started the restaurant on the island. Her husband had been killed in an accident and left her with 3 young kids. Gloria had insisted he hire her. He fought it at first, then gave in. It turned out to be one of the best decisions of his life. Now she had a grandchild running around in the background. Anthony had been lucky to have loyal employees throughout the years, and Christine had been one of them. Anthony let Sonny and Christine go back and forth, while his mind wandered off. He was tired. His whole body felt tired. Meetings like this used to energize him, and now he just felt tired. He no longer wanted to talk about the franchise and the merchandise and the branding. He wanted to sit in his living room, enjoy the view of the ocean he had worked so hard to afford, and be with his family before it was too late. Had Gloria wished he would have slowed down? Had she died regretting their wasted time, like he was? He had everything he wanted, but had lost the person he thought he'd been working to build all this for. But she probably hadn't even cared about it. She'd said she always missed their old place on Cliffside Point. He hadn't driven by the house since Gloria had died. Just thinking about going by the old place got his heart tangled and twisted. They had been so happy when they'd bought that house. He'd thought all his dreams had come true. And in a way, they had. But he'd gotten swept up in the thrill of it all, the excitement of more. More money, more restaurants, more notoriety. The house on Cliffside soon seemed too small for his big ego. He'd sold it without caring who bought it. Gloria had cared. She'd driven by and given him a report on the old Victorian. They haven't taken care of the yard in years, she'd said one of the last times. I'd hate to see it fall apart. A few years ago, an author had bought it and wanted to restore it, which made Gloria thrilled to hear. The last few owners had made it into rental property, and she'd been worried it would be torn down with the next owner, like so many of the oldies on the island. Dad, Sonny said, interrupting Anthony's thoughts. Do you agree? That would be great, he said, but he didn't even know what he had just agreed to. Sonny gave him a look. Before the meeting adjourned, he turned to Sonny. Will you come back for the games? His grandson's Little League tournament started that weekend. I'm going to try, but we need this opening to go well. Sonny began his speech, and Anthony was tired of listening to his old excuses, now being recycled by his son. You don't want to miss it, Anthony said. They grow up fast. I don't really have a choice, Sonny said, shaking his head. I love you, Dad. Let me go to New York. Anthony didn't want to. The last thing he wanted was to live out of a hotel room while dealing with entitled workers. No, I don't think that would be a good idea, Sonny said. Just focus on the shoot for the show. We should focus on Jamie's role. Anthony tapped his fingers against the table. Why would it not be a good idea? Sonny let out a laugh, as though Anthony were joking. Because you have enough to do here, Sonny said. Maybe if we can't find a chef, I can ask Jamie to help for the summer. Though Anthony was certain his youngest son would not agree to leaving the island during the summer. He enjoyed the party life the island offered. The summer guests came with summer flings that ended by fall. Anthony thought about his 4 lost children. Sonny was lost in his work. Riley lost in her divorce with that meathead. Jamie couldn't settle down. And Abby, his sweet little Abby, had no clue what she was doing with her life, and that didn't bother her a bit. And Anthony had been floating untethered in an abyss of grief that had never dissipated. There weren't 7 stages of grief, but thousands of seconds of having to continue on without the other person. Oh, Gloria. When the Zoom ended, the house buzzed in silence. Only the soft roar of the ocean could be heard, until the refrigerator's ice maker dropped new cubes. Here he was, sitting in his big house with the big view and no one to share it with him. He closed down his computer and faced the water. That's when he heard the pitter-patter of little feet running around upstairs. The kids were awake. He got up to grab Henry and Hannah to let Riley sleep in, but Riley came down the back stairs with Hannah in her arms. "Hey," Riley said. Hannah rested her head on Riley's shoulder. "Who were you just talking to this morning?" "Just the team. Did you need something?" he asked, concerned. Riley gave him a half-smile, but he could see the tears on the edge of her eyelids. "I'm going to meet with the attorney. Ben's trying to change something about the custody times now." Anthony clenched his jaw. "Let me come with you." She shook her head. "No, I'm fine. I don't need my father to fix everything." He exhaled. His independent daughter had earned the title of most stubborn, for sure. "It's called having a family. That's what we do. Your grandparents supported your mother and me when we first started." If it hadn't been for Gloria's father, Anthony would not be where he was today. "I love you, but this isn't something my father should be involved in," Riley said. "It makes things too messy." "It's already messy. How long are you going to be dragged through it?" He barked out of anger. "Dad, please." Riley straightened up, propping Hannah on her hip. "We love Daddy, don't we, baby girl?" His granddaughter nodded, putting her thumb into her mouth. She looked so much like Riley had at her age, and he immediately felt ashamed of himself. What was he doing? Giving Riley a hard time for not handling her divorce the way he wished she would? "I'm sorry," he said, holding out his hands. He stood up from his chair and walked to his daughter and granddaughter. He kissed them both on the cheek. "What can I make you for breakfast?"
"I want Captain Crunch,"
Hannah's tiny voice said. He made a face. "Captain Sugar?" He really needed to work on his grandchildren's eating habits. "How about the bakery?"
"Do they have cookies?"
Hannah asked. "Not for breakfast," he answered. "But I know they have homemade donuts and other special treats." This made Riley smile. "Do you want to go with Papa?" Hannah held out her arms.
"Can I get chocolate milk?"
He referred the question to Riley by looking at his daughter. "Sure," she said. "Let's go get your brother up," he said. Hannah liked the sound of that and took off out of the kitchen. "Thanks, Dad." Riley's tears still hung onto her eyelids, wobbling with every blink. "Course," Anthony said. "You know I'd do anything for you kids." Chapter 7. Carol stood inside her niece's bakery, hoping to get through breakfast without having another panic attack. When Evelyn had suggested to the kids to get a summer job on the island, Carol hadn't liked it. A whole summer on Martha's Vineyard sounded like a dream, but it would be Taylor's last summer with them at home. Carol had hated the idea, but it had been Matt who'd pushed for it. Her hesitation about missing Taylor had made him encourage Carol to stay the summer too. Had Matt pushed the whole thing because he'd wanted to end the marriage at that point? It had been Christmas time when the idea had first been discussed. Had he been thinking of leaving her for that long? How long had he and Ashley been together? She looked down at her phone. She didn't want to keep looking. She'd never cared much about her phone, and the kids would notice, but she couldn't help it. Matt hadn't called her. Not even a text to say he was sorry. Nothing. What was worse, she had everything on that phone. The doorbell video, the house security camera, all the alerts one would want in this modern family day and age. She could even look at the backyard if she wanted to. Everything, even his GPS data, sat inside her phone. She never even thought of checking it before. Why would she have? She had enough to worry about with 2 early drivers on her watch. She'd almost checked last night while she sat in bed trying not to throw up. She'd held the bucket in her lap, dry heaving, thinking about all the clues she'd never even noticed that had started coming to the surface, like a fleck of fake gold being sifted out of sand. Suddenly it seemed so clear, obvious almost. Had he really gone golfing with the guys every Sunday? Had he gone to the gym all those times he'd said he went? And those late nights at work, his business trips, and weekends fishing with the guys? She squeezed her phone. "Aunt Carol, what would you like?" Renee, her gorgeous and lovely niece, asked her. "I'll just take a coffee," she answered. She didn't even know she would be able to handle that. She hadn't slept since that night. Her hand was killing her, and she felt hungover from drinking too many glasses of wine and not sleeping again. She must look horrendous. But Renee happily grabbed the coffee and poured it into a beautiful clay mug. "You use this kind of pottery for your bakery?" Mugs like this were expensive. Customers must break one a day, just from normal accidents. How much did her niece make? "I actually get them from local artists who want to get their work noticed," Renee said. "Brilliant," Taylor said. Carol couldn't help but smile at Taylor, who had always looked up to her big cousins. Everything those 2 girls, now women, did, Taylor wanted to do too, which ended up being great as a parent since her 2 nieces, Samantha and Renee, were absolutely fantastic. Both had followed their dreams. Renee owned a bakery and Samantha was an architect. Renee had started a family, while Samantha traveled the world with her fiancé. Both lived life to the fullest and had a great relationship with Evelyn. She hadn't felt close with Taylor since her braces had come off, and she wanted to be dropped off a block away from school. Suddenly, Carol had become the embarrassing and stifling mother. No longer did her bestie want to hang out. Instead, Taylor locked herself in her room. Somehow, no matter what tone Carol used, her daughter always told her to calm down. "Good morning," was met with a growl. If she asked how her day had gone, Taylor wouldn't even respond with an answer, usually a grunt. The past 4 years had been like walking on eggshells, and Carol had been secretly looking forward to a new phase in their relationship. But now, tears stung her eyes. "Don't worry, Mom, we have all summer." Taylor had a look of sympathy, but walked away from her in line. Renee made a face when she handed Carol the pastries Taylor and Brody had ordered. "Are you okay, Aunt Carol?" Renee asked. Carol had a small smile, as if she were about to cry about losing her child to college, not her whole family. She took in a deep breath, grabbed the beautiful pastries she'd never be able to eat, and dredged up her own smile. "I'm fine. Just all the travel." But she was sure her niece was thinking that her aunt was loony after having a mental breakdown that looked like a heart attack. "I can never sleep well at someone else's house," Renee said. Carol nodded, acting like that must be it. Her phone pinged. Matt had left the house. He appeared to be following their family's schedule. The alerts told her so. He left the house at 8 a.m., just like normal, He came home at around 6:30, just like last night. That was the usual time he made it home from work on a Monday. When did he have time to have an affair? She didn't know how she would have had time, between all the sports events and church nights and services and everything in between. "Chef Dumont," Renee said, her voice cheery and loud. "So nice to see you." Carol stepped aside as a gentleman, standing between two small children, both holding one of his hands, came forward in line.
"Good morning, Chef Perez," the man said, nodding his head with a certain respect toward Renee. Carol stopped and watched as this man, who looked strangely familiar, gave her sweet Renee a handshake. "I can't thank you enough for helping us out like you did," he said to her. Renee waved him off. "It's my pleasure and honor." He nodded, placing his hand on his heart. "You're a talented chef." Renee's cheeks blushed at the compliment. "Thank you." "How's that husband of yours?" the man asked her. "I heard he's working over in Oak Bluffs for Dennis again." "He's busier than ever." Renee nodded, and suddenly noticed Carol. "Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt Carol. I forgot your order." "That's okay," Carol said, trying to place the strangely familiar face of the man. Had he attended Evelyn's wedding? "Anthony, this is my Aunt Carol, who's visiting us this summer," Renee said, gesturing her hand to her aunt. Anthony reached out his own hand to Carol. "First time to the island?" Carol shook her head and went to answer his simple question, but stumbled for words. Yes, kind of." He looked puzzled by her answer. "I hope you have a nice visit." "Yes, thank you," she said. His grandson looked up at him.
Can I have a donut?
He laughed, and that's when she realized who stood before her. Chef Dumont, America's favorite chef. Carol loved watching his segments on the morning shows. She loved the morning shows. For a time, those morning shows were the only friends she had when she stayed home with the kids. Matt had traveled a lot back then, leaving her alone with the kids, sometimes for a week at a time. Funny how she never suspected he was doing anything other than working during those trips. Had he had affairs back then? She'd never miss watching them, even now. Hearing their voices, seeing the familiar sets and style, made her feel less lonely somehow. Now they reminded her of staying home with the kids, playing and laughing and spending all day, every day together. The theme song would come on, and that meant breakfast time. She'd set the kids up with their organic, gluten-free, sugar-free, totally nutritious breakfast, while the morning show played in the background. Matt would be getting ready for work, giving each of them a kiss goodbye before he left home. Her phone pinged with another notification. Like an anchor dropping to the ocean floor, her stomach fell at the realization it was all over. The childhood memories would now be ruined with pain of what was. She'd never be able to look back without wishing for it. Without Carol realizing, a tear fell out of her eye, racing over her cheek and dropping onto her chin, dangling before she could swipe it off. That's when America's favorite chef pulled out a napkin from the basket and handed it over to her, giving her a slight nod. The whole transaction had only been witnessed by the little girl holding his hand, but embarrassment washed over her. Here she was, falling apart in the most beautiful pastry shop on the most beautiful island with America's favorite chef, and her whole life was spiraling out of control. And Matt was living as if nothing had changed for him. "Here you go, Aunt Carol," Renee said, holding a tray with plates of pastries and a few coffee mugs. "I'll take it to your table for you." Renee walked around the counter and to the table. She hadn't noticed her aunt's subtle breakdown, though Chef Dumont kept his eyes on her in his peripheral. Carol followed her niece to her children, who sat outside at a small table set up on the sidewalk. "Thank you, Renee," Carol said, sitting down in the seat next to Brody, who talked animatedly with Charlie about screenwriting in Hollywood. "I can't believe you wrote that series," Brody said, excited at this new information. "It's phenomenal." Charlie smiled. "Thank you." Carol looked to see if Evelyn had come out of the bakery. She had been talking to some of her friends inside. Charlie turned and said, "I see you met Chef Dumont." She nodded, taking a sip of her black coffee. "Yes." She hoped he hadn't seen Chef Dumont hand her a napkin. How could she explain her second breakdown in that many days? Breakfast went on around her. The kids talked around her as they ate with Charlie.
You haven't even tried a pastry since we got here.
Taylor's forehead creased with concern.
Are you still not feeling well? I thought the doctor said you were okay.
Carol looked down at her plate, an untouched pastry. Taylor looked worried, and Carol knew she couldn't continue the way she was going. Carol didn't know what the right thing to do was. She wanted to stop with the excuses and just scream about it. How dare Matt do this to her? How dare he do this to her children? She wanted to scream and hit and throw things. But the worry on her daughter's face made Carol realize she needed to stop perseverating about what was taking place in Minnesota and wondering why her husband was ghosting her, even though it was he who had the affair. All she had was a couple months of summer to have her family together before everything else fell apart. And she needed to put herself back together again. "I'm fine," she said. Chapter 8. While her mother was having an existential life crisis about her children leaving the nest, Taylor wanted to take everything in. Coming from Minnesota, this whole island was like stepping into a fairy tale. The tiny, quaint shops lined along the harbor, the sailboats floating in the water, reflecting off the surface. The blue ocean sparkled in the sunlight as people walked cheerfully along the cobblestone sidewalks, talking and sightseeing. An energy of happiness and a sense of peace could be felt in the lackadaisical stroll of tourists. No one rushed down the streets. Cars weren't honking or speeding down the road. The noises were of laughter and cheer. Everyone seemed, well, happy. Except for her mom. Ever since Brody had graduated high school, Taylor's mother had counted down the days when her baby would leave her. From her sophomore year on, every event was the last one. Every sports game, dance, award ceremony, first day, last day, all of it was the last one. By the time she had finally graduated, all of Carol's anxieties and worries had spilled over. One minute they'd be shopping and having a nice time, and the next, Carol would get emotional about Taylor leaving. And don't even mention the job Aunt Evelyn had set up for her and Brody. Taylor had thought her mother was going to have an aneurysm at the idea of Taylor leaving home earlier than she had to. But Taylor didn't want to stick around. Her time at home had been great, but she was ready to get out from underneath her mother. Live her own life, not the one her parents had paved for her. She wanted to choose the things she felt were important, not what her parents felt was important. She wanted to respect her parents, and she had throughout her childhood, but she'd also followed through on her end. She worked hard in everything she did, earned academic scholarships by doing every single extracurricular activity a girl could do. Band, student council, peer counseling, German club, yearbook, cross-country and track, ski team, youth counselor, swim instructor at the lake. You name it, Taylor did it, or volunteered for it. She played piano on Sundays for the church service, stocked books at the library, and even helped set up a food drive after floods had ruined homes and businesses. She babysat and walked neighbors' dogs, watched people's pets while they were away, and helped mow her grandparents' lawn. One would think a parent would be beyond proud that their daughter sacrificed all her time to better herself. But to her mother, it never seemed good enough. In Carol's eyes, Taylor could always be practicing more, studying more, training more.
If Taylor sat down on the couch, Carol would use her famous quote, "Is there anything else you should be doing?" Which could mean a litany of things, like chores and homework and helping around the house. Brody, however, could do no wrong in Carol's eyes. She'd encourage her brilliant son to slow down and rest, to go out with his friends and enjoy his last moments. Carol didn't need to give Brody reminders on how to be the best, because it came naturally to Brody. The valedictorian and captain of the basketball team had offers to play basketball, but of course, Brody had chosen the more philanthropic career of medicine over the thrill and excitement of being a basketball star. When she'd gotten the school record for running the mile, her mother had made her stand next to her brother's award in the trophy display to take a picture. When she'd gotten a partial scholarship to Brown, Brody had received a full scholarship to medical school the very same day, and Carol had almost lost her mind. And now, it looked like Carol was staying for the summer. Her summer of freedom, Taylor had dubbed it. Not to mention she was done with her mother's sentimental behavior, because it really wasn't about Taylor. It was about her mother. Carol was going to be alone. Carol was losing her children. Carol was losing her purpose. And Taylor needed to get Carol off this island. When her aunt's husband, Charlie, went back into the bakery, she asked, "Are you going to go on your trip to Bermuda next week? Maybe you should take Aunt Evelyn and do a sister's trip since Dad can't make it." Carol shrugged. "I don't really know what my plans are at the moment." Her mother's gaze went out to the water, and Taylor decided to drop it. No use talking to her mother when she was like this. She didn't treat Taylor like an adult anyway. She talked to her like she was still 12 years old, and in braces, and couldn't make her own decisions. Every alert was placed on her mother's phone. Parental guidelines set up in full force. Video surveillance was everywhere, and GPS tracking devices even watched her daily driving statistics. Taylor couldn't fart without Carol knowing about it and telling her to eat cleaner. "Are you going to be like this the whole summer?" Taylor asked. "Like what?" Carol looked at her through her sunglasses. "Like mopey and sulky and stuff," Taylor said, picking apart her almond croissant instead of meeting her mother's stare. "Leave Mom alone," Brody said, coming to his mother's defense. "She's got a lot going on." "I'm not picking on her. She's just all sad and depressed, and we're all together on Martha's Vineyard," Taylor said back. "Well, except Dad." "You're right." Carol picked up her coffee. "I need to let go of my emotions and focus on my blessings." But her mother's sunglasses couldn't hide the fact Carol was tearing up while having this conversation. "I'm sorry, Mom," Taylor said, trying very hard not to roll her eyes. But how long was her mother going to cry about them leaving home? She acted like being stuck with her father was the worst thing on earth. Carol shook her head, grabbing a napkin and dotting her eyes with it. "You have nothing to be sorry about. I'll be fine." But the rest of the breakfast fell silent. Brody got on his phone. Carol went back to staring out at nothing. "I think I'm going to go for a walk," Taylor said, getting up out of her seat. "I want to check out the pier." Brody didn't look up from his phone, and Carol only acknowledged what she said by giving a quick nod. "I'll be back," Taylor said, grabbing her phone from the table. She started walking down the cute little road, which had barely enough room for 2 cars to fit through, but she noticed there weren't many cars anyway. Down by the harbor, more people rode bicycles or walked. Maybe that's what added to the quaintness of Martha's Vineyard, the absence of the hustle and bustle that was present on the mainland. Taylor couldn't believe she was there. For over a year and a half, she'd been dreaming about this moment. When she'd visited the island for her aunt's wedding, it had been winter, but she'd still fallen in love with the place. The barren beaches had been cold and gray and harsh, but she loved the island's resiliency and fierceness, the juxtaposition of nature and man's beauty. She didn't think there was a better place on earth than Martha's Vineyard. And her mother was acting like someone had died. 2 more months. Then finally, she'd be on her own, and her mother could bother her father from now on. Chapter 9. Anthony didn't want to make it his business, because it certainly was not, but the woman who had let a tear fall from her eye earlier now sat by herself outside the bakery. Her 2 adult children, he assumed, had left her, and now she sat staring out at the view. Gorgeous view, no doubt. He'd always liked the spot where the bakery's front faced. When he saw Evelyn, the woman's sister, sit down next to her, he felt better. She'd have someone there with her. "Looks like the donuts were a success," Renee said as she came out of the bakery and onto the sidewalk. Anthony looked at his grandchildren, who licked their fingers in quiet bliss. "My mother always said if it's quiet, the food must be good. Thank you." Renee smiled. "Glad you enjoyed your morning treat." She grabbed the empty plates and cups from the children and said, "Would you like a refill on your coffee?" Anthony shook his head. "No, thank you. I'll have to get these guys back to the house before the sugar kicks in." Renee laughed and then pointed at him. "You know, my mom and I were just saying that you should come by the house and see it." He noticed Evelyn lean over to her sister and point at him, telling her sister, "Anthony used to live in Seaview." He wished he had named it Seaview, while he and Gloria had lived there. It was the perfect name for a house with a view in every room. He smiled and said, "I'd love that." But he wasn't sure if he could bring himself to go inside. It would be too hard. "Oh, shoot, Mom," Renee said to Evelyn. "Our reservation." Evelyn rose, turned around, and looked at her daughter. Anthony had no idea if she meant for this to be something between the 2 of them, or if he was somehow part of this conversation. "Oh, that's right," Evelyn said. "We made the reservations months ago." Renee looked at her aunt, who had been staring at the water the whole time. "We made dinner reservations at Anthony's restaurant for your anniversary." Anthony looked at the sister, who snapped her head toward them. "You'll have to cancel," Carol said. Evelyn's smile faded. "Yes, I guess we should." Carol said, "I mean, it seems silly to celebrate my anniversary without my husband." Anthony put his hand to his heart. "I'm so sorry. I've lost my wife. I know the pain." No. Her eyes flickered away as she shook her head. "I didn't lose my husband. He just had to work and is back home." "Oh, sorry. I jumped to conclusions." He felt relieved for her. "Then come anyway, as my guest." She looked at him, her eyes filled with a sadness that had much more behind it than a missing husband. If he had to guess, it looked like she had a broken heart. He noticed a ring, but love wasn't the only thing that broke a woman's heart. Absence could break a woman's heart. He wasn't Sherlock Holmes, but he knew that look. He'd seen it on Gloria's face enough times. Disappointment. "That's very nice, but I'll have to pass," she said. "Well, think about it at least," he said. "You should enjoy a delicious dinner in a beautiful setting while your husband is stuck working." Evelyn and Renee looked to Carol for her answer. "Come on," Evelyn said. "We can all go, on me, and we can FaceTime Matt." This did not seem to change this woman's mood, who seemed more pained by the minute. "No, Evelyn, I don't want to," Carol said. "It's Anthony Dumont's restaurant," Evelyn insisted. "It's world-renowned for fine dining. It's amazing." "I'm sorry," Carol said to him. "It has nothing to do with you. Please just leave it, Evelyn." The woman's tone switched from light and friendly to perturbed, to say the least. She got up and walked away, straight down the street, and didn't stop. Evelyn and Renee looked at each other, both as surprised by her reaction as he was. What had just happened?
I'm sorry, Evelyn said. I should go find out if everything's okay. Evelyn started to jog a bit down the sidewalk, but the crowds of tourists hadn't let her sister get very far. I'll see you at the house later, Renee said, as her mother took off. She then turned to him and said, I guess I'll cancel that reservation after all. He lifted his hand. Look, if she changes her mind, I'll have a table open for her. Renee nodded. Thanks. Her attention went back to her mother, and she watched for a moment as she ran down the street, finally catching up with her sister. Grandpa, I want to go home, Henry said. Hannah nodded as she swung her feet on the chair. Okay, Anthony said, gathering their stuff. Let's clean up our mess. The kids worked together, and he glanced back at the woman who stood in the middle of the sidewalk. Evelyn hugged her sister as she covered her face with her hands. Now Anthony was certain this had nothing to do with work. Chapter 10. Carol couldn't control it any longer, but she had to get it together quickly before Taylor came back to find them from her own walk. I'm sorry, she said in Evelyn's chest. She couldn't stop sobbing, hard, heaving sobs she could no longer muffle. Let's get you back to the house, Evelyn said. I'll tell Charlie we had to go, and he'll lend his car to the kids. She ushered Carol down the street. Carol gasped for breath as she got into the car. Evelyn didn't ask a single question the whole drive back to the house, but Carol cried the whole way. Okay, Evelyn said when she pulled up to the house. Let's go for a walk. Away from the house, and where the waves can cover up cries. This made Carol cry harder, tears streaking down her face. She buried her head in her hands again. This island is made for times like this, Evelyn said, rubbing Carol's back. Carol waited for her sister to ask what was going on, but Evelyn didn't. She waited in the car as Carol looked out the windshield. If she went for a walk with Evelyn, she would ask Carol all kinds of questions, and Carol would feel pressure to tell her. Then everything would be different. But if she stayed behind, she'd lose it in front of the kids once they arrived back at the house. She could go to her room, say she had a headache, and hide the rest of the day away. But all that did for her last night was make her think she was suffering from a heart attack. Okay, she said, taking in a deep breath, but her chest caught itself and she gasped again. Let's go for a walk. They got out of the car, and Evelyn kicked off her shoes onto the porch. Carol did the same and followed Evelyn down the wooden plank walkway that led to the beach like a stream to the ocean. Evelyn went ahead, silently moving toward the water. Carol stayed behind her as she wiped away the tears and steadied her breath, catching it on every other inhale. When they hit the beach, Evelyn took a right and walked closer toward the water's edge on the hard sand. They didn't talk for most of the way, letting the waves move all the way to their feet as they walked. They must have gone a mile or more, because when she looked back, her breath steadier, she couldn't see Seaview any longer. They walked through people enjoying the water and the sand, but continued along the edge of the waves without breaking their stride. When the beach narrowed toward land and clay cliffs, Carol noticed her heart palpitations had dissipated, and her heartbeat had steadied inside her chest. As they rounded the cliff bend, there stood a red brick lighthouse on the edge of what looked like the end of the earth. "Take me there," she said to Evelyn, who hadn't stopped walking. Carol walked faster, a need to reach the lighthouse washing over her. She had to see what the edge of the world felt like. Would she feel as small and as insignificant as she did in her family's life? Then she stopped. If Matt did leave her, what family would she have? Her children were ready to fly from the nest. She'd held them there for as long as she could, and wasn't that what she wanted as a parent? Independent children who could take care of themselves and be contributing members of society? But now, nobody needed her, or wanted her around. Matt wanted her out of the house. Taylor wanted her to leave the island. Brody wanted to be left alone. When they reached a set of stairs, Carol climbed up, holding onto the railing, pulling herself up to go faster, but she immediately became out of breath and exhausted, and the tears returned. Evelyn didn't seem to notice, or she ignored them. She kept walking toward a bench and sat down. Carol stopped before she reached the beach and was struck by the view. The waters of the Atlantic Ocean crashed against the face of the cliffs, spraying high into the sky. The clay cliffs' smooth surface curved along the edge of the earth. Millions of waves rolled toward shore. The horizon was blurred by her tears, and the salty wind dried her face as she faced the end of the world. She felt like she was at the edge of her whole life, and Matt had pushed her off. He left me. She said it quiet, almost hoping the sound of the waves would drown out her confession. Evelyn turned around and stood from the bench. Matt left you? Carol focused on the flat horizon line, wobbling through her tears. He's been having an affair, and he's been waiting for Taylor to go to college to end our marriage. Carol felt most ashamed about that, as though staying married to Carol for Taylor's sake had been a sacrifice and a burden on Matt and Ashley. She thought about all the events they had attended as a family, all the events Ashley and her had attended together, sporting events, ceremonies, and all the graduation stuff that took place over the past few months. She had rooted for Ashley's son as much as her own daughter. What would Noah think of all of this? What would her kids think of all of this? Would they blame her? Did Matt? Carol couldn't look at Evelyn, who stood there with nothing to say. Well? I am so sorry, Carol. Evelyn walked to her and wrapped her arms around her. Carol's body tensed up, hardening as Evelyn held her. You must be devastated. I'm so sorry you've held this in. A wave blasted from below, and Carol's body jumped. She broke from Evelyn, trying to hold back her tears. Evelyn came right back, pulling Carol into her arms, wrapping them tightly around her. Let it out, Evelyn said, holding on to her. Let it out. Carol melted into her sister's arms and crumbled. She grabbed hold of Evelyn and cried. Evelyn holding her was the only thing keeping her from tearing apart. What's wrong with me? Carol didn't understand. What had changed? Life had been on this path, and she couldn't find the detour Matt took. Nothing stood out. He never even let me know he was that unhappy. She didn't expect everything to be perfect in her marriage. She expected the good and the bad. She expected to last, like her parents' and Evelyn's marriage had, until death. I hate him, she cried out the words. I hate him so much. Evelyn didn't say anything, just held her, letting the wind wreathe around them as they stood there. I feel like my world is falling apart, Carol sobbed. And every second that passes is like a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. She retched out a cry. What am I going to do when my babies are gone? I'll have no one. You'll still have them, I promise. You have wonderful children. They will stay beside you. Evelyn shushed. And you have me and Charlie and Renee and Sam. Carol shook her head and pulled away. She wiped her eyes, then grabbed hold of her stomach. She might get sick. I don't know my bank account, she said. Embarrassed, she let Matt do everything up to this point. I don't even know how much money we have in the account, or how much we have left on our mortgage. A cry ripped out of her. What if they live in my house? The thought of Ashley moving into her and Matt's dream house had kept her awake these past few nights. What if Ashley just slipped into Carol's spot as Mrs. Matthew Moore? What if the kids side with him? The thought of having to spend Christmas alone.
Taylor is a daddy's girl, and she loves Ashley.
He had an affair with Ashley? Evelyn's mouth dropped as her hand went to her chest. Isn't she your friend? Well, I guess not. Carol tightened her arms. I don't know who I can trust at this point. And that was a truth she couldn't wrap her head around. Matt had been her closest friend, her confidant, her spiritual partner. How could he have pretended for so long? You have me, Evelyn said. I love you, Evelyn. But you have been in your own world for years, Carol said. She didn't want to be hurtful, but Evelyn had been on her own journey after George's death and moving to the island. I hated you for sending me to this island, Evelyn said. Carol's hands fell to her side. What? I wanted to forget the pain when George died. And coming here, I had to show up alone, Evelyn said. Carol hadn't thought about it like that when she'd set up the trip to Martha's Vineyard for her grieving sister. For 5 years, Evelyn had hid in her house. Her daughters had both been worried about her. She remembered Evelyn saying one of her happiest times had been living on the island. That had been before meeting George. Carol had thought it might do Evelyn some good to return to who she'd been before she became George's wife. I don't have a sea view, Carol said. But I have a cottage, and you're more than welcome to stay as long as you want, Evelyn said. I can't leave. She shook her head. Where would she go? She couldn't live in her sister's cottage forever. Why not? Evelyn said. It's my home, Carol said. You can make your home here with us on the island, Evelyn said right away, which rubbed Carol the wrong way. Evelyn, it's not that easy, Carol said. I haven't even told the kids. I don't know what Matt's even thinking. I haven't talked to him since I left Minnesota. Shame swept through her. Her husband of 25 years didn't have enough courage to call her. And she wasn't about to call him. The longer he stayed silent, the more anger built in her body, and it felt good to feel anger over the pain of being betrayed. She wanted her anger to grow, because it was a whole lot easier hating Matt than still loving him. I know a great attorney who deals with this kind of thing, Evelyn said. Let me call her, and you can at least talk to her about what you should be doing right now. Carol looked at Evelyn. What do you mean? Evelyn tilted her head. You need to protect yourself. Matt's an idiot, but he'd never purposefully hurt me, she said. He slept with your friend, Evelyn said. Well, I mean, I don't know if he slept with her. Carol looked down at her hand. The night she cut her hand, she hadn't let him confess the details. She wondered now if she subconsciously broke the frame so he would stop talking, and she wouldn't have to know the truth. I don't know. But she did know, and the look Evelyn gave said that she thought she was an idiot to think Matt hadn't slept with Ashley. Then the realization of him sleeping with both her and Ashley during the same time frame made her grab her stomach again. You need to get an attorney who will represent you and your best interests. The unknown was killing her inside. How long had the affair gone on? When had he fallen in love with Ashley? How long had he known he wanted to leave Carol? Why had he not tried to fix things? I can't believe I didn't see it. Carol saw so many things that had appeared completely normal. How could she have not known the man she slept with each night? What else didn't she know? With a huge crash, another wave sprayed up into the air and fell to the rocks below. She picked up her phone and dialed his office number. His secretary answered on cue. Good morning, Matthew Moore's office. How may I help you? Donna said. Donna, Carol said. She had just seen Donna at the party for Taylor. Did she know Matt was having an affair? I need to speak to Matt." "Hi, Carol," Donna said loudly. Was she warning Matt in the background? "Let me see if he's available. Hold on." The phone went silent, and Carol's stomach dropped. Usually Donna calls out to Matt through the doorway to pick up the phone, or she'd hear him ask Donna if it was her. Very rarely did she call, but she'd never been put on hold. Did everyone know? "Carol." Matt's voice sounded flat, distant. "Are you feeling okay?" The question made the tears burn the back of her eyes. "Don't you dare cry, Carol." "We need to tell the kids," Carol said. "I can't keep going on like nothing's wrong." "Why ruin their summer, Carol?" He immediately became defensive, and it threw her off balance. She thought he'd be more ashamed of his behavior. Ashamed he had ruined his family. Ashamed he'd broken a marriage of 25 years. Instead, he sounded indignant. "How long, Matt?" she asked, opening Pandora's box wide open. "How long had you been sleeping with Ashley while also sleeping with me? How long had you known you didn't want to be married to me any longer? How carefully did you plan out your next steps, all the while also pretending to plan out our next steps?" Her voice rose with every word. Her hand shook so much the phone tapped against her sweaty cheek, sticking to her face with each tap. "How could you be so deceitful?" She didn't know this man. "How could you move on without even giving me a warning?" She felt like she was on a sinking ship, and he had grabbed all the life vests for himself. "You prepared everything for yourself without even thinking about me or the kids," she said. Matt hadn't said a word, and the silence was deafening. "Is that it?" she said after a long moment of hearing her heartbeat in her ear and pounding in her throat. "You have nothing to say?" He exhaled loudly. "I'm sorry, Carol, but I did what I thought would be best for our family." She squeezed the phone in her hand, digging it into the tender stitches of the cut. "Tell that to the kids," she hissed. "We should tell them together," he said. "This is going to be hard on them." "Because of you!" She screamed it out over the waves. "Because of you!" "You need to calm down, Carol," he told her. Her heartbeat pounded in her hand. "You don't get to tell me what to do anymore." And she hung up. Carol looked at Evelyn. "Get me that lawyer's number." Chapter 11. When Lila went to law school, she had only one goal: to work for her father's firm. When that didn't happen, she set out to be the best housewife possible. And when that didn't happen, she didn't know what she wanted to do. Until she helped Biddy recover money from her deceased husband. Helping Biddy navigate the justice system fairly, and as professionally as a high-priced attorney her father's firm was known for, made it more rewarding than she could have possibly imagined when she started out in law. Now she wanted to use her knowledge to help people. She didn't need the money, having been blessed with a trust fund that provided her with a modest lifestyle. But she didn't want that lifestyle. Not anymore. She wanted to go to bed each night feeling grateful that she had enough, instead of wanting more. Because when she had wanted the fancy title, and the fancy relationship, and the fancy house, each want became a weight that had pulled her down. And Lila had never been more unhappy. After she called off her engagement, moved out of the big fancy house into a small apartment, and started dating a guy who didn't come with a fancy title, she had never been happier. Her career, well, that was another story. Sure, she had clients, enough to make rent each month, but sometimes law could be finicky and unpredictable. She hated that sometimes she had to go to her client with the worst-case scenario, like she was about to do for her soon-to-be mother-in-law, Biddy, who had been fighting with her husband's children and his ex-wife for almost 2 years. She picked up her phone and dialed Biddy's number. Hey, sugar, what's up? Biddy asked in an upbeat tone. I have some bad news, Lila said. She played with the ink blotter on her desk, which seemed useless now that she rarely stayed at the apartment for work. She tended to work more at the bakery, or at Drake's place, than at home. What's new? Biddy said, trying to lighten the mood, Lila supposed, but it didn't make this part of her job any easier. They filed an appeal, Lila said, and the judge granted it. Well, shoot. Biddy's happy demeanor vanished. I didn't expect that. Lila had anticipated this move, but the sweetest woman on the face of the earth would not think her evil stepchildren and the ex-wife of her late great Richard would want to abuse the legal system and use all of his money so she wouldn't have any left. So what does this mean? Biddy asked. It means the appeals court is going to review the court's decision, and we may have more work to do, Lila said. But it's already been 1.5 years, Biddy said, exasperated. I can't keep going on like this. Lila understood. She didn't want to keep going on either. Flying back and forth to Oklahoma had been a lot on Biddy. Richard's family had been deceitful and disrespectful towards Biddy in court. Richard's ex-wife gladly told her side of the story. In her words, Biddy wanted to ruin Richard's legacy and steal her children's rightful inheritance. It took all of Drake's willpower not to clobber Richard's sons, who had called Biddy a gold digger. I'll go on your behalf this time, Lila said. There's no need for you to be there. No, Biddy sighed heavily into the phone. I think maybe it's time to just throw in the towel. Lila slammed her free hand onto her desk. Absolutely not. We are not quitting. We will get your rightful part of Richard's estate. They want to financially break us. Well, little do they know, what they're essentially doing is breaking their own bank, not yours, because I will make them pay for this frivolous appeal. Lila wasn't going to let Biddy quit. No way. Look, Lila, you know I adore your passion, but I'm an old woman who just wants to live her life, Biddy said. I just want it to be over. Richard wouldn't want me to do all this fighting with his kids. He wanted you to be homeless? Lila needed Biddy to remember exactly why they were fighting. They made you leave when you had nowhere to go. They took everything that meant anything to you and Richard, knowing how much you two adored and loved each other. I, for one, can't let that go. Biddy's struggles ended up being Lila's family's good fortune. When Biddy needed a job, Lila's mother, Sonia, had hired her as a caregiver to her grandfather. Pops had just broken his arm and couldn't take care of himself. Funny how Biddy ended up saving their family. And Biddy had also brought Drake and DJ into her life. Her boyfriend and his son meant everything to Lila. She would do anything for Biddy, and she wanted to win that case. Giving up wasn't for Biddy, and it wasn't for her. We are fighting until Richie Jr. pays his fair share to you. Good luck with that, she heard Pops yell in the background. Quiet, old man, Biddy teased, and then she went silent for a moment. Well, all right then. But if there's anything else that comes up, I'm out. I just don't have it in me to fight them any longer. I don't really need the money. The reality was that Lila and her family would take care of Biddy, even if the appeal went through. But the court had to see this as clearly as the first judge had. The sons and ex-wife had swooped in and deceived her into giving away her rights. Yes, Lila's family would take care of her, but Richard's sons needed to be taught a lesson. Don't take advantage of a woman, no matter who they are to you. You deserve to live the rest of your life comfortably, just like Richard promised you. Lila wasn't letting Biddy give up, not when they were so close. Her phone beeped. Hey, Biddy, I have a call from Evelyn. Do you mind if I call you back? Sure, sugar, Biddy said. You coming for dinner tonight? She and Drake had plans to have a movie night with just her and DJ, but Lila couldn't say no when Biddy asked.
Sure, we'd love to, Lila said. I've got to go, but I'll call after.
Lila clicked over to the other line.
Evelyn?
She said, though she almost felt silly asking. Who else would be calling from her number? But Evelyn wasn't someone who usually called Lila.
Lila,
Evelyn said cheerfully.
Did I catch you at a bad time?
Not at all, Lila said. What's up? I was hoping you could do me a favor, Evelyn said. I think my sister might need to talk to an attorney. Someone she could run things by. Lila remembered meeting her sister. Didn't she live in Minnesota? Why would she need to talk to an attorney from Martha's Vineyard? Do you mind if I ask in what regard she needs an attorney? Her marriage might be ending, and I thought she might need to talk to someone. Evelyn sounded somber. Lila tried to remember Evelyn's wedding when she met her sister. Hadn't she been with her husband there? If she remembered correctly, they appeared to be a cute couple. She thought about taking on another client for divorce. She would officially be a divorce attorney. Her father had always looked down on divorce attorneys, even though he had one of the best divorce attorney groups in the state of Massachusetts. Jeff Whitmore handled corporate law, which he considered superior and more prestigious. Lila, on the other hand, thought of herself as a protector when representing a divorcee, someone watching out for their best interests while their pain and hurt clouded their better judgments. Of course, Lila said. Could she meet me at the bakery? Evelyn made a noise in her throat. I don't think that's a good idea. Would you mind meeting us at dinner? At Piacere? Sure, that's fine, Lila said. Whatever I can do to help. Could you meet us tonight? Evelyn asked. I understand if you can't, since it's such short notice. No, not at all. Lila looked at her phone. She'd call Drake right away, then Biddy. They'd both understand. DJ, her soon-to-be stepson, well, that was another story. What time? I have reservations for 6, Evelyn said. Could you meet us then? Evelyn made reservations at a restaurant to talk to a lawyer? Seems strange, but Lila wasn't here to judge. I'll be there, Lila said. She hung up and immediately dialed Drake. Hey, baby, he said in his southern drawl that still made Lila's knees go weak. What you calling for? Drake worked as the second shift manager at Renee's Bakery, books and bread. The handsome cowboy from Oklahoma not only swooped in and stole her heart, but also the island of Martha's Vineyard. Maybe it was his charming personality, or the way he made everyone feel like a good friend of his, or his easygoing nature. But she loved his passion for all things. Even though it wasn't a ranch, he worked at the bakery like it was the most important job on earth. If a customer wasn't happy, Drake would do whatever it took to make them happy. One time, he even ran out and bought the cheap store-bought maple syrup, just because a certain customer preferred it over the pure maple syrup. I got a call to meet a potential new client tonight, she said, waiting for his celebratory answer. That's great, he said, his voice full of enthusiasm. DJ's going to be upset, she reminded him. He'll get over it, he said. But they both knew DJ would not. He'd fixate on the fact she had promised they'd have dinner. If it wasn't important, she hated herself for canceling for a second time. You know what, I'll just call and cancel. I'm sure the client will be okay and understanding. No, do not do that, Drake said. DJ's going to be just fine. He has to learn that sometimes plans change. Drake's son did not understand that plans changed. No matter how many things have changed in the little boy's life, he still struggled with it. She couldn't bring up the fact that the appeal went through, but she knew the household would be talking about it. Drake's own divorce and custody had been a nightmare. Already going into its 2nd year, Lila had never met a mother so willing to give up the rights to her son, yet want so much in return. And now the appeal with Biddy. Was Lila killing it as an attorney? Or killing her cases by not being good enough? "I will come by tomorrow for breakfast," she said. "And then I can take DJ to school."
"Lila, he's got to learn that not everything is going to go according to him," Drake said. "He's going to be just fine."
"I know," she said. She wanted to say something more, something about his mother Biddy. Lila seemed to be disappointing everyone. Attorney-client privileges prohibited her from discussing Biddy's case without her permission. Although Lila was certain Biddy wouldn't mind, the breach in trust would be enough to disbar her. Is that why Lila's father had become so cold throughout her childhood? The extreme silence he had committed to, even in times when silence had destroyed his family. Jeff Whitmore had been more committed in his oath to the law than to being a good husband and father. Was Lila headed in that direction? Did she choose law over family? "You know what? I'll just reschedule. I'm coming to dinner," she said. "I just don't want to miss the story of the day." DJ would only talk about his day once, and one time only. He did not repeat. He did not relay any of the exciting stuff twice, or the bad stuff either.
"It's only the preliminary spelling bee," Drake said. "You're building your firm. The last thing you should do is cancel this meeting."
Lila didn't speak. She could feel the tears building for some reason. Was she hormonal? "But he's going to be upset," she said, choking up.
"Lila?"
Drake said, his voice soft. The kind of empathy that came right away with Drake. Not like her father, who'd tell her to suck up her feelings and make more money. This thought only made her more emotional. Her throat closed up, and she was unable to speak.
"What's wrong?"
Drake asked. She sniffled, wiping away the loose tear that fell. "I just want DJ to know I love him. And I know he'll take this the wrong way." It wasn't just the fact that DJ didn't like change. He'd had so many people abandon him. How could he ever trust anyone when his own mother had left him? "I just can't do that to him," Lila said, her voice wobbly. "He'll think I don't care."
"Lila," Drake said, his voice serious. "He knows you care. That sometimes plans change, and that's okay. Life is about riding the waves."
"And staying on," she said, a saying her grandfather liked to say.
"Besides, didn't you say you wanted to establish the firm before the wedding?"
Drake reminded her. The wedding, she thought. She needed to focus on the reason why she was working so hard.
"Lila, don't worry," he said. "He's going to be fine."
"I'll come home before bed," she said. "I'll make sure to be there to say goodnight." Maybe it wasn't DJ who Lila was most concerned about.
"I know."
She choked up again. Maybe it was her. Chapter 12. Carol wanted to throw up, not have dinner with an attorney that was young enough to be her daughter. When Evelyn said she had a great attorney, she expected some gray-haired man who had practiced law for years, who would know the divorce procedures like the back of his hand. Not some girl who'd recently graduated law school. "Have you met with a lawyer yet?" the young attorney asked. Carol shook her head. "Matt admitted to having an affair the night before she left." Evelyn spoke for her. "Are you even able to advise me?" Carol had doubts that a young attorney who lived in Massachusetts and who didn't have an office would be able to help a woman divorce her husband in Minnesota. "Yes, I can advise you to a certain extent." The young woman looked at Evelyn, then back to Carol. "I was under the impression that you wanted to know your options." "Are there different options when someone divorces?" Carol sounded rude and unpleasant, even for her, but she couldn't help herself. Here she was, sitting in a restaurant that was supposed to host her anniversary dinner, and she was discussing options for divorce. How many options are there when your husband cheats on you? This is a very difficult time for Carol, Evelyn said, clearly covering for Carol's bad behavior. Yes, sorry. I'm just... Tears sprung up. She shook her head. I think this was a mistake. Evelyn and the attorney, whose name she had already forgotten, exchanged looks. Carol, Evelyn said, her older sister coming out in her voice. I think it's important for you to know what you need to do, since Matt is back home, not taking care of his family, and probably taking care of himself and his interests. This had been a sticking point for Evelyn. She couldn't get past the idea that Matt would stay behind when everything hit the fan. He left the disaster for Carol to deal with. Evelyn even had to point out that Matt was living exactly the way he'd wanted to the minute he had confessed, alone in his dream home, with Carol and the kids gone. Was Ashley there with him? I understand that your husband and you were about to celebrate 25 years, the attorney said. Lily, is it? Carol asked. Lila, the attorney said. She opened a notebook and clicked her pen. Carol felt like it was amateur hour. Lila, have you handled divorces before? Carol couldn't believe this young woman was old enough to practice law, much less understand the ins and outs of divorce. Matt would no doubt hire someone sophisticated and savvy. Matt always hired the best. I have, Lila said. But Carol noticed that she didn't offer any details. Evelyn placed her hand on Lila's arm. My sister was blindsided by her husband's affair, and his request to dissolve the marriage. She has no idea what to do. How could Evelyn just tell this woman her story without her permission? Evelyn! Please, Carol, Evelyn said. Lila needs to know the details to help you. But she's licensed in Massachusetts. Carol didn't see how talking to some random lawyer would help. I don't practice in Minnesota, but I did talk to an attorney friend in the Twin Cities who gave me some information about the divorce laws in that state, Lila said. Assets are divided equally, 50-50. But if you can prove he spent any of your money on his extramarital affairs, then you would be entitled to that amount in full. Carol felt sicker than before. Had he spent money on Ashley? Ladies, a voice said from behind them. Carol turned to see a man standing at the table who looked strangely familiar. Evelyn, so glad to see you again, the man said. Ms. Whitmore, lovely to see you as well. How's your father? Lila smiled. He's fine, thank you for asking. Anthony, Evelyn said with a smile. Good to see you again. You remember my sister Carol? Ah, yes. He reached out his hand to her. Nice to see you again. Good to see you too, Carol said, trying hard not to cry. Have you been taken care of? Anthony asked. Yes, we have, thank you, Evelyn answered. Anthony looked at the three silent women who sat staring, not offering any more small talk. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with tonight, Anthony said. The man smiled at Carol, that same sympathetic smile he had made when he thought she was a widow, like he knew something had died. Well, he was right about that. Her heart, her trust, her self-worth, all that was dead. How long are you here visiting the island? He asked. Everyone looked at Carol, but she couldn't think of what to say. How long would she stay? Did she have a home to go back to? Would she go back? I need to go, Carol said, placing her napkin onto the table. She pushed out her chair, almost hitting another diner, and rushed out, weaving through the tables and out the door. When she stepped outside the restaurant, she could feel herself begin to hyperventilate. Her chest constricted, and she was unable to take a breath. This was not happening. Her marriage wasn't dead. She just needed to talk to Matt. He may be regretting everything, and she didn't know yet. She took out her phone and called him. "Carol?" He answered, as if he were surprised it would be her. She tried to say something, but her breath wouldn't release, wouldn't allow her to speak. "I thought you loved me," she said, heaving open her chest. "I thought you loved us, our family." "I'm sorry, Carol," he said. The familiar softness in his voice made her heart feel like it was tearing apart. "Then why are you leaving me?" she cried. "Why are you breaking up our family? Why are you doing this?" "Carol," he said it like a father talking to a child. "I'm sorry. I don't love you anymore." Evelyn suddenly stood behind her, her arm on Carol's shoulder. "I don't understand what went wrong," she said. She didn't recognize herself. She had been the woman who had said she'd never stay with her husband if he cheated, and now she was begging him to come back? She could feel the earth spinning under her feet. "Tell me so I can understand." "Carol," Matt said. "I told the kids." Chapter 13.
"Does this mean Dad's not coming out this fall?"
Taylor asked, sniffling. Dad, Carol thought. How would she refer to Matt now? Would she still call him Dad? Or would she use your father? Would she be one of the bitter women who wouldn't be in the same room as her ex? Would her children get married and have her sit in another section than Matt? And his new wife? Carol had to keep it together. That's what a mother did. She sacrificed her feelings to get her children through hard times. She would put how she felt somewhere deep down inside and get her children through this moment of their lives. "I don't know," Carol said. She hadn't even thought about marriage. Would Matt marry Ashley? "But whatever happens, we'll always be a family." Brody huffed, clenching his hands tightly together. "He destroyed our family."
"What?"
Taylor said, tears spilling down her cheeks.
"We'll still have the house, right?"
"I don't know, honey," Carol said. The three of them sat in what Evelyn called the gathering room. Evelyn and Charlie had gone upstairs to give them some space. Now Carol wished she had taken up the offer to use the guest cottage. She didn't want to have this conversation in the room that everyone gathered and celebrated in. She didn't want the memories of her children's childhood ending in this special room.
"I don't understand why you guys have to get divorced."
Taylor sobbed into her hands. Carol rubbed her back. At this point, she felt numb. Even if she wanted to cry, she couldn't. The whole story clearly hadn't come out. "Dad said he wanted the divorce, Tay," Brody said. Taylor swung around, her eyes narrowed at her brother.
"He's making a mistake."
She turned back to Carol.
"Everyone makes mistakes, Mom. Can't you forgive him?"
The comment felt like a knife in the stomach. How honest could she be with her children? She looked down at her hand. The stitches had started to heal, the pain almost gone, and all she wanted was to rip it open again so she could feel something other than her heartbreaking. "Your father doesn't want to be married to me anymore," she said, her eyes staring out the window at the ocean's horizon. She couldn't look at her babies. Embarrassed their father had fallen out of love with her. "He's not in love with me." Taylor wiped her face with her sleeve.
"But if you talked to him, told him that you still loved him."
Carol stared out at the setting sun, falling behind the ocean like a fire snuffed out. "It's not that simple, Taylor."
"I don't understand why he wants to get a divorce."
Taylor turned to Carol.
"Maybe if you did more things with him. You know how much he loved to golf. If you just tried a little harder."
Carol had thought she couldn't possibly hurt any worse. Yet Taylor's comment cut deeper than she could imagine. She kept her eyes on the sliver of sun hanging onto the edge of the earth, so she wouldn't have to look at her daughter.
"Taylor!"
Brody interrupted her.
"Enough!"
The sliver disappeared behind the water.
"I think it's best we get a good night's sleep and talk about this when we aren't so emotional," Carol said.
"Can't you call him and talk to him?"
Taylor said while crying.
"Maybe if you forgive him, he might change his mind." "Dad wouldn't do this to our family for no reason," Taylor said. "I don't understand why you didn't stay behind and try to talk to him while he worked."
"Taylor, don't you get it?" Brody said. "He doesn't have to work."
Taylor's face wrinkled, confused, and like a light turning on, she said,
"Oh."
The sun and all the beautiful colors had dissolved into the Black Sea.
"I think I'm going for a walk."
She stood up and left out the French doors of the room, out the back door, and down the wooden walkway to the beach. Once she reached the open sand, she dropped to her knees, like the sun had behind the horizon. She wrapped her arms around her knees, squeezing them together, literally holding herself together, because she was certain she was falling apart. Behind her, she heard footsteps.
"Carol, are you all right?"
She tried inhaling, shuddering the air into her lungs. She could barely get the words out.
"I'm fine."
Evelyn sat next to her.
"Oh, Carol."
Evelyn wrapped her arms around her sister, but she pulled away.
"Help the kids," Carol said. "They need someone. I'm fine."
"You don't have to be a hero," Evelyn said. "You can still be a great mother and feel upset about your marriage falling apart."
"Taylor's so upset,"
Carol said through her tears.
"I know she loves her father and family so much."
"One day she'll understand," Evelyn said. "She's young and can't yet."
"Maybe I didn't do enough to make him happy."
Carol thought back to all the times Matt had asked her to go golfing or fishing or any of the many hobbies he liked to do. She didn't like to golf or fish, but he had never complained to the point that she'd thought he'd end their marriage over it.
"Maybe I should have done more."
"This is a vicious cycle you're starting," Evelyn said. "Going back and wondering what you could have done differently. Nothing ever changes or fixes itself by looking back. You have to move forward in order to get through this." Carol looked at her sister.
"How am I supposed to do that? Run away and buy a beach house?"
"No," Evelyn sighed. "But spinning all the what-ifs is never the solution." A cry crept out of Carol's chest, and Evelyn pulled her into her arms. "It's okay to hurt," Evelyn said, rocking her back and forth. "You have every right to feel upset."
"Maybe I didn't do enough," Carol choked out. "If I had just done more to make him happy."
"This is not your fault, Carol," Evelyn said. "None of this is your fault."
"But if I had..."
"Had what?" Evelyn asked. "You were a great wife to that man. You raised 2 wonderful children, moved across the country for him, let his career take center stage over yours. You did everything that a good wife should do, and more. And the truth is, none of this is about you. It's about him."
"George never cheated on you, did he?"
But Carol knew the answer before her sister shook her head. "You will rise through the ashes, Carol," Evelyn said. "You will get through this." Carol could hardly recognize herself at that moment. "Let this island heal you, like it did me," Evelyn said. Carol believed it did heal Evelyn. She had lost the perfect husband. Matt was a cheater, a liar, and she had no idea what else because she didn't know who her husband was anymore. Evelyn had been given 30 wonderful years. Carol had been given 25 years of what? Who even was her husband?
A wave crashed up onto shore, along with another right behind it, sneaking up on them. "The tide's coming in," Evelyn said, getting up before the wave came. But Carol didn't move. Carol stayed where she sat, right along the edge of the water, letting the cold Atlantic surround her. As the wave pulled back, dragging the seaweed and sediment down the shore as her body sunk into the sand, a white and purple shell floated up beside her. Carol picked up the swirling, tapered shell and held it in her hand. "It's a whelk," Evelyn said with a wide grin. "They're supposed to represent strength and endurance." Carol held the cool shell in her palm, letting it rest against her cut. She then squeezed the whelk, her thumb pressing one of its horns, her fingers wrapping perfectly around its hard, protective shell. And she noticed her cut no longer hurt. She may have lost her husband, but she promised herself right then that she wouldn't lose herself. She wouldn't let her daughter see her fall apart because she didn't have a husband. She'd be strong like the whelk in her hand. Chapter 14. Anthony couldn't stop thinking about the woman at the restaurant last night, Carol. He'd had this overwhelming sense that something had been wrong with her, and he had been right. When she had run out of the restaurant, he'd had an urge to go after her, check to see if she was all right. But when her sister and friend left with her, he had been glad to stay out of it. No need to get into other people's affairs. But as he sat waiting for the crew to set up the next shot, he kept thinking back to the woman's face. She was hurting. There was no doubt in his mind. Had Gloria been that hurt when he had missed vacations and other big family events for work? She had always played it off that she was fine, that everything was fine, that what he had missed was fine. But now that she was gone, he knew she had probably felt the same way that woman had last night. Heartbroken. "All right, Chef, let's get you in the shot with Jamie," the young director said. Anthony stood from his chair and moved to the blue painter's tape that made an X, his set position. "And action," the director shouted. From that moment, Jamie owned the shot. He talked naturally to the camera while working on the dish, staring in the camera's lens as if he was talking to a friend. "You want to slowly braise the beef," he said while gently placing the gorgeous cut of meat onto the cast-iron pan, all the while spooning the butter and rosemary over it. The beef sizzled in the pan as Jamie cooked effortlessly. He gave helpful tips throughout, which they hadn't planned for the take, but Anthony thought it was perfect. Jamie had a great on-air personality. He became playful and animated, while also easy-going about the process, and quite funny. Jamie finished cooking the beef and plated it perfectly over a potato leek puree. He then slid the beef across the counter to Anthony, who stood proudly watching his son shine in the spotlight. He had been right about Jamie, and no one, not even Sonny, could deny it. Jamie was a natural in front of the camera. Anthony took his fork and knife, cutting the fillet for the camera. "Now that's a gorgeous medium rare." He took the piece and dipped it into Jamie's signature potato leek puree before taking a bite. "And Mom always said, when the room is silent," Jamie began. "Your dish is a success." Anthony finished his line just like they had practiced. He hugged Jamie, patting him on the back, then quickly went back to the steak. "Delicious." After a few more shots around the restaurant, along with a few of the customers and their reviews of the dish, they had enough footage for a complete episode. Jamie went back to running the restaurant, and the crew packed up for the ferry. Sonny took a flight off the island with the director to New York. With nothing left for him to do, Anthony decided to head home. But when he started driving, he had an urge to drive by his and Gloria's old house. Instead of taking a left out of the parking lot, He swung a right and headed along the coast straight to Cliffside Point Road. How long had it been since he'd driven by their old house? He wasn't necessarily sure he wanted to see it. Riley had told him about the renovations. She usually liked big and gaudy places, which made Anthony worry about what the author had done to the place. Gloria had loved the quaintness of the house's Victorian architecture. The house wasn't small by any means, but some newcomers to the island liked to show off their wealth by building big. At least the author hadn't torn it down, like some of the not-so-fortunate old places. He slowed down by some of the landmarks he hadn't seen in years. Rolling hills of seagrass swayed, as if in a choreographed dance, as birds glided through the air. Off in the distance, the shimmering of the water contrasted against the light, sugary beaches. Wooden plank walkways winding down to the water. As he let the car roll around the corner, his heart began picking up speed, knowing he'd be able to begin to see the house and its property. His tires crunched along the pavement, and he came to a stop 100 yards or so from the house. From the front, everything looked the same, which immediately calmed his racing heart and the anxiety that had built up along the drive. He examined the front of the house and read the sign above the door, Sea View. To his delight, each of the window boxes was filled with bright pink geraniums. Baskets hung from the porch, and he remembered all the hanging baskets Gloria would arrange each spring and then kill by summer. He laughed to himself. Gloria had been a wonderful mother and wife, could cook better than any chef he had met, volunteered throughout the years, and had made it all look easy. But she couldn't keep a plant alive to save herself. But she had never stopped trying. Year after year, she'd gone to the nursery and bought dozens of plants, and he'd find them dead or in the garbage when he returned home from one of his long business trips. It still looks the same, he said to himself in the idling car. He didn't frequently talk to Gloria, but every once in a while he could feel her presence, and he could feel her more than he had in a long time while sitting out front of their old house. The owner's a nice woman, too. Good family. Then he realized a coincidence he hadn't before. The author's daughter was a chef. A darn good pastry chef, for that matter. Jamie had been the one to use her pastries for dinner service when Anthony had fired the pastry chef, and the customers hadn't seemed to notice or complain about the dessert. In fact, he was saving money by not having to pay for a full-time pastry chef, while also helping out a local business. He felt like it was a win-win. "Is this you, Gloria?" he said, realizing how things just magically came together. He laughed again, but just as quickly, the familiar ache in his heart seared again. He looked back at the house as he sat in silence. What was he doing talking to the air? Gloria wasn't out there listening in. She hadn't brought a pastry chef to him. It was all just a strange coincidence. He was about to take his foot off the brake when he saw the author's sister walk out onto the porch and down the steps. At first, he thought she had noticed him parked along the street, but she didn't pay any attention to him. She walked straight to what had been the garage, but now he could see the garage had been converted into a guest cottage. The small building replicated the same gray clapboard and white trim as the main house. It also had a porch, with dormered windows, with the same design of window boxes he had built when he and Gloria had moved in. She did a real good job with the old place, he said out loud again. God, he missed Gloria. Just as he pulled his foot from the brake, the woman came out of the small cottage and looked out, and they instantly made eye contact. Ugh, he groaned to himself. This looked bad, because he could tell she recognized him. Her expression completely changed from lost in thought to, what the heck is that guy doing here? He waved, not knowing what else to do, then slowly pulled up to the house. He rolled the window down and thought maybe if he explained himself and his creeping around, she'd understand. But as he got closer, the more confused and flustered the woman looked. "Can I help you?" she asked. She appeared slightly horrified to see him, and confused. "Carol, isn't it?" he asked, but he remembered her name. He had a knack at remembering people, a secret gift from the industry. But as the horror deepened on her face, he felt the need to explain himself. "I used to own the house." Her forehead wrinkled deeper. "Excuse me?" "Your sister's house," he said, pointing his finger at the main house. "I used to live there with my wife and kids. I was just driving by because I was curious what it looked like these days after seeing you all last night." She looked behind her, down the driveway to the 3-story Victorian with a wraparound porch that looked out at the blue Atlantic waters beyond. She smiled, and he realized that the sad, pained woman was quite attractive, standing there as the wind blew wisps of her hair across her face. "Let me grab my sister. She'd love to show you around, show you her renovations." He held up his hand to her. No, I don't mean to be a bother. Was just taking a drive, that's all." She swept back the loose hair that blew across her face. She had a timeless beauty about her, like Grace Kelly or Ingrid Bergman. She wore her hair back in a French twist, but wore no makeup, and he admired her naturalness. So many of the women his age wore too much, trying to look younger, but he felt it always made them appear worse, including all the numbing Botox and fillers women did to themselves these days. Gloria hardly ever wore makeup or fussed about her looks. She worried about the important things, like her health, her mental well-being, and her faith. She worked on being a good mother and providing their children with a wonderful childhood. She'd say her laugh lines showed her happiness, and he adored seeing each new wrinkle because he knew she meant it. Gloria loved her life, and seeing the old house was bittersweet. He shouldn't be looking at their old house, but living in Gloria's dream house like she always wanted. Carol's smile dropped suddenly. "I'm a bit embarrassed by my behavior last night. I apologize for leaving so abruptly." "Please, don't be." He shook his head and waved off her comment. He'd seen a lot worse, but he didn't say anything more. What could he say to make her feel better? "It's what I love about owning a restaurant. So many of people's moments are experienced in my dining room. Good, bad, happy, solemn." She smiled, and he couldn't look away from her. Maybe it was her hazel green eyes that matched the seagrass, or maybe it was the way she let herself appear vulnerable by apologizing. Something about her was magnetizing, and he didn't want to leave. "You know, on second thought, I'd love to see inside." "Let me go grab my sister," Carol said, and a smile showed laugh lines around her eyes. "Just pull up." She took off back toward the main house, and he hesitantly drove up to the front. He didn't get out at first until he saw Evelyn and Charlie come out onto the front porch, waving. He got out of the car and walked up the front walk that led to the house. "Chef du Monde," Evelyn said, clapping her hands together. "I'm so glad you finally took me up on that offer." "Anthony, please," he said, as he reached out to Evelyn's and Charlie's hands and shook both of them. "I'm sorry if this is a bad time," he said, feeling awkward just barging in. "Not at all." Evelyn gestured toward the guest cottage. "Let's start in the cottage." He nodded and followed Evelyn and Charlie to the cottage. Carol didn't join them, choosing to go inside the main house. If the main house looked anything like the guest cottage, he had nothing to worry about, he realized. Evelyn Rose had renovated the old garage into something spectacular. He couldn't hold back his surprise. "This place is beautiful." He turned in a small circle, looking at what used to be a storage space for his restaurants.
Now the space was open and bright. Wood beams crossed the ceiling and framed the room. A stone fireplace sat in the center, open to the kitchen and the living room. Large sliding glass doors folded into the walls, opening the cottage to a small private patio that looked out to the ocean. Gloria would have loved it. "You've done a great job with the place," he said. He couldn't believe this had been a garage.
"There are 2 bedrooms upstairs with a bath," she said. "It's perfect for a visit or a long stay." He couldn't believe his eyes.
"Did you do all the work yourselves?" Charlie shook his head. "Evelyn's son-in-law is Mateo Perez." "Ah." Anthony smiled at the name. He had the Perez brothers help him with his own restaurant. "I forgot the connection."
He had been invited to the wedding but had been out of town. Hadn't Riley gone with Ben before their divorce?
"It's gorgeous."
He rubbed his hand against one of the wooden columns in the living room. The woodwork alone was stunning. But the whole space had been designed perfectly, with built-in shelving, window seats, carefully laid stonework, and every inch used perfectly to maximize the space and the view.
"I've got to see what he did in the house," Anthony said, following Evelyn and Charlie through the sliding doors to the outside.
"Come with me," Evelyn said, leading the way to the front porch. The original screen door creaked open to the side door to the kitchen.
"I put that door in myself," he said.
It had been the first thing Gloria had wanted him to do. "I couldn't remove it," Evelyn said, pointing to all the carved horizontal lines along the edge of the door. "Not when I saw the names engraved in the wood." Anthony had completely forgotten the way they'd recorded their children's heights. Gloria had wanted to take the door, but he had refused to bring the warped and worn-down wooden screen door to their big, brand-new fabulous house. He waited to hear it smack against its frame, and like a song being played for the first time in 20 years, he still remembered every creak, every clank, and every bounce. His jaw dropped at the difference inside. The layout remained the same, but it was completely redone. The kitchen flowed straight to the dining area, which led to the back family room to a wall of windows looking out at Sugar Beach. The original home was dark and tight, but now the space was open and bright. "Wow," was all he could manage to say. He turned to see through the doorway to the front staircase. The wooden banister went straight up to the second floor and had to have been completely restored. The small office opposite the kitchen was now a dreamy library, with shelves of books covering all 4 walls with another small fireplace. "Wow." "I hope you approve," Evelyn said, as she led him to the room that had been the family room. Gloria had let the kids use all their toys in that room, so she could watch them from the kitchen. "We call this the gathering room." "That's perfect," he said, captured by the old view of Sugar Beach. He'd never forgotten that view. It had been his first true sign of success when he'd bought his own place on Martha's Vineyard. At first, when he'd left the city for the island, he was running. The island had offered a refuge from the crime of the streets he'd faced on a daily basis in his old neighborhood. Kids like him either ended up on drugs, in jail, or dead. No one got out, especially not some dishwasher from Medford. But on a whim and with some extra luck, he'd taken the ferry to the island and looked for a job in a kitchen. He'd gotten hired as a line cook, and on his first day had met the prettiest girl on the island. Within a year he had proposed and promised that one day they'd have one of those houses, sitting on the edge of the water. "This was our first home," he said, remembering when they'd first moved in. They had lived above the restaurant for years. Gloria had cried when he picked her up and carried her across the threshold. All their hard work and sacrifices had earned them that view. He had promised the island, and in doing so, took her dream house away. "How long did you and your wife live here?" Evelyn asked.
Anthony didn't talk about Gloria, except with the kids, even after 3 years. His friends and people who worked for him knew better than to bring her up. 10 years, he said. He had promised to renovate the old place into a dream home, just like Evelyn had done. I love the name, he said. Seaview fit the house. He walked through the rooms, noticing familiar landmarks within the walls, yet feeling distant and out of place, like watching an old family film with distant relatives. Things felt familiar, but were so different from what you remembered. Wasn't there a wall here? He asked, using his hands to indicate where it had been. Yes, Evelyn smiled. I added 3 feet on that side of the dining room. You've done a wonderful job. He really couldn't believe it. After the last owners, it must have been a lot of work. Evelyn nodded. It had seen better days by that point. The previous owners had rented the property out to tourists throughout the years. In and out, tourists would come weekly, stuffing in as many people as they could. It had fallen into disarray quickly over the years. Gloria had been devastated, and he now felt sadness that she never got to see how Evelyn transformed it into such a beautiful home. I should get going, he said, feeling an overwhelming sense of grief as he looked back at the screen. Are you sure you don't want to stay for a coffee or tea? Evelyn said. I have some of my daughter's pastries. We could sit on the deck. He forced a smile and was about to say no when the screen door smacked against the frame and grabbed his attention. Carol walked inside holding a shell in her hand, the kind of shell Gloria and the kids would bring in from the beach and drop into the sink. He didn't realize he'd been staring until she held one of the whelk shells out and said, I just love these shells. They're very special here on Martha's Vineyard, he said to her. Should I not take them from the beach? Carol asked, looking at Charlie. Anthony shook his head. No, you can. It's just that they're special, that's all. There are jewelry makers who make the beads and sell their jewelry at the farmer's market. You should check them out. She smiled at him. I will. Then he laughed, thinking of how the kids would talk about their treasure finds. Prayers Cove is a good place to comb for whelks, he said. Gloria had loved going and lighting a candle, sending prayers to the lost sailors, and believing in wishes. My kids would find dozens of them at a time. Just then, a gush of wind swept through the house and pushed open the screen door, and it hit playfully against the frame, bouncing back open and smacking closed. He smiled. Maybe Gloria was trying to tell him something. Chapter 15. Carol woke up and stared out the window as the sun slowly rose along the horizon. Taylor had cried in her room all day and into the night. Each time Carol went to check on her, she would break down sobbing, begging Carol to fix things. Her daughter didn't seem to text Matt or beg him to fix anything, which Carol had taken as a slight yesterday. But today, she saw things differently. It had been the way the chef looked at her. Matt hadn't looked at Carol like that in years. As if she was, well, beautiful. When she had met Matt, she had been a size 2, perky and tight. After 2 pregnancies and 2 cesareans, her body was no longer a size 2, and after years of breastfeeding, which Matt agreed would be best for their children, her breasts were shaped more like pancakes and were no longer symmetrical. How had that even happened? She didn't want to compare, but she couldn't help herself. Ashley, who had never gained weight, enjoyed running and golfing and fishing and any other sport Matt liked. She enjoyed working out and playing tennis and going to that dreaded loud gym he had joined at her recommendation. How had Carol not seen it? It seemed glaring now. She watched the seagulls glide above the water, their wings swooping just inches above the waves.
A lone fishing boat sped across the waves, bouncing up and down. Her thoughts went back to the handsome chef, who had stayed for coffee and pastries at Evelyn's. They all sat talking about the house and its changes. He talked about what he and his late wife had done. Evelyn showed pictures throughout the renovation, and Charlie showed him upstairs. Turned out, America's favorite chef was as personable in real life as on his show. He told them about the history of the house, of Sugar Beach and Prayers Cove. He gave facts about the lighthouse and its many workers throughout the years. He talked about the diverse history of Martha's Vineyard and starting his restaurant, which in turn started his restaurant empire. "You ran all your restaurants by yourself?" Evelyn asked. "No, I had the support of my wife Gloria," he said. "And now my children mostly run things. It's very much a family affair." Carol couldn't help but admire this man and be a little jealous of his late wife. Here was a man who dreaded living another day without his wife years after her death, and Carol's husband had probably counted down the days until she left. "That's really amazing that your children all work for you," she said. "Do they live on the island?" "Yes, they do. My 2 youngest are still living at the house with me," he said. "That must be nice," she said, wishing her children would be as close. She still couldn't believe both her children would be thousands of miles away from her. He laughed. "I'm afraid I can't let them go. I'm even trying to get my oldest daughter to come back." "I totally get that," she said, and laughed with him. "Do you really film in your restaurant?" If Matt had been there, she probably wouldn't have asked the chef anything. If Matt had been there, he'd probably tell her she had said the wrong thing around the famous chef. He'd point out that she could have come across rude or impolite. But Matt wasn't there. "Yes, everything is done either at one of my restaurants or at my home," he said. "Mostly at my restaurant here on the island." Chef Anthony looked at Carol again and gave her the look, the one that made her feel strangely noticed. Then he said, "Why don't you all come back to the restaurant as my guests? Bring the whole family." Carol smiled at the offer, and Evelyn and Charlie seemed pleased as well. "That's so nice of you," Evelyn said. "Well, letting me crash your day was very nice of you," he said. He picked up another chocolate croissant. "I'd like to include Renee and Mateo. She came to our rescue with her delectable desserts. It's the least I could do." So they arranged dinner for later in the week. Carol watched the full sun hang over the horizon. A soft breeze blew through the window. She picked up the whelk shell, feeling its cool exterior on her nearly healed hand, and held it up to her ear. The sound of waves from within, weirdly, were as clear as the ones out her window. She thought about the chef again, and the way he had looked at her. She liked the feeling when he looked at her. She liked the idea of him noticing her. Not that she needed to be noticed, but she had felt invisible for years, even by her own husband. Carol stood up and walked to the bathroom, where she looked at herself in the mirror. She had lost weight over the past week on the island. With the stress of everything, she couldn't remember when she had last eaten. Maybe she could market this as a new fad diet: divorce. From sitting out on the beach, the sun had given her colors she'd never had the time for, because she had always been running everyone around and doing all the household errands and chores. She pulled out her hair from the messy bun on top of her head and let it fall past her shoulders. Wild tangles of hair jutted out everywhere, but she didn't comb it out or smooth it with her hands. She just stared at her reflection. Was she still beautiful? She pulled back her face, then her neck, pinching her skin. She was no longer the woman she had been when she'd married Matt. Nor did she have to continue trying to be someone he had wanted her to be. She grabbed a silk scarf she'd never had the nerve to wear at home, but had packed hoping to have the courage while on vacation.
She wrapped it around her head, leaving her hair down, and tied a bow on the top of her head. Matt had never liked her hair curly and messy. He preferred it up or straight and tidy. Usually, she'd think about Matt's plans or Taylor's or Brody's. But today, she wanted to go to the farmer's market and buy herself seashell jewelry. When Carol finished getting ready, she came downstairs to Charlie. "Evelyn and the women just left for their walk. If you want to join them," he said, pouring a cup of coffee. He handed it to her from the other side of the counter. Carol hadn't joined them, but maybe she should. A little walk would do her some good, then the farmer's market. She could look for more whelks. She looked down at her pajamas. "Could you text her that I'm going to change and we'll meet up with her?" Charlie perked up by this. "Sure will." She ran upstairs into her room. She didn't check on Taylor or knock on Brody's door to see if he was awake. Instead, she picked out a sundress and her sandals so she could walk barefoot part of the way in the water. She grabbed a small canvas beach bag so she could collect shells and sea glass. Then a pair of pink sunglasses she had won but would have never bought for herself. She took off back downstairs and out the back. Her feet pounded down the wooden planks toward the beach, and she hoped to catch the women before they left. She stopped completely as she reached the end of the walkway, her lungs expanding, taking in the tangy sea salt air. She stared out at the water glistening under the sun's rays. And in that moment, she felt alive. For the first time in a very long time, she was going to live her day for herself. And she was going to walk the beach as long as she wanted to. She took another deep breath, closing her eyes, and listened to the waves rolling onto shore. "Carol!" She heard her name. She opened her eyes to see a group of women standing off in the distance, waving at her. Evelyn waved her arm back and forth, trying to get her attention. "Carol, are you coming?" "I'll meet you later," she said, pointing in the direction of the cove Anthony had talked about. "I'm going to that place, Prayers Cove." Evelyn smiled and nodded. "We'll be at the lighthouse." The group of women left for their walk, and Carol took off in another direction. She found the sandy path that cut over the cliffs and down the other side of Cliffside Point. When she reached the sandy inlet, she smiled, as it appeared exactly like Anthony had described it. Melted candles hung on the cliff's stone walls. She wished she had planned better and brought a candle and matches herself. She'd like to say a little prayer. She sat down on a rock in the center of the cove and looked out at the ocean, listening to the sound of the waves echoing off the walls of the sandy cliffs. What would life look like when she returned to her new world? What kept her in Minnesota? She no longer had her parents holding her there. Matt certainly wouldn't need her now that he had Ashley. Would the kids even care if she left? And where would she go? She certainly couldn't afford to live on Martha's Vineyard like Evelyn. But could she rent a little place? Could she move to Rhode Island or Florida to be near the kids? And would they even stay? What did a housewife do at her age? Would anyone even hire her? Would she get alimony? Did she deserve Matt's money? Did she want to fight for it? Would he be generous? Or would he fight, like her friends' husbands had through their divorces? She inhaled and closed her eyes. "I just want to surrender." She couldn't do it. She couldn't figure anything out. She couldn't concentrate on one thought before moving to the next. Her thoughts were completely scrambled, and she couldn't do it anymore. She wanted to surrender, just give all the pain and emotions and fears and anxieties away. And surrender, because all the worry and fear did was make her sick. And she was certain she'd go crazy if she continued on this path. She wanted to be Carol again, the one she had been before she'd met Matt, the one who had thought life was full of possibilities, the one who had lived for adventure and dreamed about her future. She no longer wanted to live in the past, wishing for it to never end. She wanted to look forward to another day and love who she had become. Because she was too darn old to waste any more time wishing.
Chapter 16. Big changes needed to happen, and Carol hadn't had a big change in 22 years, the day she'd given birth to Brody. After that, her life had basically stayed the same as it always had, even after having Taylor. She'd still been a mom, just with two. Still changing diapers, still breastfeeding, still not sleeping, still putting everyone else's needs before her own. She had let Matt eat first while she watched the kids. She'd woken up in the middle of the night because he was the one working, and she had never complained. Matt and her had discussed her quitting her job at 3M and staying home. Being a woman, she had expected motherhood to come more natural than it had. Brody had been a difficult baby, and an even harder toddler, never sleeping, clingy, even dampening the chances for that second sibling. Her miracle baby, Taylor, had come just at the right time and was a breeze, always happy, always smiling. She would even take a nap on command. Taylor had never complained, never caused trouble or alarm. She'd gotten good grades, participated in sports, and enjoyed her childhood. Then she became a teenager and had radically changed into a challenging and argumentative know-it-all who planned to save the world one whale at a time. To be young and naive. An image of Matt in their bed with Ashley flashed through her mind. She could feel her phone burn in her pocket. She could find out so simply. Look at the cameras. Look at the stupid doorbell Matt had insisted on getting. She could check their credit cards and see all the places he had used it. He wasn't hiding anything. Matt wanted to get caught, she had concluded. He had just been waiting for her to find out at some point. Had Ashley told her husband? How would Dave react to his family blowing up? She felt sorry for Noah, their son. How would he react to all of this? Would it change Noah's and Taylor's friendship? She couldn't see how it wouldn't. She looked at her phone again and saw a notification. "Stop looking at that darn thing!" she screamed to herself. Ugh! She picked up her phone and threw it as far as she could out into the ocean. The second it left her hand, she regretted her decision. What did I do? She stood up and ran toward the water, seeing her cell phone splash, its ripple disappearing into the waves. She jumped into the water in her dress, digging into the sand, looking everywhere it could have landed. She dragged her feet along the ocean floor and got to her hands and knees to get to the water at eye level. But she didn't see it anywhere. Why had she done that? She sat down in the water. Because she needed to stop checking, stop looking, stop worrying about what she had missed and all the signs she hadn't paid attention to. She needed to stop worrying about this make-believe world where Matt and Ashley had a relationship because she really had no idea about any of it. Her mind was playing games on her, fabricating scenarios where her worst fears were realized. She bobbed up and down with the waves as they continued onto shore, then up again, watching the seagulls float above her. She looked back at the shore, to Prayer's Cove from the water, when the sun reflected off a large white object. She squinted to get a better look. Was it a whelk? A large, knobbed one? She jumped up but stumbled on her legs, which were a bit numb from the frigid Atlantic water. She crawled to a standing position and dragged herself out of the water. When she reached the shore, she dropped into the hot sand and picked up the shell. The horned spiral whelk opened on its left, and she put it up to her right ear. The sound inside, in sync with the waves rolling to shore. And instead of her mind spiraling, her fingers spiraled around the shell's gorgeous purple and white body, gracing over its knobs with her fingertips. The longer she studied the shell, the more colors she saw. Oranges and reds and blues and grays and pink. She walked back to the water and washed it off in the surf. The colors darkened and became more vibrant. She could see why it had been special in ancient cultures. When she returned back to Seaview, Taylor sat out on the back deck, watching her come back from the beach. "You found more shells?" she asked.
Carol handed it to her daughter. "It's called a whelk." Taylor's face twisted at the name. "It should be called something prettier than a whelk." Taylor picked up the shell in her hand. "Crowned Beauty, or something like that." "Crowned Beauty. I like that," Carol said, letting Taylor hold on to the shell. "I'm headed to the farmer's market. Do you want to come along?" Taylor shook her head. Carol wanted to ask if she'd had breakfast and if she wanted her to make her something, but she refrained. She wasn't going to treat Taylor like a child. She was a grown woman who was about to go out in the world for the first time. She could make her own breakfast. "Have you talked to Dad?" Taylor asked. Carol squeezed her hand, wishing she still held the shell. She hadn't realized how badly she wanted her daughter to apologize up until now. "I don't think that would be a good idea." "You won't even talk to Dad." Taylor made that face she did when she thought Carol was an idiot. "You won't even call him." "I need some space from your father right now," Carol said. "I'm also going to be getting a new phone." Taylor started biting her fingernails. "But you're going to try to work things out with Dad, right?" "Taylor!" Carol held up her hand like a crossing guard saying stop. "I'll talk to your father when the time is right."
"But don't you want to fix things?"
Taylor's eyes filled with tears. Her daughter's words felt like a sucker punch, which she had only experienced once in 3rd grade when Jason Wilbur had punched her in the gut. "I'm going to have lunch at the bakery," Carol said, standing up from where Taylor sat. "I'll be back before dinner." But suddenly, she changed her mind. "Actually, I don't know when I'll be back, but I'll let you know when I get a phone, because I threw my old one into the ocean." She kissed Taylor on the head and swiped the shell from her hand. "I'll see you later, sweetheart." She walked inside the house and left a note for Evelyn, Charlie, and Brody. "I'm off for the day to explore the island, and I'm not sure when I'll be back. Have dinner without me. Love, Carol." She grabbed Brody's twins' baseball cap and took off down Cliffside Point Road. Carol's life might be spiraling like the whelk in her palm, but she had been blessed in many ways. She had 2 beautiful children who were about to live out their dreams that they had worked hard for with her support. They would not be where they were today without her sacrifices. And even if they couldn't comprehend those sacrifices or recognize them, she was proud of what she had done for her family. What was Matt proud of now? As she walked, she stopped and took in the scenery. Martha's Vineyard had a way of catching her attention. Just when she thought she'd seen the most beautiful view, she'd turn a corner and another one would come along. Each house, each yard, every tidal waterway seemed to be like a painting. Birds floated through the tall grasses, resting on a muted pastel blue dinghy tethered to a buoy and floating in the water. When she reached the harbor, she walked past Chef Anthony's restaurant slowly, as she listened to the sound of clanking dishes and people prepping inside. Just as her mind drifted off to the day before, the same black Mercedes SUV she recognized from yesterday drove into the parking lot. Like a kid wanting to show off a new find, she pulled out the shell from her pocket as he parked. She walked to his car and held it up as soon as he got out. He smiled when he saw it in her hand. "You found a beauty." She held it on her palm as he came closer, but his eyes were only on her. "I went to the cove you talked about." "Ah, did you light a candle?" he asked, still staring at her. She looked down at the shell. "I wasn't prepared, but next time I'm going to go at night." He nodded, smiling, stuffing his hands into his pockets. "I'm glad I ran into you. I was just about to have lunch. Would you care to join me?" Just as she was about to say no, she stopped herself. 20-year-old Carol would have jumped at the chance to have lunch with a very attractive famous chef. Why wouldn't she say yes? What did she have to lose? Her husband had already left her. "I'd love lunch," she said. Chapter 17. Evelyn checked the time again. It was past 9 o'clock, and now she was officially worried. She kept calling Carol, thinking maybe she would answer her phone, even though she said she wouldn't. But Evelyn didn't know what else to do. It went straight to voicemail. What had happened to Carol's phone? And why did she need a new one? Had Matt been calling her? Had he started communicating now that the kids knew? But what worried her most, beyond the lack of communication, was where the heck Carol had gone for a whole day. She didn't want to act worried in front of the kids, but neither of them seemed to notice Carol was even gone. Both had spent the day working at the bakery and come home and gone straight up to their rooms. They didn't even check in on their mother. She didn't know her niece and nephew that well, but couldn't they see that their mother was hurting? Evelyn didn't miss that stage in parenting, when she had felt more like a servant and a chauffeur than a mother. The girls hadn't been as bad as some other families she had been around, but it hadn't made it any easier. Had their family been this distant together? "Don't judge," Evelyn said, as her phone started to ring. "What's that?" Charlie said, pretending not to have fallen asleep. "It's Carol. Go back to sleep." She picked up her phone, not recognizing the number. "Hello?" "I wasn't asleep," Charlie said. "I was resting my eyes." "Evelyn?" Carol said loudly over the phone. Evelyn could hear a loud humming noise in the background, along with other voices. "I don't have a phone yet, but you can reach me at this number. I'll be away for the weekend." "What?" Evelyn looked down at the number. It was local. "Where are you?" "I'm on a plane," Carol spoke louder. "Chef Anthony is taking me to Bermuda." "What?" Evelyn looked at Charlie, whose mouth hung wide open. "I had lunch with him, and now we're headed to Bermuda," Carol said over the engine, laughing. "But I have to go. Tell the kids I'll be back on Monday." "Carol?" Evelyn sat on the couch, stunned in silence. What had just happened? Did her sister say she was on a plane with America's favorite chef? "Carol? Hello? Are you there?" But Carol's line was silent. She turned to Charlie, whose eyes were closed. "Carol is flying to Bermuda with Chef Anthony." "That's nice," he mumbled. "She's going for the weekend," she said in utter disbelief. What on earth had they had for lunch? "Do you think she's okay?" She looked at the number and dialed it. Charlie opened one eye. "She's flying to Bermuda?" "Did she even have her passport?" Evelyn said, thinking of the logistics of flying internationally. "I wonder how much it must cost to fly like that," Charlie said, shaking his head. Carol was flying to Bermuda? Evelyn couldn't believe it. "Hello?" a man answered. "Hello?" Evelyn didn't even know what to say. "Excuse me, but is Carol Moore there?" "Hello, Evelyn," said the voice of who she assumed was Chef Anthony. "Let me give the phone to your sister." She heard the phone shuffle hands. "Hello, Evelyn?" "Carol, what is happening right now?" Evelyn turned the phone to the speaker as Charlie sat up in his chair, now fully awake. "I'm saying yes to life," Carol said with a laugh. "And my first stop is Bermuda." Evelyn could hear more voices, Chef Anthony talking to another man. "I'll call as soon as we land," her sister said into the phone. Evelyn didn't even know how to respond. What should she say? "We've got the kids," Charlie called out. Evelyn looked at her husband and suddenly laughed at the ridiculousness and excitement of the whole situation. Carol did need a jolt to get out of her funk, but flying to Bermuda? It was something she'd write in one of her novels. Evelyn shouted back into the phone, "Have fun!" Chapter 18. "All you need to do is drop off the boxes of pastries at the front," Renee said to Brody. "I'm not pushing them in a baby stroller," he said, looking at the getup his cousin had designed to transport the pastries. "Well, I don't have a cart," she said. He looked at the stroller, piled up with large white pastry boxes full of delicate delights that cost more than his weekly paycheck. Okay, but we really have to look into something sturdier and cooler looking, he said to Renee, who patted him on the back. I mean, aren't you married to a big lumberjack? That's in Minnesota. Here, he's a builder. She helped by opening the door for him as he pushed the stroller across the street to the restaurant. Brody felt like a complete idiot when he walked inside. Of course, the super-hot hostess was working that morning. Morning, he said, wishing he had a cooler stroller, something that didn't scream dork. Welcome back, she said, smiling at the delivery. She moved around the front desk, and he snuck a look when she reached down and grabbed a few of the boxes. Thanks for bringing them in. Yeah, of course. You're welcome, he said, trying to act casual, as if he hadn't checked her out. She stopped for a second and tilted her head. You're not from around here, are you? The observation threw him off. Was it obvious he didn't belong on this elite island? No, he said, picking up the other boxes. So, she dragged out, waiting for an answer. So, he had forgotten the question as he got lost in her eyes. So where are you from? She asked. He laughed to play off his stupidity. Minnesota. Oh, cute. I hear it. Cute? He thought to himself. Girls, especially women in their 20s, didn't find Brody cute, but handsome. He had a 5 o'clock shadow by 9 a.m. He worked out, he had played baseball throughout college and continued to work out as if he still played. Most women, young and old, would not describe him as cute. He noticed a tattoo of a shell, the same kind his mother had been collecting on the beach, on the back of her arm. This woman was the sexiest woman he had ever met. My name's Brody, he said, holding out his hand while balancing the pastry boxes. She smiled, holding out her hand to him. Abby. He gave her a nod. I'll take these back to the kitchen. He didn't wait for her response, but could tell she watched him leave down the hallway to the back. Brody then thought of Shannon, his girlfriend from college who dumped him only days ago. He thought he'd spend the rest of his life with her. Maybe that's what happened in relationships. All of a sudden, people just stopped loving each other and moved on. Like his father. He wanted to tell his father off, but Matthew Moore hadn't answered his son's calls. When his mother hadn't wanted him to call his dad at the emergency room, he'd thought maybe they'd gotten into a fight about him having to work. Never in a million years would he have thought his parents would be getting a divorce. He left out the back instead of going through the lobby. He needed to steer clear of the hostess. Excuse me, a voice said from behind him. You forgot your stroller. He turned around to see the hostess standing there with the stroller. Thanks, he said, reaching for it. I completely forgot about it. So, you're Renee's cousin? She asked. He couldn't help but check out her very short skirt and long, slender legs. Yes. He could feel himself start to sweat when she smiled at him. And you're in town for the summer? Did she know about him? Yeah, he said, hearing his accent the second she smirked. Well, I guess I'll be seeing you around then. And just like a movie, the chocolate-eyed goddess backed away, and Brody stared after her. Chapter 19. When Carol approached Anthony with the shell, he knew Gloria had sent him these signs. People might think he's crazy, but all the signs pointed in one direction. She was telling him to move on. So he invited her to lunch, and throughout, he couldn't help but smile at the woman sitting across from him. There had only been one other woman who had captured his curiosity as much as this one, and that was Gloria. Who was this Carol? When he'd seen her with Lila Whitmore, his daughter's divorce attorney, he had wondered if the husband not being on the island with her was because of something other than work. At lunch, he didn't ask about it or bring the scene up, but when the conversation naturally moved to family and the reasons why she was on the island, she didn't hold back. She laid it all out. "My husband left me right before the trip," she said, as she played with the silverware. "Literally, right before."
Holy.
He smacked his forehead with his hand, unable to grasp that kind of betrayal. Hadn't she just arrived on the island?
That must have been horrible.
She nodded as her eyes stayed focused on the fork. "Yeah, it is." He noticed her ring finger sat bare.
"I'm so sorry," he said.
"My daughter is going through a divorce, and it's hard on everyone." Not that he could compare situations, but he couldn't help but feel sorry for Carol. At least Riley was still young and had a second chance to start over. She had dodged a bullet in his mind, because she wouldn't end up like Carol, 25 years into marriage to find out he wanted nothing to do with her. Clearly, she had not been expecting her marriage to end if they had planned a family vacation together. And by the way she ran out of the restaurant upset the other night, he assumed it had to be about the divorce.
"I know what it's like to have your whole life change."
She shook her head. "You lost your wife. That's a whole different kind of horrible."
"Divorce is like a death," he said. "Everything changes."
"I feel like it's more of a purgatory situation," she said. She looked out the window. "I'm forever connected to this person I'm not related to, yet who is still part of my family, but wants nothing to do with me." She sighed, long and slow. "I don't even know how to wrap my head around what my life will look like now." One of the young waitresses appeared at their table. "Chef, are you ready to order?" The young woman smiled at him while batting her heavily made-up eyes. He turned to Carol.
"Are you ready to order?"
"What do you recommend?" she asked, looking over the menu again.
"If you like fish, get the bluefin," he said. "It's my son's special."
Anthony waited for one of his children to come out from the back of the restaurant at some point, so when Jamie popped out after their order, he wasn't surprised.
"Hey, Dad,"
Jamie said, as Anthony stood and gave him a hug and a kiss on the cheek.
"Who's this?"
Jamie smiled, but Anthony could tell his son was assessing the situation. Anthony hadn't dated since Gloria, or even casually talked to women, and he'd never had lunch with anyone other than friends or family. So seeing him sitting with a strange woman must have made his son a bit curious.
"This is my friend, Carol," he said,
holding out his hand toward her. Carol held out her hand and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Jamie's eyes darted back and forth between the two, but he remained cool.
"How do you two know each other?" "Carol is visiting her sister," he said. "The author who bought our old house." "The house out on Cliffside Point?"
Jamie's face immediately changed from suspicious to welcoming.
"Are you staying in my old room?"
Anthony laughed, thinking back to Jamie claiming the third-floor attic as his room. The whole top floor had been winterized for extra guest space. "If it's on the second floor at the end of the hall," Carol said. The sun shone through the glass and glowed around her, and Anthony stared at her. She was stunning, like a Julia Roberts, classic next-door beauty, and he couldn't stop himself from admiring her.
"Welcome to Martha's Vineyard."
Jamie crossed his arms against his chest.
"Were you able to catch Phil for his take this morning?"
Anthony asked. The question made Jamie laugh.
"Of course."
Anthony smiled at his son's proficiency. He may have failed at hitting the books, like his old man, but the kid knew how to run a restaurant much better. Now if he could only settle down.
"Why don't you surprise our guest from Minnesota?"
Jamie smirked at Anthony.
"I've got the perfect dish."
And the dish was perfect. The bluefin, caramelized with a blush wine vinaigrette, had been cooked perfectly and broiled just long enough to create a crispy layer around the soft fish. On the side, a salad of kale, sautéed mushrooms, and chickpeas. All of it paired with an oaked Chardonnay. "This is delicious," Carol said, holding her napkin to her mouth. "It's so good." Anthony warmed with pride, but he also felt a tiny bit of envy. "I didn't get this good at cooking until my 50s. Carol smiled at this. "He's quite a chef. It's wonderful." The fish melted in his mouth as he finished his last bite. It had been better than Anthony's recipe the other day, and he'd wanted to let Jamie know. He turned in his seat looking for him, but his son seemed to be too busy in the kitchen to notice. Anthony sat back in his seat, and once again his eyes gravitated to Carol. "He's crazy, right?" "Excuse me?" she asked. "Your husband, for leaving. He's crazy." Anthony truly didn't understand. There was something about Carol that made him feel calm. So many people came to him acting disingenuous, wanting to impress him rather than just be real. Carol was raw. He could feel her big emotions, and he realized he hadn't felt anything in a long time. He'd just gone numb after Gloria. She gave him a look as though she didn't believe him. "He had an affair." She held up her hands. "Now it sounds so stereotypical and obvious." That's when the pain washed back into her eyes, and his heart gave a little ache. He leaned forward. "Want to look for some whelks back at my beach?" Her eyes lit up at the suggestion, and Anthony's heart sped up as he felt her energy again. He decided he wasn't going to waste any more time. It may be a coincidence that Carol came to Martha's Vineyard and stepped into his restaurant, but the rest couldn't be. "I'd love that," she said, a smile growing and that pain drifting away. Anthony pushed back his chair, setting his napkin onto the table, and said to her, "Well then, let's go." He held out his arm, only thinking that he wanted to feel her energy again. She hesitated, like she had to make a choice, but he kept his arm out for her. And just when he thought that energy might fade away, she slipped her arm through his. When he reached the car, he opened the door for her and closed it once she was comfortable inside. As he walked around the back, he shook out his hands. He needed to calm down. Getting inside with nervous energy would just change the vibe entirely. He needed to be himself, because being with Carol, talking to her so easily and openly, felt good. He decided to take the long way, pointing out landmarks along the trip. When they reached his house, she gasped. "It's beautiful," she said as he parked. He nodded, but felt slightly embarrassed at the flagrant opulence the house radiated. It was built big to be big. Unlike Seaview, where every room had been crafted for the homeowner, this house was big purely to show off. The big, boxy modern home now looked tacky amongst the clapboard Victorians. That's when he realized Carol had gone silent. He looked over and saw her frozen in place, looking out at the Atlantic. Wow. He stuffed his hands into his pockets. It had been the view that had saved their marriage. And the kitchen. Gloria had loved the kitchen. It practically sat above the water. But now, after returning back to their old home, he understood why Gloria had been so upset with him. "Let's go inside and grab a bucket," he said. When was the last time he'd combed the beach for shells? Not since Gloria had been alive. "Do you mind if I use your phone?" she asked as they stepped into the house. "That way my son will be able to contact me in case of an emergency." That's when he realized that he hadn't checked his phone for hours. He pulled it out of his pocket, seeing the notifications lit up on his home screen. "Here you go." She held the phone against her chest. "Do you mind if I take it in private?" "Not at all." He immediately started walking back to his room. He placed his hand on top of hers, holding it there longer than he would for just a friend. "You take as much time as you need." As it turned out, she didn't take long, and they were on the beach not even 5 minutes later, looking for beach treasure. "Here's another type of mollusk shell," he said. His beach hadn't been combed through in years. Pieces of driftwood, debris washed ashore, and other junk littered the sand. It'd clearly been too long since he'd come out here and taken care of things. "I apologize for my messy beach," he said, ashamed he'd let it get this bad. Gloria wouldn't have. "It's gorgeous," she said, looking at the view and not the cluttered beach. Then they searched the area, looking for any type of shell or sea glass. Anthony moved what he could into a pile. "We should have a bonfire." The side of her mouth lifted up. That would be incredible. The rest of the day they combed the beach. They also gathered up all the garbage and cleaned up. He brought all the driftwood and dead leaves to the fire pit. Got rid of the burnt seaweed. After tidying up the beach, they still hadn't found any whelks. Lots of mollusks, and even some pieces of sea glass, but no whelks. "I should go," she said, wiping her hands together. "Thank you so much for lunch and beachcombing with me." The smile he had worked all afternoon to have come back returned, and an urge to hold her in his arms and kiss her took over. But he didn't move from his spot. "What are your plans now?" he asked, wishing she'd change her mind and stay. "I can make dinner, and we can take a hike to a friend of mine's beach. Maybe we'll be luckier over there." Her smile dropped, and along with it his hopes of her staying. "I should probably head back." He nodded, but for the first time in a long time, he felt alive, excited about the next moment, not just getting through it. He didn't want this to end. What if she left the island and he never saw her again? "What are your plans tomorrow?" he asked. "I was supposed to leave for Bermuda." She laughed at that. The wind picked up and she pulled her hair back from her face. "My daughter suggested I ask my ex to go with me so we can work things out. She doesn't know about the affair." Ah. Anthony didn't have to be a genius to know she was going through a difficult time, and probably not in the same headspace as he was. But he also didn't let obstacles get in his way. "Have you been to Bermuda?" The island had been a magical getaway for him and Gloria. A quick 2-hour flight from Boston. He had even chartered a catamaran and sailed across the Atlantic with all the kids. She nodded her head. "We went for our honeymoon. I had always wanted to go back and see those blue waters." The turquoise waters were a thing to behold. "You should still go," he said with enthusiasm. "That's exactly what this woman needed to do. You should go on an adventure of a lifetime to get over your idiot ex-husband." She smiled as though he was making a joke. Then it faded when she realized he was serious. "No, I don't think so." Maybe Anthony was losing it. Maybe he'd had more wine at lunch than he'd thought. Maybe he'd been so socially isolated he couldn't read signals anymore. But he didn't care. He didn't want to go back to life before. He didn't want to have to wait to see his family, hoping they'd have time for him. Not that he could blame them. They had lives of their own. But he wanted a life too. "Let's go," he said. Carol looked at him, her forehead wrinkling. "Where?" "Bermuda," he said. He pulled out his phone to check the time. "We could leave tonight." A smile slowly grew across her face. "Okay." Chapter 20. Carol pulled back the silk curtains and looked out at the bluest water she had ever laid eyes on. "I'm in Bermuda," she said aloud, laughing at the ridiculousness of the situation. She covered her mouth, hoping Anthony, whose room was off the other end of the balcony, wouldn't hear. He'd gone from Chef Dumont to Chef Anthony, and now Anthony. She smiled at the thought of him. Goodness, she felt like a teenager again. She would have eat, pray, loved her way to happiness, or wilded her way there. But here she was on another beautiful island with a gorgeous man, all because she had decided to say yes. And she laughed again. The view did not disappoint, like Anthony had promised. The hotel sat on a hill above the clearest and cleanest aqua water Carol had ever seen. When Anthony had invited her to lunch, she didn't know why she said yes, but the urge had been so strong, she'd said yes when he'd invited her back to his house to find shells. And she'd said yes to flying to Bermuda. And she had enjoyed every minute of it. Who was this new Carol? Now she was standing in a 5-star hotel, looking out at the most beautiful beach she'd ever seen. She laughed again. She hadn't woken up and thought about Matt, or the divorce, or the kids leaving her. Instead, she looked out at the pink sand. She needed to get down to the beach. But that's when she heard Anthony from across the balcony. "Good morning," he said. Anthony stood, showered and dressed. He wore sunglasses and an expensive watch, but he was barefoot. "Cappuccino?" He handed over a mug, and she took it from him, frozen in place, feeling suddenly silly and exposed. Had he heard her giggle? "Good morning," she said, as casually as she could. But when she looked up at him, she saw that look, the one that made her feel sexy and beautiful and interesting all at the same time. And she felt like the nerdy girl who had somehow caught the attention of the cool guy in school. At lunch in the restaurant, the female waitstaff had practically fawned over him, no matter what the age. The only woman who hadn't had been his daughter. Anthony had a charisma that made someone feel completely at ease. He made her feel as though he wanted to be around no one else but her. And it felt ridiculous to her. When he stepped onto the plane, the flight attendants flirted with him. Yet the whole time his attention had solely been on Carol. And she had paid no attention to it, besides getting a kick out of it. She wanted to eat and taste and see. She wanted to listen to the birds without rushing around the house and out the door. She wanted to wake up and have coffee in Bermuda. Because why not? "I have breakfast waiting for you," he said, pointing to his side of the suite. She looked beyond him at the plates covered in silver. "I think I'm going to go for a walk." "Alone?" he asked, but he had a smirk on his face. "Yes." She stepped further toward the railing to get an even better view of the bay. "Didn't you say it's one of the safest countries?" He nodded. "I guess I'll just miss you." She could feel her cheeks blush at his comment as he continued to stare at her. "What is it?" She wiped her hand across her face, wondering if she had some bug or something on it. He shook his head. "You're absolutely intriguing." A laugh burst out of her chest. "I'm hardly intriguing." She faced Anthony. He had been a complete gentleman. Lunch yesterday had been simple. He'd asked softball questions about her stay, the children's moves to college, and her sister. Nothing too personal, until she had asked about why he sold the house now called Seaview. "I was an idiot about it," he'd said, shrugging his shoulders. "I had the more mentality. More square feet, more rooms, more. Always wanting bigger and better. I sold it without even asking my wife." Her mouth had dropped. "You didn't." He'd tapped his thumb against the table while also shaking his head. "I'm afraid I did. Slept on the couch for a while after that one." "My husband took a job across the country without checking with me first." "Yikes." She had twisted her fork in her salad as she remembered when Matt had taken the job in Colorado without talking to her about it first. That should have been her first red flag. She'd just had Brody and wanted to stay close to her sister and parents. But within 6 months, she had moved to a brand new house in a new community where she knew no one. And just when she'd felt a part of that community, Matt had taken another job back in St. Paul. "So how long were you and your husband married?" Anthony had asked. Should she have talked about how her husband had left her? Would it have changed the mood of the lunch? Would this man no longer look at her with that look, but rather like her sister did, with sympathy? August would have been 25 years. She looked away. Ah, sorry to hear. That must be tough, he'd offered. Today, she didn't want to think about Matt. She tried to focus on the smells of the ocean and the sounds of the waves lapping against the shore. But then it hit her, and she almost had to laugh. "This was supposed to be our anniversary vacation," she said, leaning against the railing and looking out at the water. "Happy anniversary." She held up the mug to him, waiting for her emotions to crumble. But then she saw a whitebird. "It's a longtail," she said, pointing to the bird. "It's unique to Bermuda." Anthony leaned against the railing, so close she could smell his cologne. She glimpsed his muscular arms and his rough hands. Even at 60, Anthony would be considered attractive by most standards. Age didn't seem to affect his looks. Like Pierce Brosnan or Tom Cruise, he owned his age. Carol, on the other hand, wished she had stopped at the house and planned a bit better. She wished she had brought her makeup bag and curling irons. She didn't even want to look in the mirror. Her cheeks were probably splotchy with rosacea, bags hanging under her swollen eyes, and her hair probably looked like a mouse's nest on top of her head. An apology popped up on the tip of her tongue, something negative about her looks, something that would put her down to somehow feel better about herself. If she had been with Matt, she'd say something like, "Yikes, jet lag really likes to swell up my face." But she stopped before the insult left her lips. The way Anthony smiled at her, with that same look he'd had when she had been done up, she just didn't feel like apologizing for being her. "What a beautiful scarf," he said. Her heart skipped a beat, and her whole body came alive as he held her stare. "Thanks." She tilted her head, unable to contain her smile. "What is it?" Anthony asked. "You're just so easy," she said. "Ouch. Don't say that in front of my mother," he said, playing with her. "No, I mean it. It's easy to be me with you." She looked harder at the man. "Is that why America loves you?" He looked away, back out at the water, taking a sip of his coffee. "They wouldn't love me if they really knew me." "I doubt that," she said, already falling for the chef, just like the rest of America. She felt safe and secure around him. She felt completely herself and okay with that. After having babies, she'd never really felt good about herself, always putting herself down, checking the scale, trying the newest diets, but never feeling good enough again. Anthony turned to her. "I was a terrible husband, I'm afraid." He had told her about his regrets, but terrible? No, Anthony wasn't terrible. Terrible is leaving your family while saying you're getting milk. You did what you thought was best for your family. He shrugged. "I could have given her more of me, but I think I was afraid of what she'd find." Was this man reading her soul? Did he know what she wanted to hear? "I think the hardest part about the divorce is the idea that he didn't want to be with me." She smiled, but the burn hit the back of her eyes, and she could see his look changing, but to her surprise, not sympathy. Then he took her hand into his, holding it, and returned his gaze back to the water. "Sometimes painful endings are beautiful awakenings," he said. Awakening. She smiled at the word. She would take this moment for her awakening. "Let's eat," he said, gesturing toward the table full of food. Just then Carol's stomach growled, and she suddenly felt famished. "I'm starving." And as if Carol hadn't eaten in years, she filled her plate. Scrambled eggs, fruit, lots of bacon. She even took a couple croissants and a full glass of orange juice. When she felt full, she patted her lips with a napkin, looking around his hotel suite. This hadn't been the room she had booked for her and Matt. The place Anthony had arranged felt bigger than her house. She had a king-sized bed with a balcony for two. The suite had a living room and dining room, a pool table, and a built-in salon. There was even a private hot tub on the deck, and 2 more bathrooms. Anthony had been a gentleman the whole time, and she'd felt completely comfortable around him, like an old friend she had known for years. He was funny, making her laugh constantly. He was strangely humble, yet had every reason to be full of himself. She could just look at this hotel room to know that. "Want to go for a walk?" she asked him. "You don't want to go alone?" The corner of his mouth perked up. She shook her head. "Let's see if they have whelks here." This made Anthony grin. He stood up from the table and held out his hand. "Let's go." Carol and Anthony didn't find any shells along the coast, but instead colorful pieces of smooth sea glass and pink sand. "The ocean can even turn man's garbage into treasure," Anthony said, holding a brilliant teal piece between his thumb and index finger up to the sun. Carol focused on the piece of glass, examining it as the sun made the piece glow in Anthony's fingers, and she realized she had paused. She didn't think about Matt or the kids or the schedule or anything. All she did was stare out at the bluest of blue waters and be there, right there with Anthony. "There's another one," he said, pointing to the long-tailed birds that flew overhead. "They mate for life," she said, remembering reading about them online. She had been so excited about coming to Bermuda with Matt. She had planned snorkeling, kayaking, hiking, romantic dinners, and a chartered sailboat for a day. She had everything planned down to the minute. Oh, God, she was boring. "Let's explore the trails around here," she said, noticing winding sandy paths. Carol held her hand over her eyes to block the sun. A long tail flew above her, gliding in the air. The bird landed on the large rock structure sitting in the middle of the blue waters. "We should get a pair of binoculars," he said, pulling out his phone. "And a hat for me." "I would love to get something that covers my neck," she said. Soon they made a plan to visit Hamilton and shop for a few items. Carol had packed a few things quickly the other day, but like Anthony, in the excitement of leaving in a rush, they hadn't packed very well. "We have to take the bus," Carol said, convincing Anthony. "The drivers are known for telling the history of the island as they whip the bus around sharp corners and narrow roads." "Didn't I see a t-shirt that said, 'I survived a Bermuda bus ride'?" He'd pointed out the shirt in the airport when they had landed. He thought it was funny because it was true. "Yes, but it'll be part of our adventure," she said. Not that Carol was worried about money, but the truth was, she didn't know what Matt would do when he found out she was in Bermuda. Would he turn off her credit cards? Could he legally do that? She couldn't imagine something like that happening, but she had known friends whose husbands changed from caring to cruel. Anthony laughed. "Okay, we'll take the bus." Chapter 21. Evelyn watched as her niece and nephew processed the news about their mother. "She's in Bermuda?" Taylor looked most confused. "But my dad's not there?" Evelyn decided to keep the fact that Carol was with Chef Dumont, the television personality, to herself for now. If Carol wanted her children to know she was with Anthony, then that was up to Carol. Evelyn was in shock. And awe. Carol had always been the one up for anything as a little girl. With such a wide age gap, Evelyn had been able to admire her sister's adventurous personality. Before Carol had gotten married, she'd been the life of the party. She'd go to clubs and dance. She'd hit concerts and travel to see Broadway shows on a whim. She'd hitch a ride with a friend to check out a new place. At one time, flying to Bermuda with a guy she'd just met wouldn't have been that crazy. Carol wasn't stupid, but she was up for anything. And she hadn't been like that since Matt. Matt was serious. He liked order. He preferred organization. He planned everything, even his days. He never looked crinkled or wrinkled with his clothes or his skin. George had liked Matt well enough, but always felt like he never really knew him. Matt was overly friendly, but had never gone out of his way to get to know Evelyn and George and the kids. Evelyn had once complained to George how Carol had lost her spark with Matt, letting him be the center of attention. Carol had become more closed up when Matt hung around, which had been less and less over the years. Carol would travel back home with the kids, saying Matt had to work, so when he hadn't shown up this time, Evelyn wasn't surprised. But she was surprised to see the old Carol come back so quickly.
Did she even try to call Dad?
Taylor asked Brody, who shook his head. I have no idea, Brody said. Evelyn promised she'd button up her lip about her true feelings about Matt and his infidelity. She applauded Carol for not being negative and wanting to tarnish her children's perceptions of their father. Besides, her niece was hurting. She didn't understand the situation because Matt had conveniently left out the whole truth. From Taylor's point of view, Matt had become a martyr. Evelyn wouldn't go negative or bring up Matt's affair, but she could point out the truth about his other shortcomings. Your dad didn't go on vacations with you guys often, did he? She said it like a question, but she knew the answer. Matt never had. He'd always stayed back in Colorado or Minnesota when Carol and the kids would visit throughout the years, only coming when it was a funeral or a wedding.
He might change his mind if he knows Mom wants him to go,
Taylor said, almost in a snap. Evelyn closed her eyes and counted to 5, a trick Charlie had told her to do that morning when she'd told him about Taylor getting on her nerves. Your father knew about the trip too, she said.
But she didn't even call him or text him. She just left,
Taylor argued. Evelyn's button popped off, and just as Evelyn was about to say something, Charlie stepped into the kitchen. Good morning, everyone, Charlie greeted the 3 of them. You both ready for work?
Yep.
Taylor grabbed her phone and left without saying goodbye. Enjoy your day, Evelyn said, relieved Taylor was leaving for the whole day. Thank heavens for Charlie, because Evelyn could feel her heart rate rising and a comment starting to slip from her tongue. A comment Taylor would most definitely not appreciate. She loved her niece, she did. But she had suffered enough dealing with her own teenage daughter and had little tolerance for this kind of behavior. Not even from her niece. If anything, she wanted to point out that her mother was doing exactly what she should be doing, enjoying her life, not living in misery. If only Evelyn had done that. She'd lost herself for 5 years in depression. 5 years of her life hiding from the truth and her feelings. 5 years she hadn't asked for help or did anything to fix things. 5 years she'd never get back. Evelyn admired Carol's gusto. Not many people chose life over misery in hard times. Evelyn certainly hadn't. She had let the darkness take over, without even fighting it. She had never gone to a therapist. She had never gone to a doctor. She had never told her friends. She'd sat in agony for 5 years, hoping things would change. No, she thought to herself. You have to go out and grab a hold of life. If it hadn't been for Carol's gift of the trip to Martha's Vineyard, Evelyn believed she'd still be hiding in her house, living as if George was going to walk through those doors. "Aunt Evelyn?" a voice said, making Evelyn jump in fright. Brody stood by the back door. "Do you need something?" she asked, wondering why he had come back to the house. "Will you tell my mom to give me a call?" he asked. Instead of the anger and resentment Taylor had, Brody looked devastated, and that broke her heart. "Of course," she said. He gave her a nod, but the sadness wore on his face. "Brody," she said as he turned to leave, "you're doing a great job supporting your sister and mother, but don't forget about yourself. If there's anything we can do for you, just let us know." She smiled at him. "I will, Aunt Evelyn. He gave her a small wave. "Have a good day." And with that, Brody left. She wondered if she should call Carol. She had the number she'd used when calling on the plane. Would she ruin her getaway by delivering the junk to her that she needed the getaway from? No, she wouldn't bother Carol about this. Evelyn would take care of the kids. That's what sisters were for. Carol needed this. Heck, Carol deserved this. Evelyn sighed. Brody would be okay. He was a smart kid with a good head on his shoulders. A couple days in Bermuda would be the best thing for everyone. A little time apart to cool down. She waited for the girls to show up for their walk on the beach. Biddy and Wanda now drove over together, and they'd all walk. Sometimes others would join them, their friend Sonia, or what they called the younger generation, which were all their daughters and nieces and their friends. Evelyn remembered Wanda's last birthday, when they'd had at least 15 women walking from Seaview to the lighthouse and back. None of this new chapter of her life would have happened if she hadn't taken that trip. She owed this to Carol. "You sure do owe her," Biddy said after Evelyn told the girls of the morning with the kids. "You owe her for all of us. We'd have never met each other if she didn't get you the trip to Martha's Vineyard." "Divorce is hard on kids," Wanda reminded her. "Yes, I know," Evelyn said as she walked through the waves to her ankle. The summer heat had finally made the Atlantic waters tolerable. Well, tolerable enough up to her ankles. She blocked the sun from her eyes and saw 2 surfers sitting on their boards off in the distance. "I should be more tolerant toward Taylor. She's going through a hard time." "There's some growing pains and grief," Biddy said. "Don't you think?" "Yes." Evelyn now felt a bit guilty with her negative thoughts. "What do you think I should do to help?" And that's when Evelyn realized that these walks were one of the biggest reasons she had found such happiness in life. Having these women to bounce life's ups and downs off of, asking for advice and solving things together, had enriched Evelyn's life to the point that she felt her cup overflowed. "Let's show her the island," Biddy said. "Isn't it time to have a dinner party?" Wanda winked. Biddy clapped her hands together. "I'll invite Tommy to play." "Do you really think a teenager is going to want to hang around a bunch of old folks?" Evelyn had her doubts. Taylor didn't seem to like many people. "We'll invite Penny." Wanda's whole face brightened. "It'll be great. She'll see what being an islander is all about. Once an islander, always an islander," Evelyn and Biddy both said. All 3 women were transplants. All 3 had had no intention of living on the island. But all 3 had said yes to life. And now all 3 were living happily ever after. Chapter 22. Brody had no idea what his mother was thinking, but his aunt didn't seem at all concerned, which made him more concerned. His mother had been religious about routine. Same wake-up routine each morning, even on weekends. She'd driven them to school at the exact same time every day. She'd made breakfasts, lunches, and dinners routinely at 7, 12, and 6. She went to bed after following her nighttime ritual of yoga, meditation, and prayer. She hardly ever strayed from her timeline. So flying to Bermuda shouldn't have seemed terribly crazy. She had planned out the vacation. His mother had talked about the vacation for months, going over the plans. He even knew what she'd had planned for that morning: kayaking and snorkeling. But something felt off. Very off. Why would she go on her second honeymoon alone? Was she torturing herself by putting Bermuda sea salt into her fresh wounds? Or was she experiencing an existential crisis? And was she okay? Brody had figured something had happened the night he'd taken her to the emergency room. His father had acted dodgy, and his mother had been ice cold toward his dad. His parents weren't known for PDA, but his father had looked as if he were scared to go near his mother, and she had looked as though she wanted nothing to do with him. What had happened that night? That's what he was thinking when a text popped up on his phone. "Yo, man, check out your parents." An old friend from high school texted him. An image flashed across the screen. At first, he thought the woman kissing his father was his mother. Had she flown to Minnesota? Maybe she had changed her mind, and instead of going to Bermuda, she'd gone back home to work things out. Then he zoomed in on the photo and realized it wasn't his mother. Was that Noah's mom? He couldn't be sure it was Mrs. Erickson, but there was no mistaking the man. That was for sure his father. What was his dad doing making out with Mrs. Erickson? "Where is this?" he texted furiously. But when his friend didn't reply, he remembered the app his parents had forced him to put on his phone that tracked his every move. Hadn't his mother used it all the time to track him in college? He opened it up, waiting for Shannon to text back, and saw his father's profile moving down the street through his neighborhood. Brody could feel sickness rise up from his stomach as he watched his father take the familiar route home to their house. Brody sat watching the dot drive straight into the driveway. How long had his father been kissing Ashley? "What are you looking at?" Taylor asked. Brody jumped the second he heard her voice, then quickly shut off his phone. "Nothing." Taylor made a face as she crossed her arms against her chest. "Nothing? Is that why you jumped when I came around the corner?" He looked around to see if Renee or Charlie were standing around in the back. He had taken his 15-minute break. He didn't have time to get into anything, especially his father kissing another woman at that moment. "I need to go." He got up. But Taylor's bottom lip started quivering, and tears brimmed along the edges of her eyelids. Oh no, she was about to cry. "I just don't get why she's not fighting for him," she said. "Why isn't he fighting for her?" Brody said back quickly, replaying his father's conversation over and over in his head. "Your mother and I decided to get a divorce. We've come to the conclusion that we're just not happy." Taylor rolled her eyes. "She never tries. He's been begging her to start playing golf." Brody squeezed his fists. "Taylor, that's not why they're getting divorced." "If she would tell Dad how miserable she is without him, then maybe he'd come back." She wiped her tears with her sleeve. "I just don't get her. Leaving for Bermuda by herself, throwing out her phone so he can't call her." "He's not coming back," Brody said, wanting to drop the conversation. He didn't want to talk about Matt more as the dot stayed at their house. "But if she tried," she said. Brody really wished Taylor hadn't come to the back room of the bakery to bother him. She was being irrational about their mother and clinging to him like a 4-year-old lost in a mall, letting their father be a hero. "He's perfectly fine without us, believe me." Brody shoved his phone into his back pocket. "What do you mean?" Taylor asked, moving closer to him. He shrugged. "Nothing." Her eyebrows burrowed, the tears still brewing in her eyes. "What's going on?" "Nothing, okay?" He sighed hard so she'd get the point. He wasn't willing to talk about what Matt was doing at that exact moment. "You know something." She pointed at his face. "Tell me." He held up his hands. "I don't know anything." But he could tell he wasn't fooling her. He put his hands on his waist. "I think he's with Ashley right now." "What?" Her eyes expanded. "That doesn't make any sense. He's working." "He's on vacation, with Ashley at our house." He let this sink in with Taylor, but when her eyebrows continued to contort, he pulled out his phone and opened the photo. "This was at lunch today," he said. Her eyes changed from disbelief to recognition. She started shaking her head. "You can't be serious. He has work." His head dropped down. He couldn't look at her. He knew Taylor adored their father, and their father had loved having a daddy's girl. Brody had never had any issues with it. Matt had been a great father to him, too. He had coached Little League and worked hard to provide. He spent the weekends on the boat, driving them in their tubes for hours. He'd taken Brody to any game he had wanted. Timberwolves, Twins, Vikings. Matt would just take him, leaving the girls at home. "Taylor, he's having an affair with Ashley," he said, trying to stay as calm as possible. It wasn't Taylor's fault, but their father's. She had her own way of dealing with everything, and he had to respect that. But he didn't have to agree with her irrationality.
"D'you think Mom knows?"
Her voice came out more like a whisper. He grabbed his phone, about to pull up the photograph of the doting father with his hands tangled in Ashley's hair. "I think that's why her phone's on the bottom of the ocean," he said to her.
"Oh."
Taylor played with her sleeves, pulling them over her hands.
"How did you get that picture?"
Taylor asked. He closed his phone's screen. "A friend thought it was Mom and Dad."
"Is that in White Bear?"
Taylor kept pulling her sleeve. Brody bit the inside of his cheek. "Yes." Matt Moore taking his affair public in their small town was not a mistake.
"Do you think Noah knows?"
she asked. If his friend saw it, then it was only a matter of time before he'd find out. Taylor started texting, then stopped.
"It has to be a mistake, right? Like, he didn't have an affair with Noah's mom. That's too crazy, right? Right, Brody?"
Brody didn't even bother to answer. Their father rarely told them anything. He had been good to them, but he'd never shared much with them. His father went to work at 3M, and Brody had no idea what that meant, beyond the colorful post-it notes all over their house. His father never talked about work, or the people he worked with, or his clients. He knew he was in sales of some sort and was a vice president of something, but he didn't know exactly what that meant, since he still didn't know what he did.
"I'm going to text Noah,"
Taylor said. Brody held out his hand. "No, Tay, don't do that."
"Why not? It's his mother who ruined our family."
Taylor spoke with venom, the tears long gone. "What if he doesn't know?" Brody had no way of knowing. "And I'm not going to be the one who tells him. Do you want to be forever remembered as the one who tells him this?" Taylor looked down at her phone.
"No, but someone should tell him."
"You should talk to Dad," Brody said.
"What?"
She looked surprised.
"I'm not talking to him."
This surprised Brody. "You're not going to talk to Dad?"
"If he really cheated on Mom."
She crossed her arms against her chest, her eyes filling with tears, then wiped her eyes again.
"I just can't right now."
The swinging door to the front bounced off Renee's hands, and their cousin came into the back.
"Hey, you guys ready to come back from break?"
Taylor shot a look at Brody and grabbed a paper towel and blew her nose.
"Yeah, sorry."
She rushed out to the front, and Brody wondered if she'd talk about this again, or change her mind about their dad. He pulled open the message one last time and looked at the photograph without opening it. His first instinct was to erase it, but he took a screenshot and saved it. What a liar, his father. How could he have sat there on the phone with Brody, blowing smoke the whole time while his poor mother stood stoically silent about the whole thing? He would have told his kids if it were him. Why should his father be protected when he had destroyed everything? Brody looked at the photograph. They weren't just kissing, but full-on making out. The kind of behavior that said they didn't care who noticed. For the rest of the afternoon, Brody came up with speeches he planned on giving to his father. He wasn't going to let him just walk over his mother like he had, without hearing about it. How could a father do this to his children and wife? What about all his talk about family and loyalty? All those pointless lectures of becoming a good man and husband? Ridiculous. As he wiped down the tables, he noticed one of the customers looking at him. She sat with a friend. Both had pastries and coffee mugs in front of them. When he moved to a closer table, the girl gave him a little wave. He pointed to his chest. It was her giggle. He had heard it before. Then he recognized the hot hostess just as she pointed at him.
"You're the boy who delivers the desserts,"
she said, looking at her friend across the table.
"I told you he was cute."
He could feel his face flush pink as her friend raised up her eyebrows in a little shimmy. The two girls laughed at something he didn't quite understand, but was certain had to do with him. "Can I get you anything else?" he asked the two. The hostess fluttered her eyelashes as she stared at him. Her foot bobbed up and down. Then she grabbed a napkin, took the pen out of his apron's waist pocket, and started writing something down.
"I'm having a party tonight,"
she said as she scribbled. Then she handed over the napkin.
"You should come."
He opened the napkin. Abby. I'm not sure what my plans are," he said. He wasn't sure what the situation was like now with his mom in another country and his father shacking up with a neighbor. "I'll check if I'm free." She grinned at that. "Okay, pastry boy." "Ouch," he said, placing his free hand on his heart while stuffing the napkin and pen into his pocket. "Pastry boy."
"All right, cute pastry boy,"
she said, and her cheeky smile grew.
"Nobody does a beach party like an islander."
He couldn't help but laugh at her cavalier attitude. He had to give the girl credit. She had made him laugh for a second. "Can I bring my sister?" he asked. Maybe getting Taylor out of their aunt's house and around some other kids might help her make more friends, or maybe even find some connections to Brown.
"Sure,"
Abby said.
"How cute."
Brody groaned at the comment. The gorgeous Abby laughed with her friend again. He went back to wiping down the tables, and he glanced up toward the counter when he could feel Taylor staring at him.
"What was that all about?"
Taylor asked when he came back around the counter.
"What about Shannon?"
"What about Shannon?" He rolled his eyes. "We were talking."
"Then what's with the note?"
she asked, using her finger to indicate where he'd stuffed the napkin. He lifted his shoulders. "She invited us to a party since we're new to the island." Taylor looked up at the two girls.
"That's really nice."
He nodded, handing over the napkin.
"She has a heart by her name,"
Taylor said, holding the napkin out. "Isn't that what a lot of girls do?" He made it seem like it wasn't flirty, but maybe cute pastry boy meant hunk on Martha's Vineyard. He looked out at the table now, and Abby stared right back at him. Chapter 23. Carol woke up feeling happy. Slowly, she stretched out her arms, then her legs. She felt sore. She wasn't surprised. After Anthony and her adventure yesterday kayaking, snorkeling, and she laughed out loud, remembering the mopeds. Ah, yes, the mopeds. She would be sore. Yesterday had been one of the best days of her life, and the idea of having another day to spend with Anthony just, well, made her happy. Another reason she felt happy? She didn't have a phone. No phone meant she wasn't constantly checking her apps that tracked their old life. No more doorbell videos letting her know someone had arrived with a package. No more alerts letting her know the garage door had been opened or closed. No more notifications reminding her to close up the house. Then a thought crossed her mind. She didn't miss Matt. She looked at his side of the bed. She still slept like he was in the bed, on the right side. She tossed the pillow from the left side and threw it onto the floor. Then she slid over into the middle, straightening out her arms and legs. She bolted upright, reaching over to the nightstand and picking up the remote. She turned on the television and found a news station for Bermudians, then leaned back in the middle of the bed and felt happy. After the weather report, she got up and made herself a cup of coffee. She went to the dresser to get ready
and grab the new clothes she had picked up in town yesterday, but she stopped herself. She'd take her time this morning. She didn't want to rush. She wanted to take everything in. Opening the door to the balcony, she saw Anthony already outside at the table, drinking a cappuccino. "Good morning," he said. He smiled wide as she stepped out of her room. "Good morning," she said, and smiled back, giggling to herself. "What's so funny?" he asked, already laughing with her. "I can't believe we rented mopeds." She could not believe housewife Carol Moore drove a moped around Bermuda with America's favorite chef. "I can't believe we survived," Anthony said. An image of Anthony slowly puttering around the island as the buses tapped their horns made a laugh escape her chest. "We're going to do much better today," she said. "The whole different side of the road thing is hard." "You're kind," he said, and pulled out the empty chair next to him. "Come join me." She sat down next to him, oddly comfortable and relaxed. The more time she spent with Anthony, the more time she wanted to spend with him. He was easy, whether they had a conversation going or, like now, just sitting quietly looking out at the water. She liked being around him. "So, you up for another adventure?" she asked. And that's when he made a face. "I'm afraid I have some bad news." Her heart immediately dropped and popped her happy bubble. "What is it?" "I've been asked to do an interview for the morning news show in New York." "Seriously?" She took his arm and squeezed it. "That's great!" He nodded. "My son Jamie will be part of it, which is a real good thing." She lifted her eyebrow. "How is that bad news?" "Well, I'm going to have to leave this morning," he said. Now that was bad news. "Oh." His chest lifted as though he were about to jump into the water. "Would you like to join me?" Suddenly, Carol's ears began to ring, and she could hear her breathing. The moment slowed down like it did in the movies. Her first instinct was to say yes. Wasn't that her motto? Say yes? But she looked out at the water, the turquoise greens blending to a royal blue all the way to pink sand. Did she want to leave her happy place for New York City and a morning show? "I think I'm going to stay," she said. "I have a little bit more exploring to do." "Are you okay being here alone?" he asked, then held out his hands as she made a face. "I just mean, I'll stay if you're uncomfortable." "You'd stay?" she asked, surprised by the offer. "If I felt unsafe?" He nodded, then frowned. "I'm making my promise to you." "This is what you and your son have been working toward for years," she said, waving away his guilt. "This is exciting." He grinned again just as the light poked over the horizon. "I think I'm falling for you." Her mouth fell open, then she quickly closed it. "I don't want to put any pressure on you," he said. "I know you're going through a lot right now, but I'm afraid to leave this moment because I'm afraid I won't see you again." A laugh blurted out as her happy bubble grew even more than before. "You're falling for me?" She couldn't believe it. He took both of her hands, then put a delicate shell in her palm. "What's this?" she said, staring at the small shell. "It's a sea snail," he said. He wrapped her fingers around it, then wrapped his hands around hers. "It's the tiny miracles that get you to see the happiness in life again." He looked up into her eyes and said, "Tell me I'll see you again." Was she making a mistake, staying back on the island by herself? Should she just say yes and go? Was she holding back because of fear? Then she thought of the beach paths that wound around and over the cliffs, where the longtail nested, the blue waters that went on forever, and the endless pink sand beaches.
Then she thought about Martha's Vineyard and the beaches there. It wasn't about saying yes to anything. It was about saying yes to herself, doing what she wanted. And she wanted to explore the most beautiful beaches in the world. "I'd love to see you again, Anthony," she said. She opened her hand to the violet shell. The perfection of the spiral truly was a wonder. It had to grow perfectly proportionate to survive. She remembered learning about the logarithmic equation in school. "Iadem mutato resurgo," she said. "What does it mean?" he asked. "It's a Latin motto, written on Jacob Bernoulli's gravestone. Although changed, I arise the same," she said. "He's the one who came up with the logarithmic theory." She looked back at the shell, suddenly feeling very connected to everything in that moment. She will rise again. A few weeks ago, Carol would have woken up and gone through her day. She wouldn't have stopped to look at spirals or sat watching the sun slowly make its way above the water's edge. She wouldn't have paid attention to the birds flying overhead or listened to their songs. She wouldn't have even noticed any of it. She may have risen the same, but Carol Moore had changed. Chapter 24. Taylor wanted nothing to do with her father. He could call her all he wanted, leave messages and texts, but she wasn't going to respond. How could she? She couldn't trust a word he said. He had told her they wanted to get a divorce. They. Growing up, her parents had had high expectations, which seemed par for their personalities. Both were high achievers in school. Both went to college and had good careers. Her mother had left work to stay home and raise children, and even though she'd frequently reminded them what she gave up raising her and her brother, she never complained. Her father had always pointed out what she needed to do in order to achieve the same amount of success as her parents. Trust, honesty, and loyalty were the most important characteristics of a person, according to her father. Trust, honesty, and loyalty. What a joke! Her phone dinged again from another text message from her father. "If you need a break to answer it, you can take 5, Renee said, as she closed up the display counters. Taylor shook her head. I don't want to answer it." She tossed her phone away from her on the counter, though it was close enough she could still see her screen. Everything in Taylor's life seemed completely out of control. First, her dad's lame excuse of needing to work, then his lies about the divorce. Now her mother had run away to Bermuda. And why hadn't she taken them? If she hadn't gone with their dad, why not take her and Brody? Now she was stuck on an island where she knew no one. Renee made a face. "Taylor, are you okay?" Taylor wasn't okay. She was pretty sure her cousin already knew that, but now she felt stupid because Renee had gone through much worse when she was her age. She'd lost her father. How could Taylor complain about her parents' divorce? "It must be hard going through all this," Renee said, her voice soft and oddly comforting. She kind of sounded like Carol. "I've been a jerk to my mom, and I wish she was home." Taylor didn't know what else to say. "I bet she'd be really happy to hear that," Renee said. Taylor didn't know why, but that made her burst into tears. "That I'm a jerk?" Renee's face fell. No, I mean, mothers always like to hear when you..." Renee ran to a box of tissue as Taylor started sobbing. "I didn't mean to make you cry. My dad's been having an affair." Taylor sobbed into her hands. Taylor sat down on an empty stool, forgetting about cleaning the glass display cases, and wept into the towel. Renee sat down next to her. The look of shock on her face told Taylor she hadn't known about the affair. Taylor slapped her forehead. "I've been so mean. No wonder she went to Bermuda. She wanted to get away from me." "Slow down," Renee said, as she pulled another stool toward Taylor and sat next to her. Your mom going to Bermuda had nothing to do with you. Taylor opened her phone and handed over the text conversation between her and her dad. It started with the photo of her dad and Ashley making out. Brody's friends saw you at dinner with Ashley, she'd texted, and the rest of the conversation had come from Matt. Taylor, call me. Taylor, I think it's best we talk face to face rather than texting. This is a bigger conversation. Please call me back. Taylor, pick up your phone. This doesn't help anyone. Call me, please. I love you, kiddo. I never wanted to hurt you, or your brother, or your mother. Please call me back. Renee set the phone down as another text popped up on the screen. I don't know if my mom knows or not, Taylor said. And I really don't want to be the one who has to tell her. I'll find out if your mom knows, okay? Renee said. I've been through a divorce, and it's not easy. Taylor had completely forgotten about Renee's first husband. She had heard he'd left Renee, but had he cheated too? Is this what all men do? Was Brody next? Renee smiled and shook her head. No, not all men. Taylor dropped her head. My dad was having an affair, and my mother's suffering from a midlife crisis, and I just feel totally out of my element and don't know a single soul, and... Whoa! Take a breath, Renee said, patting Taylor's knee. Taylor took a deep breath. I just want to go home. Then you'll have to talk to your dad, Renee said. I don't want to see him, Taylor shrugged. I don't have a home anymore. Once an islander, always an islander, you know. Renee bumped her shoulder into Taylor. Half the town knows you because of the bakery, and you have all your family and cousins. Then you have your brother. And what's this party I heard about? Brody has a girlfriend, and he's talking to other girls already, Taylor said, completely disgusted with every male on earth. He has a girlfriend back home. Have you been to the beach? Renee asked. What? Have you walked the beach yet? Renee gave a little shake on her knee. The ocean is a great place to think. Taylor looked at her cousin, suddenly realizing it wasn't some metaphor. She really meant walk the beach. But all Taylor wanted to do was cry. I don't know what I should do. Let's take a walk together, Renee said, bouncing off her stool. The kids are with my parents, and my mom will totally understand. Taylor didn't know her aunt well, but she had a feeling Evelyn didn't really like her all that much. More like tolerated her. She wasn't trying to be annoying by being overly emotional, but she was overly emotional. Her whole world had tipped upside down, her parents scattered. They had kept things from her and iced her out. I'm sorry I've been so annoying, Taylor said, grabbing the box of tissues and blowing her nose. I'm not trying to be. Her bottom lip quivered as she blew harder. Please. Renee waved her hand at her, then took off her apron. I've had so many meltdowns on that beach, but that's what's so beautiful about it. She set her apron on the counter and started toward the back. Come on, let me show you something really cool. Taylor could tell her cousin meant well and wanted to be helpful, but the last thing she wanted to do was go on some silly adventure. She wanted to go back to her aunt's, crawl into bed, then wake up and do the next thing. Brace herself for her mother's return. What would happen next? Renee opened the door to outside, letting Taylor go first. They walked down the sidewalk toward the town beach. Is this that same beach as your mom's? Taylor asked. Yep, sort of, Renee said, then pointed. This is what they call Half Moon Harbor, hence the shape of the harbor. Taylor looked at the harbor, which hardly curved. It's nice. It's Martha's Vineyard. Renee held out her arms. It's magical. Taylor thought the little harbor village with its brick sidewalks, big white houses, and all the clapboard was adorable, but she wanted her town on the lake, where her adorable lake house sat and her friends and family had lived happily together. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. "Come on, follow me," Renee said, gesturing for her to hurry. Taylor continued to drag along behind her, not paying much attention to the surroundings, until her spiraling thoughts got interrupted by a sound so loud she could no longer think. "It's called Symphony Cove!" Renee yelled over the waves, crashing into shore. The sound made Taylor stop and close her eyes, listening to the waves bursting as they hit the cliffs below. One by one, like an orchestra playing a song, the waves came, drowning out her thoughts. Taylor didn't open her eyes for a long time, just listened to the waves crashing into the coast, breaking into a spray, and slapping the rocks below. "The tide's coming in," Renee said. "We should go before we get stuck." But Taylor didn't move. She didn't want to. She kept her eyes closed for another minute. And that's when Renee took her into her arms and hugged her. At first she jumped, not realizing what was happening with her eyes closed, but then she melted away, crying into her cousin's shoulder. "I just want to go home," she said through sobs. "I just want my family back together." Renee didn't let go or rush out of the cove as the water rose. By the time Taylor's tears stopped, the water just started to reach their feet. "Come on, let's figure out what you're going to wear to your first Vineyard party," Renee said. She put her arm around Taylor's shoulder. Taylor shuddered a breath in, holding it in her chest, then slowly exhaling. "Do you think I should call my dad?" Taylor asked Renee. Renee lifted her shoulders. "I don't know. Only you know what's best for you. But," Renee paused, then said, "I'd do anything to have one last conversation with my dad." "I just want to talk to my mom first," Taylor said. Renee nodded. She stopped walking and grabbed Taylor's arm. "If I could give you any advice, I'd tell you to try to have the best summer of your life. Do things you never would have thought you could do. Meet new people. Date hot surfer guys. Do whatever you can before you have to start school this fall. Let all the other stuff be background noise." Taylor didn't know how to even start. "The only people I know on the island are members of AARP. "Let me introduce you to a friend of mine's daughter, Penny," Renee said. "She's really cool and easy to talk to. She's also kind of new, so she gets it." Taylor didn't want her cousin to set her up on a play date. "I don't think so. She's always at the beach with my mom and her friends," Renee said. "You're going to meet her eventually. Her grandmother and aunt and uncle live across the street." All Taylor wanted to do was go home and be alone. She didn't want to meet people. She didn't want to have dinner. She didn't want to eat. But going back to Seaview, as beautiful as it was, wasn't her home. Her phone vibrated again, but she didn't want to cry anymore or constantly think about her father's lies. But having a fun summer, meeting new friends and dating hot surfer guys, sounded a lot better than being miserable. "Okay, I'll meet her." Taylor gave her cousin a half smile. "Thanks." When Renee and Taylor returned to the bakery, Brody and Charlie sat at a table with coffee. "How was your walk?" Charlie asked. Renee smiled at the two. "Great. It's gorgeous out." "Perfect day to go to Symphony Cove," Charlie said. Taylor wondered if Renee had told them why they'd left so abruptly, and only half done with closing up the shop. "Evelyn thought we could do a dinner party tonight," Charlie said. "You know, the regulars." Renee's face brightened. "We were just talking about that. It's a great night for a fire." "And a barbecue," Charlie said. "We'll have drinks and apps ready around 6. Taylor watched as Renee and Charlie hashed out the plans as if this was one of many times they got together with friends and family. Taylor had noticed that the two had a great relationship. If her mom started dating, she wasn't sure how she'd get along with another guy who wasn't her dad. Would her mom start dating? Were her dad and Ashley dating? Subconsciously, Taylor took out her phone and checked it. And that's when she realized her last text hadn't been from her dad.
Noah texted me,
she said to Brody. Brody stood up and went to her, then looked at her phone. We need to talk ASAP. Her heart sank.
He knows.
Are you going to call him? Brody asked. She looked at Renee and Charlie, who stayed where they were. She stared at the text. How had Noah found out? Had his mother told him? And his dad? Was her father involved? Or had Noah already known?
What if he knows something I don't? I mean, I don't want to hear more secrets about our parents,
she said. Then call Dad, Brody said. But you and Noah have been friends forever. You have to call him. She did.
All right. But will you stay?
Brody nodded. Sure.
Do you mind, Renee?
She asked. Renee shook her head. Do what you need to do. Taking in a deep breath, Taylor dialed Noah's number, walking over to the picture window that looked out at the street. Tay? Noah said. The instant she heard his voice, a feeling of familiarity and safety came over her. But she started crying. Tay? Noah said again. Are you all right?
No,
she said.
Are you?
No, he said. They didn't need the words to know.
When did you find out?
Taylor asked. Yesterday, he said. The picture made more sense.
What's happening with your parents?
She asked. Noah didn't speak right away. Then he said, Your dad has a lot of nerve, Tay. The comment took her back.
What? It was your mom, too.
No, you know what I mean, he said.
Huh?
She didn't want to think about it. He encouraged us to just be friends, he said, anger in his voice. You and me. Taylor hadn't thought about it, but that was what her dad had done when Taylor and Noah had started having feelings for each other. He wouldn't allow her to date him because of the family relationship. What if you break up? Her father had rationalized. It might become awkward between our families, or people might take sides. No, it's not a good idea to get involved with Noah. Taylor hadn't realized Noah was still going on about her father until he said, And if he thinks he's marrying my mom, he's got another thing coming.
Do you think they're getting married?
She couldn't imagine coming downstairs in their house to Ashley. Would her dad get the house? What if they had to sell it? God, I hope not, Noah said. How's your dad? She asked. Angry, Noah said. I'd be worried if I was your dad. My mom's doing great, thanks, Taylor said, now getting angry at Noah. You're not the only victim in this, you know. Noah went silent for a moment. Look, I think it's best we don't talk anymore. What? She couldn't believe it.
Noah, I need my best friend more than ever right now.
Tay, I don't think I can ever be friends with you again, he said, and hung up. Chapter 25. Carol hiked every path she could find. Some twisted along the coast, up and around the different inlets and cliffs. Other paths went deep into a jungle of flora and fauna. She walked and walked and walked. When she returned back to the main beach, where vendors sold food and drinks, she noticed a woman holding a sign with her name. A flood of anxiety rushed over her, and she rushed up to the woman. I'm Carol, she said. Ah, nice to meet you, Carol Moore, the woman said, with a big grin. I have a special lunch for you if you would like. The woman handed her a white envelope. Carol opened it up and pulled out a piece of paper from inside. "Lunch is on me. Enjoy. Love, Anthony." The woman then pointed her hand at a minibus with a man ready in the driver's seat, waving at her. Carol let out a holler of a laugh. "You're kidding me!" The woman smiled and shook her head. "Lunch is waiting on the other side of the island, but we have snacks and beverages for you on the ride." Carol followed her to the bus. The driver looked at her in the rearview mirror as she got in. "Is this your first time on the island?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, I came here for my honeymoon 25 years ago." "Well, what took you so long to come back?" he said, as he cranked the gear shift into drive. "Let's start by going by the Queen's Lighthouse. Oh, wait a minute, I guess we should say King now, shouldn't we?" The man cranked the gear into drive on the right side of the bus and floored it. Carol grabbed the seatbelt and strapped it in, then wrapped her fingers around the handle in front of her and held on for dear life. "Hold on," he said as he flew around a corner. "I am," she said, and laughed as she swore the bus lifted off its wheels. Bob Marley played on the radio. "Anthony told me to take care of you," he yelled out as he shifted into a higher gear. The sound of scraping metal shrieked inside her ears. "You know Anthony?" she asked. "I used to work for him on the Vineyard, and we became fast friends," he said, then laughed. "But who doesn't know Chef Anthony?" Carol had forgotten Anthony's fame. Millions of people probably knew Anthony. "You must be very special," Phil said. "I've never been hired to cook and drive a customer around the island." She smiled. How had she become special all of a sudden? Carol thought about this for half the bus ride around the island, as the driver went through all the history of the island, explaining the roof lines for water collection, the limestone that got harder with time, the pastel colors that had become a tradition. They would visit St. George first. "St. George is quaint and has a lot of history," Phil said. "And it's also where my mom lives." "Where do you recommend eating?" she asked. "Unfortunately, the best place in St. George isn't open to the public," he said. "Why's that?" she asked. "It's my mom's," he chuckled. "She makes the best Bermudian fish chowder." Phil beeped his horn as another bus, jam-packed with tourists heading to the beaches, passed by. "I like how you beep your horns here," she said, remembering from her honeymoon. They beeped as a friendly hello versus an angry gesture. "It's a friendly toot," Phil said. She nodded, looking out the window. "Ah, that's my mother's place," he said, pointing to a soft baby blue house that hung on a hill above a gorgeous cove. He pulled over to the side of the road as a bus tooted past, practically taking out the mirror. "Oh!" She unstrapped her belt as he got out of the bus. "No, please, this isn't necessary." But Phil was long gone into the darkness of the house. Carol waited inside the car, wondering if she should get out to save her life or get out and tell him not to bother his mother. But then an elderly woman, guided by Phil, came out of the house. "You are Chef Anthony's friend?" She nodded. "Yes, my name is Carol." The woman looked at Phil, then said, "Are you hungry now?" He gave Carol a thumbs up. "No, it's really not necessary," she said, though both Phil and his mother pushed her gently toward the door. "We'd do anything for Chef Anthony," she said to Carol, "and his special friend." She had a feeling they thought she was way more special to Anthony than she was. What if there's a woman in New York who he's doing the exact same thing to? Her gut said he wasn't like that. He spoke so highly about his wife and how much he loved her. But hadn't Matt? Maybe all men cheat. Phil's mother's home felt cool inside compared to the 80-plus degrees outside, yet it also felt warm and inviting. The back opened to a small patio that overlooked a hidden beach below. Everywhere Carol looked, a gorgeous view awaited her. "Your home is incredible," she said. Phil's mother smiled. "Thank you." Ramona had lived in the house her whole life, and her father before that. The house was older than Seaview, hitting almost 300 in a few years. "Eat up," Ramona said, setting a plate in front of Carol. Carol looked down and wondered if they had played a joke. The chowder was nothing like she had seen before. She was expecting a rich, creamy New England chowder, not a broth-based soup. The two of them stared at Carol as she took her first bite. She closed her eyes. The chowder had a kick, but also a sweetness from the fish. There were spices she couldn't place, but it all blended perfectly. She said, taking a second spoonful. They looked at each other and began eating as well. Throughout lunch, Phil and his mother told Carol some of the Bermudian history, what life was like living on the island today, and some great places to see when she came back to visit. "This dish is incredible," Carol said. "What kind of fish is it?" "Wahoo and rockfish," his mother said. She dabbed her mouth with a cloth napkin. "So, how do you know Anthony?" "I met him on Martha's Vineyard," she said. "My sister lives there." "How long have you been together?" she asked, looking at Carol for the answer. Did Carol tell her the truth? That she'd only just met him? That she wasn't even sure what their relationship was because her marriage had just fallen apart a minute ago? "He's a good friend," she decided on. "Are you married?" she asked Phil, noticing a ring. "Married almost 40 years, he said. "Oh, wow," she said, realizing she'd never have a relationship that long. Ever. He'd die, she'd die, or they'd get divorced. She couldn't be sure of anything. "Congratulations." After lunch, Ramona gave Carol a hug and an invitation back. "Where to next?" Phil asked. She didn't know where she wanted to go. What was she doing? Driving around Bermuda pretending her life wasn't falling apart wasn't going to change anything. She was still going to have to face Matt. She was still going to have to face the kids. She was still going to have to face her friends and family. It was time to get her big girl panties on because she didn't want to hide anymore. "Do you mind just taking me back to the hotel?" she said. "I'm a little tired now." "Ah!" He shook his finger at her, looking through the rearview mirror. "It'll get you every time. So comforting, my mum's chowder." Phil continued telling her about the different landmarks as they passed by, but Carol was far away, stuck in her head. When she got to the hotel, she gave Phil a handsome tip and a promise to call when she came back to Bermuda. "Tell Anthony to come with you next time," he said, tooting the horn as he left. When she got inside her hotel room, she sat on the balcony for over an hour, listening to the waves, spinning the shell Anthony had given her that morning. She needed to get it over with and call him. She picked up the receiver and dialed his number. "Hello?" Matt said. The sound of his voice triggered so many emotions. She had to breathe for a second before speaking. "Hello, Matt?" "Carol." He sounded anxious and surprised. "Where are you?" "I'm in Bermuda," she said, surprised the kids hadn't told him. Had he been talking to the kids? "Brody wouldn't tell me anything about you," he said. His voice had a slight hint of irritation. Carol covered her mouth, hiding her smile. And like a wave jolting her awake, she pulled her hand away and uncovered her smile. She no longer had to feel self-conscious of her smile, or worry that her hair hadn't been brushed out for hours, and she had no makeup on. She would never need to worry about it again, because the only person she had worried about before had been Matt. But not anymore. "It's beautiful, just like I remember," she said. "Did you go alone?" he asked, which surprised her. Did he know somehow? "No," she said. "I came with a friend." "What?" he said, taken aback. "Who?" She let the stillness surrounding her create the next moment of her life. She didn't speak, but listened for the waves. "I've met with an attorney," she said. "Right." Matt cleared his throat. "I don't think we need to waste all my money on attorney's fees when mediators are half the price and just as good." Of course, he'd go the economical route. "No, I don't think so," she said. "I'll send you her information." "Carol," he said, "what do you want?" The question felt like a blow to the stomach. No apology, no grievances, not even an "I'm a jerk for cheating on you with your best friend." Nothing. "I want nothing other than what I deserve," she said. "What does that mean?" he said. "Do you want the house? Do you want the furniture? We need to start figuring it out. With the kids off to school, I think we should get rid of the house." She hadn't lived in the house for more than 7 years, but it had 7 Christmases and dozens of parties and sleepovers and birthdays, and so much more that she'd thought had made her family happy. "When did it change for you?" she asked. It was probably the one thing that made her most crazy. When had he stopped loving her? "I don't know. It's not that simple, I guess," he said. "No, you don't get to ruin our family and not have an answer," she snapped. "When did you stop loving me?" She yelled it into the phone, and a few birds scattered out of the trees. "I still love you, Carol," he said. "That's why it's complicated. I love our family. I love you and who you are. But I don't know. I guess I just..." "Just what, Matt?" She couldn't take this any longer. If he wanted to end things, he would have to explain himself. "You don't seem to like me all that much," he said. "What?" She couldn't believe it. He was blaming her. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." "No matter what I did or said, Carol, it annoyed you," he said. "I'd leave a fork in the sink and you'd act like it was the end of the world." Carol had to physically close her mouth. That wasn't the point of this conversation. She wanted peace. She wanted some sort of clarity. She didn't want to get more muddled up in emotions. "We lived separate lives," he went on. "You never wanted to do anything I wanted to do." "And you never bothered to say anything or try to fix this? We could have seen a therapist. Lots of couples need help figuring out these kinds of issues." "Ashley just makes me feel special to her." He huffed heavily into the phone, as if explaining his feelings annoyed him. She almost asked if he had talked to the kids, but realized it was no longer her business. "I'm coming back," she said. "You can start communicating with my divorce attorney." "Are you serious?" This surprised him. "Yeah, I think I'm going to stay at our house until I figure out what I want to do," she said. "Fine," he said. No remorse, no apologies. What upset her most was the little bit of her that wished he'd change his mind, beg for her back. "How did Noah and Dave take everything?" Matt stayed silent. She didn't know what had made her ask, and she immediately regretted it. She didn't want to know any more than she had to. She didn't want to find out anything more that would bring her down. "Worse than I thought," he said. That's when she heard him sniffle, followed by a distinguished sound of clearing his throat. "The kids won't talk to me," he said. "Taylor wants nothing to do with me. Dave wants to murder me. Noah hates Ashley. Things are bad, really bad." She wanted to remind him why it was so bad, but kept quiet. "I'm so sorry, Carol," he choked out. Carol could accept his apology, but she wasn't sure if Matt was crying because he was sorry for ruining his family or that his actions had repercussions and he had to face them. Wouldn't forgiving him help her move forward? But she wasn't that zen. I think it's best if we communicate through our attorneys. Chapter 26. Brody didn't want to hear it. You're not going to some random house party on Martha's Vineyard. No. He said it like their father, and he knew it irritated Taylor. He turned on the water of the huge sink full of large steel cookie sheets. I can go to whatever party I want. She crossed her arms against her chest and pouted. She didn't even want to go. She was just giving him a hard time. Why do you care? He asked. Usually he'd back down from a fight by now. He never won when it came to Taylor. She'd run to someone and cry. Even if he didn't hit her, they'd take her side and he'd end up being grounded. He'd learned to stay in shallow waters and dive away when trouble came near. But he'd had enough of Taylor. Stop acting like a brat. What did you just call me? She asked, getting closer to him. He tried to ignore her, to not respond. But she kept going. I'm not a brat. You're the brat who's going to a party to meet up with some random girl while you have a girlfriend, Taylor said. Shannon broke up with me, he said, shutting off the water and facing her. So leave it, okay? Oh, she stood there. Well, I can still do what I want. No, actually, you can't. He wasn't going to let her go to any party. Mom and Dad might not be on this island, but I am, and you're not going. You're such a jerk! She yelled it like a child, and he couldn't hold back. I'm the jerk? He slapped his chest with his hand. You chased our mother off to another country after Dad cheated on her. All she needed was a little bit of empathy. You knew she was struggling with us leaving, and you still gave her a hard time. Don't you feel bad about that? Taylor's bottom lip quivered. You just love to make me feel bad, don't you? Oh, stop the pity party, Taylor, he said. You're driving everyone nuts. We're all going through our own thing. So deal with it or don't deal with it, but stop making everyone feel sorry for you. What? Her arms straightened at her sides, and it reminded him of 5-year-old Taylor. I'm not making everyone feel sorry for me. You're moping around the house. At this point, Brody couldn't hold back. All the while behaving like a spoiled brat. She faked a smile. Wow. Brody, you're a swell guy. Mom needs us, he said, and all you can think about is yourself. Who's the one flying off to Bermuda? She threw her arm out at the door. You blamed her for him leaving. He wasn't going to let her win just because she couldn't handle her feelings about their father's affair. Whatever, Brody, she shot back. They never tell us anything. Because you handle things so well. He could hear his sarcasm come out mean, rather than funny. I get to be upset that our parents are getting a divorce, she said. Yes, he nodded. But you need to grow up. The world doesn't end just because your parents' marriage is over. Taylor huffed a half-screech, half-scream, and stormed out the back door before slamming it closed. Is everything okay? Renee asked, walking into the back. Brody wished Taylor would take after their cousin, who seemed to always keep her cool, even in high-stress situations. She ran a successful bakery, while also supplying half the restaurants with desserts and breads and pastries, all while raising 3 children. She thinks the world is over because our parents are divorcing, he said. Well, it probably is over for her, right? Renee said, putting stray pans and pots away. I mean, the one she's known anyway. He scraped off icing from a tray. She's not the only one going through something. We all have our own thing. And he was so sick of the drama. Shannon had brought enough drama. That night, his mother had asked him to take her to the emergency room. What could he have told his mom? Sorry, Mom, take yourself. My girlfriend wants to go to the bars. But Shannon had thrown out an ultimatum, and then immediately following it, a confession.
I think we should take a break now that you're going to Florida, she'd said. I mean, I'm going to be in Kansas at vet school, and you're going to Florida State. Long distance never works.
You're breaking up with me because I took my mom to the emergency room? He couldn't believe Shannon would get that bent out of shape over him helping his mother. So what if he loved his mother? He hadn't found anything wrong with helping her out and hadn't understood why she wouldn't join him. She needed to go to the ER.
Why couldn't your dad take her?
And the rest of the night, Shannon had argued everything he'd said until he had left without saying another word. He hadn't said good luck or goodbye. He'd walked away from the one woman he'd thought he would ask to marry him, and she hadn't even seemed to care. Now he was stuck on an island dealing with his little sister, who he could hardly tolerate at this moment. He loved Taylor, but she lived in her own little world. Life seriously had a funny way of showing him lessons. What was the lesson this time? He turned back to his cousin. I'll finish up closing and talk to her later. Renee stopped and looked at him. You okay? I know you guys have been going through a lot. That's the thing with Taylor. She wanted the world to know she was suffering, where Brody wanted nothing revealed. Yeah, I'm fine. Renee kept an eye on him, as though she knew he wasn't telling the whole story, but she didn't push the topic. Well, I'm headed back to the house. Don't forget about the dinner party. Ugh, he'd forgotten about the dinner party. Right. Brody started scraping hard against the steel trays, trying to ignore everything. And when he finished, he could still feel the anger inside. If he was going to the dinner party tonight, he'd have to calm down. He grabbed the broom and headed out front to bring everything inside. On the sidewalk, there was just enough room for a couple of sets of chairs and tables to sit at. He brought in the flower pots and chalkboard of the daily specials and an inspirational quote. He began to sweep the sidewalk, even though it didn't need to be done. But he didn't want to go back. He wouldn't be able to deal with Taylor's all-about-me attitude. He also didn't know what to think about his mom taking off to Bermuda on her own and without a phone. Taylor was right about one thing. Their mom was going through a midlife crisis. Hey, a voice said. Brody, right? Brody looked up to see the very beautiful hostess standing right before him. Abby, right? She grinned, the most fantastic smile he had ever seen. Then she pointed to him. You coming tonight? He shook his head. No, sorry. My aunt's got this dinner party thing. She looked disappointed, and he almost changed his mind. Well, maybe I'll see you around then. Yeah, I'd like that, he said, leaning on the broom, wishing he had enough guts to ask her out. What do people do around the island? He guessed Abby was around the same age, but she could be one of those girls that looked very mature for her age. What if she was younger than he thought? One thing he knew for sure after living with two women was to never ask a woman her age. Hang out on the beach, have bonfires, anything on the water. She shrugged. It's Martha's Vineyard. None of the things she listed showed age. If anything, it sounded like she was younger than he thought. She still lived at home, that much he knew, but so did he. Any places to grab a drink outside? He asked. The best way to fish for an age? Alcohol. She smiled. There's a nice place called the Wharf for the best view, but there's also another place called Mooncussers, and it's got a great deck. The best view is your family's restaurant, he said, looking across the street at Piacere. Renee had connected the hostess to the famous chef that owned the restaurant for him. Isn't it crazy about our parents? She said. He looked at her, confused. What do you mean? My dad and your mom, she said, scrunching her forehead. They're in Bermuda together. His feet felt heavy, and suddenly cemented in place. What?
Yeah, isn't that crazy? She laughed. I guess your mom invited him.
Like, romantically? What was happening? This made her smile, but she shook her head.
I don't know, but I think it's kind of adorable.
Then she tilted her head and grabbed a hold of his shoulder.
Are you okay?
I think I need to sit, he said, looking for the Adirondack chair behind him. He fell into the deep seat and took hold of his forehead. My mother is in Bermuda with your father? He couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
She lowered herself into the seat next to him.
You didn't know?
He shook his head. No. She tapped her fingernails on the armrest.
I think they're friends.
What do you mean? He leaned his elbows on his knees. How do they even know each other?
I guess they met here,
she said. She tapped his knee with her fingernail, which had a painted white tip.
My dad's a really great guy.
This did not make him feel any better. I'm not saying my mom can't be with whoever she wants. I just didn't know. He didn't want his mother with anyone, not now.
I lost my mom a few years ago, and my dad's still not over her, she said, her chin in her hand. I'm sure it's all very innocent.
He nodded, but he still didn't like the idea of his mother alone on an island with a perfect stranger. He had heard stories about her dad, the famous chef on those morning television shows. But famous or not, what was she doing with him? Was Taylor right? Had their mother given up on her marriage without a fight? Had she not been happy either?
I should let you finish up here, Abby said, getting up from her seat. Sorry for springing that on you.
He shook his head. I just wasn't expecting it, that's all.
She gave him a half grin. Well, if you ever want a tour of the island, I'd be happy to show you around.
He stood up, knowing this would be the time to just ask her out, take the chance. A summer fling that didn't need to mean much other than a good time. It would have been perfect. If his mother wasn't with her father. I will, he said. But he wanted nothing to do with the opposite sex right then. He couldn't stop thinking about everything. His parents' divorce, Shannon's back and forth, Taylor's moods, his mother off in Bermuda with a man he'd never met, living in a house where everyone tiptoed around each other. Something had to give. Chapter 27. Taylor stood in the kitchen with all the women and listened. Her Aunt Evelyn and her friends all sat around the counter, talking boisterously as Renee prepared the food for the party. What a great idea to have a get-together, Evelyn said to Renee. It's been too long since everyone's seen the babies. Taylor held one of the twins on her hip, swaying back and forth. That's what she was good at. She had babysat all throughout middle school and high school. Have you met Penny yet? Biddy asked Taylor. Taylor shook her head. Oh, you're gonna love her, Biddy said. Biddy was one of her aunt's friends who lived on the island. She was older than her mom, but her personality seemed 20 years younger. Biddy was boisterous and loud with laughter. Her accent had a thick drawl to it, and Taylor felt too shy to ask where she was from, even though she was certain Biddy wouldn't mind talking to her about it. She just felt stupid. She felt like everyone knew what her dad had done to her mom. She imagined these women would be loyal to fellow women and not look too kindly at a cheating husband. How could her father be the bad guy? Voices could be heard on the porch, and more cars pulling into the driveway made the women get louder and laugh more. Charlie stayed hidden away on the back deck, getting the wet bar set up, but all he did was put out a cooler of ice and stuck a few beers in it. The party felt different than the ones her parents threw. It felt calmer, quieter, and less overdone. Carol wasn't running around barking orders. Her father wasn't schmoozing with the guests.
and Brody wasn't talking to all her friends instead of hanging out with her. "Oh dear," Wanda said, standing up from her stool. "I better tinkle before more people start showing up." Taylor stepped back with the toddler, who sat contentedly in her arms, watching the scene unfold. People started streaming into her aunt's house with things in their hands, desserts, books, and more food. Everyone hugged and kissed one another's cheeks. Each group that came in brought an energy that buzzed throughout the room. "Do you mind holding Delilah for a little bit more?" Renee asked. Taylor shook her head. "No, not at all." She laughed when she noticed Brody holding George's hand and standing with Charlie and the old men. She smiled at him when he noticed her looking. Their fight hadn't been pretty. He hadn't spoken to her since, and that spoke of how mad he was at her. She should just go over and say sorry and end it. But something still grinded at her, and she couldn't let it go. She didn't want to apologize. She wanted everyone to apologize to her. She didn't ask for all of this. She wanted one last summer to be a carefree kid. She had hopes of finding a handsome Vineyard boy and lying on the beach with a croissant in her mouth. All that had been ripped out from underneath her. She wasn't trying to be selfish, but her life had been turned upside down, and she spun wildly around. "Taylor!" Evelyn called out from the other side of the kitchen. "Come meet the Morses." Taylor looked up to see a family coming into the house together, all laughing and smiling, happy. Everyone in the 3-person family looked like they had stepped out of the photo that came with the picture frame. Taylor groaned to Delilah and plastered a smile onto her face. "Yay, I get to meet more people." She walked across the room, and the girl that looked about her age only became more beautiful the closer Taylor got. And Taylor felt even more insecure. Her back stiffened as she reached the group. "Penny, this is my niece Taylor, who's here for the summer and working at the bakery," Evelyn said, placing her hand on Taylor's back. It strangely comforted Taylor. "She's attending Brown this fall." Penny's mouth formed a wide O, and she took a hold of Taylor's arm. "I want to apply to Brown." This made everyone, including Delilah, laugh. And Taylor laughed just because everyone else did. "Her brother Brody is out on the back deck." Evelyn pointed out the windows to where an even larger group of men hung around the cooler. "I think I'll go outside and say hi to Charlie," the dad said to the mom. He kissed her on the cheek and then turned to Taylor. "You should come with me and Penny and go surfing." "Oh, totally," Penny said. Then she leaned over to Delilah and said, "Hi, Dee." Delilah held out her arms at Penny and squirmed to get out of Taylor's. "I think she wants you," Taylor said, feeling like a bigger dork, as the group of women watched a baby try to get away from her. "Oh, I babysit a lot, so she knows me," Penny said, taking Delilah and swooping her up. A look of pure joy broke across Delilah's face as she flew into the air. Woo! Taylor wished she felt that comfortable and confident in front of others. Penny didn't care that she had been loud and silly. She didn't seem to hold back her personality when meeting a complete stranger. Taylor wished she could feel that comfortable in front of her family. Delilah squealed in delight, but saw Renee from the corner of her eye. "Mama!" "Did you see your favorite?" Renee said, holding up a juicy purple plum. "Grandpa Charlie got it just for you." Delilah clapped her hands and squirmed out of Penny's arms, just like she had with Taylor. "You must be so excited to start school," Penny said to Taylor. Taylor noticed the adults had all moved further into the house to mingle, leaving Penny and her alone. Oh, Taylor thought. Had her aunt asked this girl to be her friend? Did she know her father was a stinking, cheating husband? Did she know her mother was off having a midlife crisis? "Sort of," Taylor said, not sure how to behave. "I'm nervous and excited." "I bet," Penny said. Silence hung between them for an awkward moment. Then Penny said, Have you been to the beach?
I walked it with Renee this morning, Taylor said.
My friends and I all hang out and swim and stuff, she said. You should come.
Taylor put a smile on her face, but this pity invite was so blatant she couldn't handle it. She had friends at home. She didn't need help finding friends from her aunt.
You don't have to invite me just because our families are friends, Taylor said. It's okay, I'm good.
The girl put her hand on Taylor's arm.
No, come, please. We just hang and swim. It's really fun and casual.
No pressure, though. Then Penny leaned closer to Taylor's ear and whispered,
There are a lot of cute boys, too.
Taylor prayed Penny didn't notice Brody.
Is that your brother?
Penny asked. Taylor groaned. Yes.
He looks miserable,
she said. Taylor looked over at him, talking to little George, who he had dubbed G. Brody did look sad.
He deserves to, Taylor mumbled.
Penny's eyes lit up.
Oh, you sound like you have a secret to tell.
Penny took Taylor by the elbow.
Let's go for a walk on the beach.
What's with you all on this beach? Taylor didn't get it. Yes, it was the ocean with sand and waves, but it was also sandy and sticky and smelly. Taylor lived on a lake that was calm and cool and clean.
Because secrets are best told on the beach.
Penny pulled Taylor out of the house.
We're going for a walk.
Penny's mom made a face. Don't kidnap the girl.
She's fine,
Penny answered. Have fun, Renee said, waving with both Delilah and Mia in her arms. Penny didn't let go as she led Taylor down the wooden plank walkway to the sugary-colored sand. The sun, low in the sky, sent long shadows across the beach.
Come over here,
Penny said, waving Taylor down the beach.
I'm taking you to Prayer's Cove.
Penny walked into what looked like a dirty cave. Everywhere she looked, there were candles and melted wax, blackened by the fire.
Do people just leave their junk here?
Taylor didn't know why Penny would bring her here. People on Martha's Vineyard needed to take better care of their beaches if this was the main attraction. Penny then pulled out a matchbox.
Here, let's light them.
Taylor hadn't thought of what the cove would look like lit up.
The sun's about to set,
Penny said, nodding back at the horizon. We get the peripheral sunset and sunrise from this spot, and it's beautiful when it's all lit up. Taylor watched as Penny pulled out a wooden match and rubbed its head against the book. The smell of sulfur hit her nose right away as the flame took. Penny lit a tall candle first, then a few of the tea candles around it. Then she blew out the match.
Your turn,
she said, nodding at Taylor's hand.
What are these all for?
Taylor asked.
They're people's wishes or prayers.
Penny held one of them, lighting another candle with it.
Oh.
Taylor didn't know what she'd wish for, but she didn't want to willy-nilly it if that's how it went.
Do I get to wish if I light them, or is it only the first person's wish?
Penny looked thoughtful, then shook her finger at her.
I say all of the above.
Taylor laughed.
Good. Come on, let's light the ones that still work,
Penny said. The two girls went through all the matches but two. They decided to each save one for their wish. They both sat down on the sand, looking out at the water as the sun set behind the cliffs.
Do you know what you want to wish for? Penny asked.
Taylor wrapped her arms around her knees, feeling a chill even though the night was warm and humid.
Yes, but I know it'll never come true, Taylor said.
Never say never. Penny stuck out her feet. Taylor noticed her perfect toes.
My mom brought me here when we moved here a year ago.
Do you like it? Taylor asked. Living here? Penny nodded and gazed out at the clouds, painted in a deep magenta. The shadows of the candle's flames flickered across the sand.
I miss the city.
Penny dug her heels into the sand.
There aren't a ton of people on the island, or kids other than summer kids. You mean like tourists? Taylor asked. No, the ones who can afford to stay all summer with their nannies or parents, who rarely work, living in the biggest houses.
Penny lost her smile.
They attend elite private schools and have a bigger house in the suburbs, and they think they own the island.
You sound like you love them, Taylor said. Penny laughed.
That's why I'm so excited that a normal person has come.
Taylor wasn't a summer person, and she also wasn't a tourist. Truthfully, she didn't really know what she was. What if her parents sold the house? Where would her home be then?
You okay?
Penny asked.
My parents are getting divorced,
and I just don't even know. She looked up at the night sky, hoping her tears wouldn't get set off.
I'm wicked sorry,
Penny said, her hand on Taylor's back.
That sucks.
It's just that everything had been so perfect. Taylor had been top of her class, then was moving to the East Coast to have a summer full of experiences before attending her dream school. She had imagined her happy family dropping her off at college with her new roommate, offering for her to stay at their place. "We live on a lake," her dad would brag like always. That was the dad she wanted to have back in her head. The guy who'd invite anyone over. The guy who made everyone feel welcome. The guy who'd drive donuts around the lake for hours to make his kids happy. Now she only saw the guy who kissed Ashley.
My parents are treating us like children, but behaving worse than us, Taylor said.
She may have been disrespectful to her mother, but she had also felt disrespected. No one was telling the truth.
My mom pretended nothing was going on, and then my dad told us over the phone.
Yuck, Penny said.
And he lied, saying it was mutual, but
Taylor could finally admit it. It wasn't.
I'm sorry, Penny said.
For what it's worth, I know what it's like to have a messed up family. Taylor gave Penny a half grin. She noticed how easily her breath came suddenly, in rhythm with the waves. She looked down at her last match, thinking about a prayer she could leave. She didn't want to mess around. She couldn't wish her family back together. She was too realistic. But was it too much to ask if they could act like a family still?
I pray that my family can still be a family. Even divorced, you know?
Taylor said, spinning the match in her fingers. Penny nodded.
I said the same prayer a year ago.
Taylor made a face.
Aren't your parents married?
She'd seen the happy family with their arms around each other.
Or are your parents divorced?
Penny laughed, shaking her head.
No, but they just got married last year. They were never together before we moved to the island.
Taylor didn't really understand, but she didn't know if she should ask more questions.
I'm going to pray for my grandmother's well-being, Penny said. She has Alzheimer's.
Penny's eyes teared up.
I've lived with her for the past year, and now we're not. So I'm afraid she's going to forget me.
Taylor could feel the tears fall before she even knew she was crying. Things could be so much worse. She still had 2 parents who loved her, and a bossy brother who just wanted to protect her.
I'm really sorry, Taylor said. That must be really hard.
Taylor had never been one for making bosom buddies. She had a few good friends, but being top of her class meant she hadn't gotten as close to her friends as other relationships she'd seen in high school. Girls who'd been inseparable. Soul sisters was what her aunt had called her friends. She hadn't had that. But something, a vibe or feeling, Taylor didn't know, felt real with Penny.
I know where there's a party tonight, Taylor said.
Penny looked up.
Where?
This girl invited my brother and I, Taylor said.
Who?
Penny looked surprised.
Her name is Abby.
Taylor didn't know the girl's last name.
She works at Piacere.
Penny finished her sentence.
You got invited to Abby Dumont's party?
Taylor scrunched her face.
Not exactly. More like my brother was invited. Penny shook her head. My parents would never let me go to one of her parties. She's older, and there will probably be alcohol.
Oh, Taylor said, nodding. She probably shouldn't be going to a party like that. Her parents wouldn't approve if they had found out. Penny's phone started to ring.
Oh, shoot, it's my mom.
She stood up, walking away from Taylor, the waves covering her voice. Taylor looked out, the sky darkening to navy and different shades of lavender as the sun disappeared. The stars reflected off the blackness of the water. Penny walked back.
They're wondering where we are.
Taylor nodded.
Should we go back?
Penny shook her head.
We have to make a wish first.
Penny closed her eyes and then struck her match before holding it up and waiting for Taylor to do the same. Taylor swiped her own match against the strip and lit it. The two lit their candles at the same time. That's when Taylor closed her eyes, listening to the waves come to shore, one right after another, and prayed for her family to stay a family.
No guy back home to wish for?
Penny asked, as they began to walk back to Seaview. Taylor shook her head.
That's more complicated than my parents. Tell me more secrets!
Penny wrung her arm into Taylor's, and they walked like that the whole way back to Seaview. Chapter 28. When Carol landed, she took her time getting through customs, apprehensive about what would come next for her, but not scared like she would have been before Bermuda. When she left the hotel, she called Evelyn with her flight information. Before, she'd be freaking out, letting her anxiety run her mind into worst-case scenarios. But no more. She'd let go and just believe in the journey. As she walked out to arrivals, she noticed Anthony standing by the luggage carousel, leaning against a wall. He wore sunglasses, his usual button-up and shorts, and expensive dock shoes. He looked completely Martha's Vineyard style. "What are you doing here?" she asked, smiling at the surprise. "I missed you," he said, pushing off the wall toward her. She laughed. Was this man for real? He could have any woman, literally, and he was meeting her at the airport because he missed her. "How was your trip?" he asked. "Great," she said. "Phil was lovely." "I knew you'd like him." Anthony gestured toward her luggage. "Let me take that for you." "I'm good, but thanks," she said, holding on to the bag. Anthony stared at her, giving her the look he'd given her all weekend. Nothing had changed for him over the last 24 hours. But what happened when the shine wore off, and she was just Carol? "Did you meet Phil's mother?" "She made us lunch," she said. "Oh, don't tell me it was her fish chowder," he said. He pointed to the airport's main building. Even the airport had the quaint, gray-shingled Martha's Vineyard adorableness. "I saw your sister parked outside." Carol nodded, looking out at the car. "I want to be honest with my kids, but they've just gone through a lot. I don't think it's fair to bring in a relationship at this point." Anthony smiled again. "I had a feeling that might be the case." She took his hand. "I had a nice time, and I really love being your friend." "What about a friendship?" he said. "I'm going to go back to Minnesota to deal with my divorce." Though she wished she could go back to Bermuda and comb the beach with him. "I can't avoid my real life forever." "Maybe it's not your life anymore," Anthony said. She looked at him. "Isn't that the truth?" It wasn't her life. It was the past. Like stepping into a yearbook. Everything frozen in place of what was. But it could never be like that again. "I need to focus on my kids and getting them off to college," she said. All night her thoughts were consumed on how to make everything stop in time. She liked being around Anthony. She enjoyed herself. She felt like that woman in her 20s who felt free. She hadn't felt free in a very long time. Not that she was a caged animal. Matt hadn't kept tabs on her. but their life had depended on her giving up her own wants and needs. Matt could easily go play a round of golf after work because he knew she would take care of the kids. He knew he could work out at the gym, stay late, or go out for a few drinks with coworkers. She took care of everything. Not that she'd had coworkers or that many friends. She'd had Ashley, the friend she could call and complain to, the friend she could shop with, the friend who had known her secrets and insecurities and stupid pet peeves and all the other stuff girlfriends knew. Ashley knew them. What kind of friend slept with their best friend's husband? 2 relationships gone in a heartbeat. 1 moment, 1 small gesture, and her whole life had twisted inside out. But there was Anthony, who wanted to see her the second she got back on the island. "I want to stay friends." The emotions were bubbling up. "You helped me see clearly." He tilted his head when he saw the tears, and like the first time she'd met him, he gave her a look of pained understanding. Maybe that was why she'd fallen for him so fast. He understood her. Anthony took hold of her and held her in his arms. She never felt so bittersweet in her life. How could this perfect guy come at the absolute wrong time? "Keep in touch." He didn't kiss her like she hoped, but she didn't kiss him either. She walked away, not looking back, but knowing there would always be a part of her that would regret the decision to leave. What if Anthony never called again? What if he had been the one? What if he had been really good in other areas beyond cooking? She had only been with Matt. What did she know? What if Anthony was the kind of lover women talk about? The kind of man that treated a woman like a goddess? He certainly seemed like the type. He pampered her every second he could, and she adored him for it. He'd compliment her throughout the day. The way he looked at her made her feel like he felt genuine joy being around her. But she wasn't that special. Anthony would figure it out just like everyone else. If Matt had promised before God that he'd devote his life to her and couldn't make it to death do they part, then certainly a famous chef wouldn't stick around either. Before she left the terminal, she breathed in deeply and collected herself. The minute she stepped out of Martha's Vineyard airport, her new life would begin. She put her hand in her pocket, wrapping her fingers around the whelk she had found with Anthony, what felt like forever ago. She closed her eyes and said, "I believe in miracles." "Carol!" Evelyn and Charlie waved down the sidewalk by the car. Brody and Taylor were with them. She waved and started making her way toward the car. Taylor got out of the station wagon and hugged Carol right away. "I'm glad you're back," she said. Carol hadn't expected Taylor to be the one hugging, but she noticed Brody didn't even get out of the car. "I'm sorry I left without telling you all my plans," Carol said, getting into the car and sitting next to Brody. "With no phone?" Taylor pointed out. "Yes, with no phone." Carol made sure to get Taylor to look at her. "I'm sorry." Brody still hadn't said a word or made eye contact. "It was very irresponsible," Carol said, wishing she had given up her phone years ago. The past few days, she hadn't been worried about the little things, like who posted on social media, or trying to control everything by checking all the notifications. "You must be exhausted," Evelyn said. "Yes," Carol said, getting her seatbelt on, as Brody tensed up next to her. Taylor started telling Carol about Evelyn's party, and soon the car ride was full of conversation about Taylor's new friend named Penny, who wanted to apply to Brown. "Her grandmother has Alzheimer's, and I feel really bad for her," Taylor said. Carol couldn't believe the transformation of Taylor. Her daughter seemed happy. She wasn't depressed or angry and blaming her. Not that the divorce shouldn't be hard on her, but Taylor had focused her anger solely on Carol. Now Taylor asked her questions about her trip, told her about Prayers Cove,
and how kids surf by Greyhead Cliffs.
The waves can get pretty intense sometimes, she explained.
When they arrived at the house, Brody grabbed her bag and took it inside, but he hadn't said a single word since leaving the airport. He walked inside the house and kept walking, dropping her bag off in the front hall. "I'll take it upstairs, but after we talk," he said. He turned around and walked out the door to the deck. "Okay," she said, following him outside. She rubbed her hands together as he sat on a lounge chair, not sure what he wanted to talk about. "Did you travel with someone to Bermuda?" he asked. But by the way he asked and the way he looked at her, he knew she traveled with Anthony. How could she explain Anthony when she didn't even understand herself? "Yes," she said. She realized now that she should have just told the truth right away. Hiding the divorce, the affair, her pain, had made her physically sick, not the end of her marriage. The minute the truth came out, she began to feel okay again. No more panic attacks, no more sleepless nights, and she'd finally had an appetite. "Anthony Dumont, the chef from the restaurant." "Are you dating him?" he asked. The whole conversation seemed so surreal. "Brody, no. We're not in a relationship." "Then why did you two go to Bermuda together?" he asked. "I ran into him on a walk, and we started talking." For some reason, it was very important Brody understood what a kind and thoughtful man Anthony had been to her. "I had mentioned how I was supposed to go to Bermuda, how disappointed I felt about missing the pink sand and the blue waters." She could feel the tears build up, not because of what she'd missed out on with Matt, but because of how truly amazing Anthony had been to her. "So he flew us to Bermuda." Brody's face twisted. "Why?" "Because he probably felt sorry for me, I guess," she said. She held up her hands as if to say she had no idea either. "You're not getting a new stepdad if that's what you're worried about. He's just a nice guy who wanted to make a sad woman happy. That's all." "So he took you to Bermuda?" Brody said it like it was too unbelievable. And it was unbelievable, even to her. She placed her hand on his knee. "I'm really sorry, Brody. I didn't tell you. But I didn't want to upset you, and that was a mistake." The tension in Brody's body loosened as he scratched the back of his neck. "You scared us by disappearing like that." Carol nodded. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you I traveled with a man. I guess I was afraid of making things worse, for no reason." Brody lowered his eyebrows in careful consideration. "Just friends?" He rubbed his knees. "I mean, you can do what you want." "You're right, I can," she said. "But you can't just run away from us too," Brody said. Carol stared at her son, who no longer had those baby cheeks, but a strong jawline. The little boy who used to hold her hand in the grocery store and cuddle up with her at night. "When did you get so smart and rational?" "When my parents lost their minds," Brody said. "I really did," she said, sitting down next to him on the lounge chair. "Taylor was driving me insane," he said. "Be nice." "No, even Aunt Evelyn couldn't handle her," he said, leaning in closer to her. The feel of his body against hers made her heart expand. How long had it been since Brody had just leaned against his mom? "She seems super happy today." Carol looked into the house where Taylor still talked to Charlie about something. "She met that girl Penny, and they became instant best friends," he said. He looked at his watch. "We actually have to go to work." "Brody," she said, "I love you, and I'm sorry I hurt your feelings by leaving." He wrapped his arms around her. "I love you too." She held on to his embrace. She hadn't expected her son to be her rock, the one she could count on, and maybe it wasn't fair that she leaned on him. But as she held him,
She appreciated the man who he had grown up to be. "I'm going back to Minnesota to pack up our things. And I think we're going to sell the house." Carol waited for his reaction. She wasn't sure how Brody would react, but he didn't appear upset. "Where are you going to go after you sell the house?" he asked. "Well, I'm not sure, but Aunt Evelyn said I could stay in the guest house," she said. The offer had been before her rendezvous in Bermuda, but she could count on Evelyn most likely. "I don't know when that's going to happen, but I'm not staying in our house." She couldn't go back. She had to move forward to get anywhere. That meant not going back to the past. She needed new memories and new experiences. "I'm going back to Minnesota," Carol said, "but I'll be back to move you all into college." Chapter 29. Brody stared at Shannon's messages. The messages had been benign, check-ins mostly, but enough to make him question things. Shannon had promised she'd stick around, just until he finished medical school, then they'd get married. Florida had given him a full scholarship. He didn't have that kind of opportunity anywhere else. Yet the minute she accepted her own graduate program in Kansas, things had begun to change. It hadn't been a total surprise when she'd broken up with him. She had been hinting at things for a few weeks, even started canceling their routine plans. Shannon seemed to forget that he knew her better than anyone, better than her sometimes. What would happen if he called back? Just a little call to check in. Would that be creepy? Or pushy? Or would she be totally cool? Or worse, totally not interested? The sun pounded down on him on the sidewalk. On his break, he sat on a bench along the harbor. The morning with his mom had been weird. He'd felt like an equal in the conversation for the first time and didn't know if he liked it. Being an adult meant completely new things to him. As a kid, there hadn't been many expectations. If he messed up, his parents would help him. If he needed money, a place to stay, advice, anything, he felt it was easy to go to them. Now he wasn't so sure. Now his parents seemed like real people. He pulled out his phone and opened up Shannon's messages. He tried to guess what she might be doing. His thumb hovered over the message space. "Don't do it," a voice said from behind. He turned to see Abby standing behind the bench wearing her hostess outfit, a pressed white button-up and black skirt. She looked stunning. Her hair glowed in the sunlight, her dark olive skin smooth, and nothing sensible to say came to mind. So he sat there completely silent. "I'm only kidding," she laughed. "You seemed like you were trying to decide." "I was," he said, putting his phone away. "So it was that kind of call." She stuffed her hands under her legs. "A girl back home?" He nodded. "Sort of." "Ah," she said. "Complicated?" He shrugged. "Depends. She broke up with me, so she might think it's not complicated at all." Abby made a sympathetic look. "That sounds complicated." He looked at his phone, closing the screen. "She wants to be broken up but keeps texting me." "I never understood the going back and forth thing," Abby said. "My sister did it with her ex. And it's maddening to watch. Just move on." He didn't know he needed advice at that moment. But what was he doing? Shannon had no intention of sticking around after he left. After 4 years together, she'd broken up with him when things got complicated. "Sorry, I tend to butt into people's business," she said, then nudged him with her shoulder. "You never asked for your tour." He made a half grin. "It's been a bit..." How did he explain his nut house? "Complicated?" she asked. He ran through the list of complications in his head. His parents' divorce, his breakup with Shannon, her father and his mother, and his disagreements with Taylor. "Extremely." "That's why you need to get lost on this island," she said. She stood up suddenly.
Meet me at the pier after my shift.
When's that? He asked.
Usually after 9.
She looked at her phone. Kind of late to take a tour, he said. She looked up, putting the phone into her purse. Her chocolate eyes contrasted against the sky.
Unfortunately, you've missed your chance for that.
What do you mean? He said, a smile growing across his face. He was curious. You're not willing to take me on a tour now? She shook her head. He pulled his neck back in confusion. What are we going to do? She shrugged.
You'll have to meet me to find out.
Abby gave a wave before he could ask any more questions and walked away toward Piacere. He watched her move through the crowds of tourists strolling through the harbor town. He looked back at his phone. After opening Shannon's messages, he scrolled through the past few weeks. Just enough to keep him holding on, but no promises of working it out and getting back together. He needed to move on. With his thumb, he swiped Shannon's messages to the right and deleted them. All of them. Then he blocked her. Brody walked back to the bakery. Renee sat with Charlie's daughter Harper out front, where they were sipping from teacups.
How was your break?
Renee asked. Good, he said. Harper lifted an eyebrow.
Abby Dumont's very pretty.
He swung around, looking down the street to a perfect view of the bench he'd sat at. They saw him talking to Abby. I met her delivering the desserts, he said, gesturing toward Renee, who smiled behind her teacup. Renee put the cup down on a matching saucer.
We could see the sparks from here.
He held up his hands. There are no sparks.
Are you seeing her again?
Renee asked. He didn't answer, which made the women laugh hysterically. Harper pointed at Renee.
I told you.
Renee picked up her tea again.
You were right.
Charlie walked out of the bakery with Taylor, both holding a huge tray of cookies, with a sign that read, Enjoy and Bon Appetit. What's this? Brody asked.
You are going to have the happiest day of your life,
Harper said, getting up from the seat. What? Brody didn't understand. Charlie handed him a fresh apron and 2 plastic serving gloves. You're going to hand out free cookies to anyone who wants one. Really? Brody looked at the dozens of cookies. Don't you want customers to buy your baked goods? He just didn't see the point.
Just have fun.
Renee picked up the teacups and walked to the front door. All you have to do is welcome everyone to the island. That's it.
Then the magic happens,
Harper said. Brody put on the apron and gloves and stood behind the table with Taylor.
There's only chocolate chip,
Taylor said. Okay, he said back, unsure what to say to Taylor these days. All they did was fight, and things still felt a little weird between them.
Are these really free?
A little boy asked, stepping away from his parents. Brody looked down at him. Yep, would you like one? The boy looked back at his parents, whose hands held his little sister back. Ask the young man if your sister can have one too. The little boy turned around and mumbled, Can my sister have one too? Taylor grabbed 2 napkins and 2 cookies, then handed them to the boy.
Here you go.
Is there more inside? The father asked. Brody nodded, jamming his thumb back toward the bakery. We have a great selection for an afternoon treat and really great iced coffee. I want an iced coffee, said the mother, holding 2 heavy bags of beach stuff on her shoulders. Brody opened the door for the couple. It's nice and cool, too. The woman left the husband and children on the sidewalk and headed inside. The husband scooted along the 2 happy children as they ate their cookies. Brody turned around to see more kids lining up by the table, all asking about the free cookies. As the beachgoers headed back to their cottages, they all had to walk by the bakery. Within a half hour, the bakery was slammed with customers, and most of the cookies were gone.
Leave the basket when you run out, and come back inside to help,
Renee said to Brody and Taylor. One after another, Brody handed out cookies to little kids and adults, all happily taking the free cookie. "This is so nice," said an older woman. "Thank you so much." "Come back tomorrow," Charlie said, waving to the woman. "She's planning on making scones with local berry jam." The woman held up the cookie. "I will!" And like the rest of the crowd, she went inside the bakery. "Renee's a genius," Brody said out loud to Taylor and Charlie. He couldn't believe how well the free cookies had worked. Taylor nodded. "It totally works." "And they'll be back tomorrow, too," Charlie said. Brody noticed how proud Charlie looked every time he talked about all the girls, not just Harper, his own daughter, but his cousins and their families, too. Maybe extended families could work. Charlie had divorced his first wife. Brody had overheard. But would his dad move forward with Ashley? Like, get married and start their own blended family like Evelyn and Charlie had? And was his cousin's situation different because it wasn't a divorce, but a death? Did death make moving on easier? Would he be able to move on from Shannon, knowing he'd had the one, and she'd flown away?
"I saw you talking to that girl again," Taylor said, handing out more cookies.
"Yup," he said, not sure how to navigate his moody sister.
"Good," she said. "Penny says she's wicked cool."
"Wicked?" he laughed. "Now you're a local?" She shrugged.
"I might not ever go home again."
He dropped his head to one side. "That's a bit melodramatic, don't you think? I mean, Dad's there."
"I know."
She leaned down to two little kids with two of the biggest cookies left.
"But I'll be here and you'll be in Florida. Mom might end up somewhere else completely."
She sounded lackadaisical about the whole thing, when just a couple days before, her whole world had been falling apart. "You still have Dad," he said, dropping his view to her. "He's still our dad."
"I'm still really upset," Taylor said. "And if I talk to him, I'll be mean, like I was with Mom."
Brody made a face. "That's really mature of you." First, giving her blessing for Abby, and now reflecting on her behavior. "What's gotten into you?" Taylor laughed.
"How is that crazy?"
"Yes," he said quickly, and when she shot him her evil look, he continued. "Sorry, but it's true."
"Well, sorry I don't have my emotions locked away in a vault like you," she said.
"What does that even mean?"
"Our parents got divorced and you barely seemed like you cared."
"That's not true." He thought back to the night he'd found out, when their father had thoughtlessly told them about the divorce on the phone. Hadn't he gotten mad? Hadn't he said something? He remembered Taylor getting upset and crying. He remembered thinking how he wanted to pound the table when he'd heard the news. But he didn't remember what he said, or if he had said anything at all.
"You didn't even show emotion when your girlfriend of 4 years breaks up with you," she pointed out.
He didn't have any emotion about it besides anger. "It just makes me not care about people, because they didn't care about us."
"Why did you and Shannon break up?"
Taylor asked. Never in the history of being siblings had the two had a heart-to-heart where they had talked about relationships. He'd had a heart-to-heart once about tattling, but Taylor had tattled about it afterward. He'd never trusted Taylor with anything. Not any of his secrets, that was for sure. But he also didn't trust being himself with her. His whole life, he'd been the role model, the good example. "She wanted to be free," he said, shrugging. "But she kind of played me along all summer, and I'm pretty mad about it."
"That's rotten," Taylor said. "She said something mean about Mom the night of the party."
"She did?" He didn't know. "What did she say?" Taylor looked at him.
"If I tell you and you go back to her, I don't think I'll be able to forgive you."
"That bad?" Brody couldn't imagine Shannon having anything to say that was mean. "You're right. Don't tell me."
"She said she was," Taylor used her fingers to quote, "glad you didn't take after her because she was super annoying."
She stopped with the air quotes.
"She also called you a mama's boy."
He processed this new information. I blocked her, for now. Taylor passed the last cookie to him. That's a good idea. Move on. Totally. The rest of the afternoon went by smoothly. Brody enjoyed spending the time with Taylor. He pulled a cookie aside, along with a few other small pastries he had enjoyed sneaking throughout the day. He didn't know much about baking and pastries, but he knew enough to know his cousin had a load of talent. He packed the treats into a small white box and tied a ribbon around it. The whole gesture felt cheesy, but how many summers would he have on Martha's Vineyard? One, and probably only one. On the way to the pier, he snapped a stem of a beach rose, carefully enough not to poke himself with a thorn, and tucked the pink petal flower under the string. When it turned 9, his heart thumped inside his chest. Then 5 minutes passed, and another, and another. When 9:30 rolled by, he started to lose hope. At 9:45, the rose started to wilt on its tips, and Brody almost left. "Hey!" a voice said, coming up from the pier's entrance. He turned to face Abby. "Hey!" Her fantastic smile lit up her whole face. He could feel his heart skip a beat as she got close enough that he could smell her perfume. She didn't wear the hostess outfit anymore. Instead, she had on a hoodie and a pair of cut-off jean shorts. "You ready for a Martha's Vineyard experience?" He smiled, not sure what was in store, but he looked forward to a new adventure. "Absolutely," he said, as he extended his arm and handed her the box of sweets. "Oh, what's this?" she asked as she took the box. "Just a little something I thought you'd enjoy." "Well, aren't you sweet?" Abby said, while opening the lid to the box and grinning at the sight of the treats. "Thanks. I love these." She picked up a bag and grabbed his hand and pulled him back to the beginning of the pier, then followed a narrow walking path toward the beach below. "Are we allowed to go down there?" he asked, noticing all the lights around. Lights on top of the pier, lights on the road and houses, lights on some of the markers out in the water. "Of course," she said, holding out her arms and spinning around. "This is our beach for the whole summer, you know." "You mean all the businesses get to use it?" he asked, because he didn't know. Was it a town beach? "No, just us. It's ours." She pulled him down the path toward the water and stopped where a circle of rocks made a fire pit. "Do you have a lighter?" he asked, looking around for some dried seagrass for kindling and any kind of driftwood to burn. She pulled out a long-necked lighter from her bag, along with newspaper and cut-up sticks. "We're not really supposed to be having fires down here." He looked around the beach. It was completely empty. Not another person was on the beach that curved like the moon above. "Can anyone see us from the road?" She shook her head. "Not really." Abby didn't waste any time with the fire. She took out the paper, built a perfectly pitched teepee of kindling and pieces of wood, and lit it up. Brody sat down in the seat next to her, listening to the wood crack and pop from the flames and heat. "I just love a bonfire," he said. "Where I live, we have fires all the time." "I heard you lived in Minnesota," she said, "but that you're going to school down in Florida." He nodded, surprised at how much she already knew about him. Is that a good thing or a red flag? "How do you know so much already?" "Your mom hung out with my dad for a weekend," she said. "I asked him about you." He laughed at her candidness. "You're very honest." She stared at him. "You say it like it's a bad thing." "My family isn't very good at being fully honest. It's refreshing." "I'm sorry to hear your parents are getting divorced. It must be hard." He nodded. "I guess I'm having a hard time coming to grips that my parents are people, too." Abby laughed. "You okay with your mom being away with my dad?" "No, are you?" he asked. She shrugged. "My mom died 3 years ago. Nothing I can do about it now. I kind of see it as fate. Everything kind of fell into place
so that now we're sitting here together." She stared at him, the flames dancing shadows across her face. "So?" she said, after a long time of the two of them just staring at each other. "Are you going to kiss me?" He let out a laugh, but he moved closer to where she sat, and under the moon and the light of the fire, he kissed her. Chapter 30. Anthony had promised he'd give Carol some space for a few days when she came back to the island and allow her to figure things out on her own before trying to convince her to just give them a try. But as the first day dragged on and all he could think about was her, he texted her. "There's a quiet trail in Chappaquiddick that has a great sunrise," he wrote. He wanted to ask her to have coffee together there, but stopped himself and let the text be. Then she replied, and his heart dropped. "I've left. I'm off to Minnesota." He hadn't expected her to leave without saying goodbye. Why wouldn't she have said goodbye? "Good luck. I hope everything works out for you." He left it at that. The thought of her back in Minnesota felt like a sucker punch to the gut. She would be back in her old life, which she loved. Would she try to work things out with her ex? Would they come to the realization that they wanted to be together and not apart? What if Anthony had lost her forever? The rest of the day went by like a slow-motion film, where the colors all blurred together into one long, wiggly line. He skipped his afternoon meeting with Sonny and their producer, sending Jamie instead. "Dad, what's going on with you?" Sonny asked, over a video call. "Are you feeling all right?" "I'm fine. Just tired from all that traveling," he lied. "Jamie's ready for this. It's time." Sonny sighed while rubbing his forehead. "He's got to calm down with the energy. We aren't at a rave. He's got his own personality." Anthony didn't want to hear it. "He'll never be able to prove himself if you don't let him." Sonny dropped his hand on his desk with a thud. "Fine, but if he goes offline the whole time, he'll stick to the talking points," Anthony assured him. "Dad, he needs to stick to the script," Sonny said. "It's not whatever goes." But that's not what Anthony or Jamie would do. They were chefs who talked with the food. They moved around the kitchen like ballet dancers performing their craft. They didn't stand on a taped X. Sonny wrote a script that he imagined might happen, but cooking, real cooking, had unpredictability. Not everything could go according to plan, even if he wanted it to. "He'll be fine." Anthony didn't want to argue in circles. "Does William have a game tonight?" "At 7, Sonny said. You coming?" Anthony had promised he wouldn't miss a game, no matter what. Besides, how could he explain why Grandpa wasn't feeling well to a 9-year-old? As it turned out, Anthony was glad he'd made himself follow through on his promise and went to the game. He sat with Sonny and his wife Erin and had a great time cheering on the kids, even though they lost 0-7. "How was your trip?" Riley asked as she shifted Hannah on her hip. "Great," he said. He hadn't dated since Gloria had died, except one time he'd met an old friend for dinner. He hadn't thought much about it, but the old friend had. She'd told friends, and it had gotten back to Riley. She'd tried to be supportive, but he had found her crying in his room, holding her mother's nightgown. "I wanted to talk to you about that, actually," he said. "I know about the divorcee," she said. "Jamie explained about the whole husband dumping her and second honeymoon." "I wanted to talk to you about things, but everything happened so fast." "Dad." Riley put her hand on his upper arm. "We all want you to be happy. Even Mom." The words hit Anthony, and tears stung his eyes. "Geez, kid. Don't make me get sentimental in front of the Little Leaguers." Riley smiled, and then hiked Hannah higher on her hip. "D'you like her?" "Yes, very much," he said. Riley made a face at that. "Well, then you should invite her to dinner." "It's not that easy, unfortunately," he said.
She went back home to Minnesota.
Oh. Riley swung Hannah, who was getting tired, back and forth. Well, you'll have to figure out how to get her to come back, because we're not letting you go over there. He leaned into his daughter and granddaughter.
You're not getting rid of me that easy.
Anthony would never leave the island. He could never leave Gloria. When he got home, the house was empty. Both Jamie and Abby were at work. He watched a little bit of the Red Sox game, but went to bed before the kids came home. He lay in bed watching the moon out his bedroom window. Was Carol looking at the same moon? Maybe it was better that things between him and Carol hadn't worked out. Losing Gloria had been hard enough. He didn't think he could go through something like that again. He fell asleep somewhere between midnight and 1 o'clock, just as he heard Abby come home. As usual, he woke to his chef schedule. Gloria always joked that he and God were the only ones up that early, and today it felt like it. He sat up, checking out the hazy dawn sky, and walked downstairs to make some coffee. When the expensive Italian machine finished, he took his mug and went out to the back patio, and watched the sun rise over the Atlantic. His thoughts immediately went to Carol, wishing she sat next to him. He may not want his heart to fall apart, but he wanted to be able to wake up with someone and talk about the sunrise with them, go places and experience things with someone. He wanted to go to baseball games with the grandkids and eat at the restaurant and take a walk on the beach. He wanted a house where it felt like home, not a studio for television. Then a picture popped up on his phone. Good morning from Minnesota. It was of a lake so still it looked like glass. Streaks of gold and pink reflected in the water, making a mirror image of the sky. It was breathtaking. Gorgeous, he typed. But so is this. He snapped a photo right then and there of the water from his patio. His fingers dangled above the letters. Did he tell her how much he missed her? Did he tell her to come back? Did he fly out there and visit? She liked the photo, and he could see that she was typing something. Then the dots that flashed at the bottom disappeared. Come back, he said to the phone. Come back. He went back to the house and realized Jamie wasn't in his room. At first, he didn't panic. He walked around the house to the garage and saw that his car wasn't there. His stomach dropped. Anthony went to Abby's room and opened the door. With all the shades drawn, Abby laid half on, half off the bed. Abby, he said, shaking her shoulder. Do you know where your brother is? She shook her head and mumbled. He stayed over at a friend's last night. What do you mean? Anthony looked at the time. He didn't come home? She picked up a pillow and covered her head with it. No. This was bad. He bolted out of the house, driving straight to the restaurant. He'd do the shoot and deal with Sonny's "told you so" later. As he pulled up, he didn't even think of looking around the parking lot for Jamie's car. He just stormed into the restaurant to save the day. When he walked into the kitchen to see Jamie, already dressed, made up, and ready to go. Hey, Dad, Jamie said, as Sonny and the director talked things over. I thought you were coming in later. You're already filming? Anthony didn't know of a time change. I called Sonny last night about filming a fishing segment, Jamie said. Anthony looked at Sonny, who talked animatedly as he and the producer looked over video footage. He smiled at his youngest son. That's a great idea. Now we're just filming me filleting. He held up the fillet knife. Your favorite. Anthony grinned at his son, so natural as he stood there ready to film. So much more than Anthony ever could be. Not to mention, the camera loved him. Break a leg, kid, Anthony said, pride washing through him. It wasn't until the whole shoot was over that he noticed he had 3 missed texts from Carol. I'm glad I came back, but I missed the island. I missed the water and the waves and the wonderment of it all. But mostly, I miss you. He looked at Jamie and Sonny, working together without letting their differences interfere with their work.
Maybe his kids didn't need him around all the time. Maybe spending some time away had been beneficial.
"The fishing takes are great," said their producer, Brian. "Anthony, you should have seen the catch." Brian hooted as he opened up the photos from his phone. "Your son's pulled that thing out without any trouble." Anthony looked at the photograph of his 2 boys holding a sea bass, smiles on their faces. "It gave us a fight for sure," Sonny said. Jamie laughed, filleting a second fish, forgetting about the camera setup, filming everything. "My catch was cooler." Anthony rolled his eyes, waiting for the brothers to get into it with each other. But Sonny came back with just a small, sarcastic remark. "Well, that's because my fish was 6 pounds. Most of yours don't get over 4. The corner of Jamie's mouth lifted in a smirk. "That's just because you got lucky." The brothers continued with the banter. All the while, Jamie filleted the fish into perfect portions, drizzled the infused olive oil Anthony had picked up in Italy, and started cooking. By the end of the morning, they had more than enough footage for another episode, and Anthony left the restaurant more convinced than ever that Gloria was still doing her magic. He opened his photos and looked for the photograph of when he'd traveled to Tuscany and collected his olive oil from a small farm in the country. He sent it to Carol. "Come with me next time," he wrote. But after a minute of staring at his phone screen and no reply, he closed it. He needed to let things go. He needed to move on and let things be. Chapter 31. Carol stood in her foyer, trying to remember where she put their box of photos from the old house. They'd had 1 month to pack up and move out of their Colorado home, and amid the chaos, she'd thrown everything into boxes, without taking the time to really organize anything. Kitchen utensils were mixed in with bath towels, knickknacks with clothes, her quilting with Brody's old toys. And even though it had been 7 years since they had left Colorado, Carol had still not gone through some of the boxes. Were those photos in the attic, or in the room above the garage? Or were they in the basement? She decided on checking the attic first. The 3rd floor wasn't really an attic, but a finished space that had 3 separate rooms that opened to one another as well as a half bath. It had been the kids' playroom when they'd moved in, then the television/hangout room, then Brody's video gaming room, then Taylor's sleepover room, and these past couple years, storage. She turned on the light and walked up the stairs. Peeking over the half wall, she looked at the room. It looked like a bachelor's pad. A pool table, a television set up with a video game station, and a mini fridge. When had all this stuff gotten up here? She walked through the space, picturing Brody slamming the controllers with his friends, Taylor blasting music and making videos with hers. Where did all the time go? When did things change so much to where she didn't even recognize her own life? She remembered what she'd come for as she started tidying things up. She put down the throw pillow that had once been in the family room and walked through to the further space and opened up the closet doors. Inside, stacked one on top of another, were plastic bins with her writing in Sharpie on the side. Each one had bullet points of items that could be found inside. She scanned the bins. Photos had been so important throughout the kids' childhood. Everything had to be captured in a photo. But 7 years had gone by without her even thinking about all those photographs. The anticipation of grief ran up her legs, making them feel heavier. How would she feel when she did find them? That's when she heard him. "Hey, C," he said, using her nickname from when they first met in college. "Hello," she said, closing the doors. She didn't want him to know she couldn't find their most precious memories. "What are you doing here?" "I came to talk," he said, holding out his hands to her as if he were coming to surrender. "You should have called the lawyer to talk," Carol said. Her young attorney had set up the house with times for him to visit, so she could be prepared to see him. Until the court agreed on a divorce settlement, the house would remain hers. "Carol," he said, "the kids won't talk to me until you do, until you are okay." so I want to work at making things okay."
"You chose to end our marriage," Carol said. "You made a conscious decision."
"But I didn't mean to end our family," he said, as if that made everything okay.
"What did you expect?"
As she stood there, rage building up in her arms, her phone trembled in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw a photo of a sunrise. She couldn't read the text, but was positive it had come from Anthony. "I don't know what I was thinking," he said. "I didn't mean for everything to turn out like this."
"You're not an idiot, Matt. What did you expect?"
She almost laughed. He had engaged in the one activity that probably caused more divorces and ruined more families than any other. "Taylor has completely stopped talking to me," he said, tightening his bottom lip. "Brody will text, but he hasn't spoken to me in weeks." Matt sat down on the spare bed, holding his head. "They saw Ashley and I together."
"How?"
Did that explain Taylor's change of heart? "I know I messed up royally, but I honestly didn't want our family to end." Matt started crying. She had never seen him this upset, except when he lost his father. This had been a side of Matt she had been wanting to see her whole marriage. The one who felt something more than what was on the surface. The man she could count on to be more than just a cheerleader. All he did was go, 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 and want positive vibes and good vibrations throughout their marriage. He'd never wanted to rock the boat, never wanted to be vulnerable, never wanted to be real. All the pain and anger and sadness washed away into pity. A side of her wanted him to suffer, just like she was. Have his actions cause a horrendous change in his life. Then she thought of the kids. The fact they had stopped most, if not all, communication with Matt meant they were suffering and didn't know how to forgive. Divorce was hard enough, but not having amicable parents made things much worse. Everything in her body but the tiny discomfort in her heart said not to do it. She squeezed her fists until they shook, delaying the moment for as long as she could. But Matt's crying had the opposite effect on her than he had probably thought. She found it selfish, and it made her feelings of disgust and loathing that much greater. She popped open Anthony's photo of a Tuscan sunrise, and it made her laugh in excitement. She quickly slapped her hand to her mouth. "You're laughing at me?" Matt said with disdain. "I'm broken about what I did, and you're laughing?" The rage started rolling out of her stomach and up to her chest, ready to come out in some choice words. Her hand went to the new necklace Anthony had picked up at the farmer's market. "Bermuda is exactly like it was when we went," she said. She wasn't ready to forgive, not yet. But she would be civil and polite through the next stage of this relationship. She wouldn't tarnish memories or ruin a family because of her pain and hurt. Matt hadn't meant to hurt her children. That she believed. She knew he loved them. And the one thing Matt couldn't break about her was who she was as a mother. "Even the bus rides are as wild as before." He wiped his face with both hands, hard, dragging his skin with his palms. "I'm sorry, Carol. I really am sorry." She could accept it. She thought about the people on Martha's Vineyard. Would Evelyn accept an apology after an affair? Would Anthony? Charlie? Was she being walked on all over again by taking it? "I need space," she said. And a lot of it, she thought. Just the thought of him made her tense in anger. "But we're connected together forever because of our kids." He nodded, using the back of his arm to wipe his nose. He shook his head. "I never meant for this to get so bad." "What about the house?" he asked. Her attorney had explained that Minnesota was a no-fault state, which meant that adultery made no difference in spousal support. But he did have to pay alimony to support her standard of living. They had chosen for him to work and for her to give up her career to stay home. It made financial sense. He made more money, and her salary barely covered childcare. Why should her life be thrown upside down because he didn't want to put in the effort anymore? Why should she give up her hopes and dreams and Lake House because he wanted something different? She wanted other things too. She was about to let him have it when another text came through her phone. This one was from Renee with a picture of Brody and Taylor in front of books and bread. She stared at the photo, then placed it against her chest and sat next to Matt on the couch. She passed it over to him. "What's this?" he asked. "Our children working together." She looked out of the dormer window with a view of the whole lake. "Wow, they look like they like each other," Matt said, studying the picture. She nodded, ready to say everything in her head, but she looked back at the photo. "Come out to move Taylor in with us," she said. "Let's be a united front for the kids' sake." Matt swung his head to face her. "Yes, Carol, I would like that." Of course he would, she mumbled inside her head. She was doing everything again. "But you'll need to talk through my lawyer about the divorce." She went to take her phone when another text opened in Matt's hand. "Who's Anthony?" he asked. She could keep it from him. He didn't have any right to know about her personal life. He gave that privilege up by sleeping with Ashley. But if she wanted honesty in her life, she needed to be honest as well. "He's a chef from Martha's Vineyard," she said. "He was kind to me at his restaurant, and we became friends." Matt looked at her, dumbfounded. "You already met someone?" "Don't seem so shocked," she said. Was he surprised someone would be interested in her? "I'm not, of course I'm not." He let out a laugh. "I was waiting for someone to sweep you off your feet for years." "What?" This was complete news to her. "I was married with 2 children. Where was I going to meet this sweeper? At the PTO meeting?" "No, but you're perfect, Carol," he said, shrugging. "I was just lucky enough to get you to marry me." She shifted on the couch. "But you left this marriage. You slept with someone else." "You never seemed truly in love with me," he said. "You loved getting married, you loved having children, you loved being a mom. But you cried about your children leaving for years before they did. You started scrapbooking and quilting and staying in the craft room more often than hanging out with me." "Don't you dare blame me," she said, sitting up taller. "You could have kept your pants on." "I'm just trying to tell you why I was an idiot. That's all." "Well, you are an idiot, and so is Ashley. What were you thinking?" "That we loved each other." He said it quietly. "Oh." She had forgotten that part. "I know it sounds stupid and selfish, but I just wanted to be with someone who really wanted to be with me, because of me, not because of what I provided for them." The words stung, and she wanted to revolt with her own counter. He hadn't gone out of his way to find something they both enjoyed. But then she thought about Bermuda. Would she have enjoyed it as much as she had if she'd gone with Matt? Would they have explored and done the things she had wanted to do? Would she have sacrificed her wants to make him happy? Or would they have compromised to basically nothing and not enjoyed a thing? The negative thoughts swirled in her mouth, and she swiped the phone from him. She wanted to storm out or tell him to leave, but instead she imagined what a trip to Tuscany with Anthony would be like. Lila's advice to Carol had been to not speak face-to-face about the divorce or assets, but to email instead. Keep everything as a record in case she needed it in court. She looked at Matt, his face drained, tired, older than it had been weeks ago. "I've booked an Airbnb in Providence for the kids and me, but you're welcome to stay there as well. There are plenty of rooms." She stopped there, almost including Evelyn's cottage. No, she'd keep that for herself. "Okay, I'll come out," he said, as if he hadn't been planning on it ever. You should leave now, she said, standing up. She had done enough goodwill for one day. Besides, she wanted to text Anthony back and find out more about the photograph. Was he really implying that he wanted to take her to Tuscany? She'd always wanted to go to Italy. But what about the house and the boat? Matt began listing off all the things she imagined he found important. I love this house. Do you know where the photographs are? She asked. I can't seem to find them. I know I packed them and put them somewhere to unpack for later, but I can't remember where. He sat staring at her. No. She huffed, annoyed with herself. She put her hands on her hips, ignoring Matt, and went back to looking. What are your plans, Carol? How long are you staying? He asked, his tone no longer weepy. She opened the closet doors again, checking all the bins a third time. I'll let you know when I figure out my new situation. Divorces in Minnesota took an average of a year or two to finalize. Until the papers were signed, Carol had legal rights to the house, the boat, the furniture, the bank accounts, everything. Until they were officially divorced and the court declared a different spousal support agreement, Carol had just as much ownership to their assets as Matt. She didn't need to rush anything. I think I'm going to Italy first, though. And right in front of her eyes, she saw a bullet point with the words in capital letters, Family Photos. Chapter 32. Evelyn loved her niece, but a month ago when Taylor had first arrived, she had thought the girl smart academically, driven for sure, but she'd had a lack of self-awareness that rubbed Evelyn the wrong way. Now it was as if her niece had broken out of a cocoon and become a butterfly. The transformation was remarkable, and quite literally overnight, and her niece had become stunning in the midst of it all. She's cleaned up after herself, Evelyn said, noticing the sink empty and washed up. Remember when she'd just leave her breakfast plate on the table? Charlie made a face. She wasn't that bad, was she? Charlie had nothing but positive things to say about Taylor working at the bakery, which had been a relief, because at first Evelyn wasn't so sure if Taylor would work out at Books and Bread. As quaint and cute and cozy as the bakery felt while there, the synchronicity and stamina to run a bakery as smoothly as her daughter and husband did took a lot out of people. Renee had even said there were a few days in which Taylor had left in a huff or hadn't conveyed friendliness to the customers and complained. But now Taylor left the house before Evelyn even came down for breakfast, worked all day, and came home pleasantly warm and energetic. I think she's really becoming a wonderful young woman, Evelyn said. You should tell her that, Charlie said. I think she'd appreciate hearing it. Evelyn thought about it as she walked with the girls. How's Carol's situation going? Biddy asked. It seems good, Evelyn shrugged. She says they're figuring things out like the house and stuff through their lawyers, but they're talking to each other about things like kids and family stuff. Good for Carol, Biddy said. I know I was very bitter for a long time when Drake's father left me. Evelyn had been so glad her first marriage had never faced something like infidelity or divorce. She'd had a wonderful marriage, but who said something couldn't have changed? They seemed perfect in hindsight, but sometimes even Evelyn would question her marriage. Yet one thing was for certain about Evelyn's situation. Even in the hardest moments, one could find blessings. She'd lost George, but she had gained a whole new world, gotten to experience a whole new life she wouldn't have, and learned that she could love herself. She had no doubt her sister would become aware of her new blessings soon enough. Sometimes you have to hit rock bottom to see all the good things in one's life, Evelyn said to the ladies. Ain't that the truth? Biddy said, as they walked down to the beach. She wore sunglasses, and today a scarf around her hair. It's so hard when you're in the thick of it, Wanda said. She sported her classic visor that was the size of a small landing pad. Evelyn understood she wanted the sun out of her eyes, but wasn't sure if her friend could see anything other than her feet in front of her. But she'll get there. Anthony'll get her there quicker, too.
Biddy said, with a jab in Evelyn's side. He's kind of a Prince Charming out of nowhere, right? Evelyn said. Was she crazy to think George had something to do with it? I mean, if she hadn't caught Matt, she might still be in Bermuda with him, unaware. Wanda pointed her finger at Evelyn. Isn't that how it always happens? Evelyn nodded, but she knew George had been watching out for Carol and sent the right guy at the right time. The women walked through the soft sands to the hard, wet sand by the water. Beachgoers already dotted the beach with their colorful umbrellas and beach chairs. The summer heat reflected off the sand, and it was already warming up that morning. I want her to be happy, Evelyn carried on. And staying in her old house in her old life will just keep her stuck in the past. I just think she's afraid, like I was. Maybe I should just buy her tickets to Martha's Vineyard, like she did for me when I was dealing with George's death. Divorce is a whole different ballgame than grief, Biddy said. She rubbed Evelyn's shoulder as they avoided a wave. You have to be the one to sever the relationship. Death took George and ended it for you. There's a lot of baggage when you end something like a marriage. Wanda nodded at the ground. Just as they reached the lighthouse, their halfway point, Evelyn pulled out her phone and started to text Carol. I'm just going to follow your advice and keep reminding her that we're all here for her, Evelyn said. Come on in, girls. Biddy and Wanda leaned into Evelyn as she held up the phone to take a selfie with the lighthouse in the background. We miss you. Come be with us. The cottage is always open. Smiley face. Evelyn had offered the cottage to Carol so many times she had lost track, but she had an empty cottage and loved having Carol close. I think I'd love to see the fall, Carol texted back. Evelyn sent a picture from the lighthouse looking out at the water with the beach and grassy valleys. Yes, divorce was different, she supposed. She didn't have to face bumping into George with another woman at the grocery store. She only had sympathizers, where Carol would most likely face judgment and gossip. What was Carol going to do now anyway? Both of her children were on the East Coast. Her ex-husband was a moron. She had no job she had to report to. Why stay? Evelyn believed her sister needed to break her own cocoon. As they reached the house, Evelyn spotted Taylor and Penny sitting with Penny's mom and grandmother on the beach. Hello, the women said to one another. What a great day to spend on the beach, Evelyn said, glad to see Taylor hanging out with Penny. The two girls laid on their stomachs on one large beach towel. Penny's grandmother and mother sat under an umbrella, both reading a book. Wanda had been the one to come up with the idea of getting the two girls together, and once again her wise friend had been right. Can I go to Penny's tonight? Taylor asked. I'd be missing dinner. Sure, Evelyn said, happy Taylor had been thoughtful to think about dinner. What do you girls plan to do? The two girls looked at each other and began hysterically giggling. Oh, you know, the usual. This set the girls into a fit of laughter, and though Evelyn had no clue what the laughter was about, she was glad to see Taylor so happy. You should join us, said Penny's mother, Angelina. Perfect day to read on the beach. Evelyn couldn't argue with that, and decided to send another picture of the women all gathered on the beach. Let's take a picture for your mom, Evelyn said to Taylor, whose face lit up. Taylor and Penny leaned their heads together, posing in front of Angelina and Marie, who stayed in their chairs. Biddy and Wanda stood behind them, and Evelyn stood in front, holding out the camera to get everyone in the shot. Say, come back to Martha's Vineyard, Evelyn cheered out, now deciding to make a video instead. Come back to Martha's Vineyard, they all shouted back, smiling at the camera. Evelyn looked down at the video of the motley crew of women who she now considered her family. She could feel her heart expand by the second. I'm going to change into something cooler, Biddy said. Maybe I'll bring DJ back with me. Penny sat up. Tell him we'll help him with the metal detector. Biddy pointed her finger at Penny, who had babysat Biddy's grandson multiple times. That would be wonderful.
Evelyn spent the rest of the day at the beach with the girls. Charlie joined them later in the afternoon with Brody. Renee and the twins came with Mateo. Before Evelyn knew it, there was a whole gang all spending the day on Sugar Beach, tossing frisbees, swimming in the waves, combing the beach with a metal detector, and sitting among friends. Evelyn knew if Carol could be here for moments like this, she'd find her way. As she began planning out her next persuasive text to Carol, a seagull flew overhead, calling out as if getting her attention. She looked up from her phone and saw everything happening in front of her. She closed her eyes and took a second to say a little prayer of gratitude. She had a lot in her life, too many blessings to count. Then she said a little prayer for Carol. "Take care of her, George." Her voice was barely above a whisper as the seagulls flew further out to sea. She watched as the bird circled in the air, using the wind as its guide. And in that moment, Evelyn stopped worrying and knew everything would be okay. Chapter 33. At 5 a.m., Carol left her car in the garage and placed her keys on the kitchen table. She had packed 2 bags, both stuffed full with things she'd need: evening dresses, casual dresses, beach outfits, a gown for the opera, walking shoes, biking outfits, enough toiletries and things she liked that she wouldn't be able to find. But she probably forgot half of what she needed. She wasn't coming back to her things until Christmas, maybe longer, depending on what the kids wanted to do. She checked her watch for the millionth time. The flight still showed it departing on time, which relieved her because there had been thunderstorms predicted, and that could throw everything off. She checked the time again. Her Uber would be at the house in less than 20 minutes. Did she have everything? She scanned her things in the front hall again, then pulled out her notebook with her list of things to check before leaving. The last item on the list: final walkthrough. She dropped her hand to her side, still holding the list, and thought about skipping that step. The memory still felt too sharp, knowing the final minutes were approaching. Within 2 weeks of cleaning up the house, removing what no one wanted to keep, she and Matt put the house on the market, and it sold that day. Carol and Matt had worked things out with their attorneys. Carol hired an attorney Lila recommended in the Twin Cities. Through only a few negotiations, and since Matt's affair didn't matter in the court of Minnesota, everything was basically split 50-50, and Carol would receive alimony along with half of their retirement. This killed Matt, and things had gotten contentious at times, but Matt had kept his word with the family, and Carol did too. They would be amicable when it came to the kids. She checked the time again, avoiding the last look, wanting it to be over, but it was dragging along. Why was time so slow this morning? She hadn't slept, as the excitement of her next adventure awaited her. She had always wanted to travel, discover new places, tour ancient ruins, learn about the world through buildings, experience the culture by being there. Headlights flashed through the living room, and the Uber pulled up to the front door. Carol's heart pumped inside her chest. She spun around to look up the staircase, scanning the room. She had offered to fly the kids out to go through their things one last time, but neither of them wanted to. Brody had mostly packed up for medical school. Taylor had said she didn't want to go back for anything. But Carol had packed everything up just in case, and Matt had agreed to keep it in storage. A text flashed across her screen. "Good luck this weekend," Evelyn sent. She sent a sunrise picture from Seaview. The sun blazed over the black horizon, glowing in the sea smoke that draped the water's surface. It was magnificent. Carol wished she had time to stop in, spend a few days, but if she was going to return in time to move Taylor into college, she had to skip visiting the beautiful island this summer. She opened the front door and pulled the suitcases out behind her. The driver popped the trunk, then met her at the back of the vehicle. "I have a few more items inside," she said. "Do you mind if I just take a minute?" "Take your time.
the driver said, shutting the hatchback. She nodded, walking back to the house and stepping inside. The place felt different the moment she returned from Martha's Vineyard. She felt different, completely different. Putting her phone into her pocket, she walked upstairs to the bedrooms. She stopped in front of Brody's, trying to recapture the last little memories from it. Then Taylor's. She skipped the master, but looked out the window in the hall at the lake. She wished she could have had one last sunrise before leaving. She walked down the stairs to the living room through the dining room. She brushed her hand against the wood table where they'd had all their holiday meals. She went through the kitchen and into the family room, remembering the Christmas trees over the years and family movie nights with the kids. She opened the slider and stepped out onto the deck. Crickets sang in the air. A slight breeze rippled the water's surface. She took out her phone and snapped a photo to Evelyn. Saying goodbye. Evelyn sent a heart emoji, followed by a kiss emoji. Then she sent a photo of the cover of Anthony's cookbook that had been published in Italian. He leaned against an ancient stone wall on top of a Tuscan hill overlooking the countryside. Carol smiled. She looked out at the dock, deciding whether she wanted to walk down to the lake or not. Another text came through. A sunrise of Tuscany from Anthony's Airbnb's bedroom window lit up her face. Can't wait to see you. And just like that, she was ready to go. She turned around and walked off the deck and back inside. She closed the sliding glass door, then walked through the house to the front and locked up the house behind her. She got into the car and fastened her seatbelt. I'm all set. Where are you flying to today? The driver asked. Providence, Rhode Island, she said. My daughter's moving into her dorm today. You must be excited, the driver said, putting the car into drive. The car slowly pulled away from the house, and when Carol looked back one last time, she felt a little tug at her heart. But she turned back around. The neighborhood where the kids would ride their bikes and play with their friends passed by as they drove toward the highway. It had been a great life, a great childhood for her kids, and for a time, a great marriage. They had had a lot of happy moments, and hopefully they'd continue, as a family, making more. She would continue to do what it took to keep them a family, whether that meant continuing with therapy and other support groups, or drinking a bottle of wine with Evelyn. She couldn't continue with the animosity, the anger, the angsty feelings. She needed to get over it, for her and her family. Yes, Matt had betrayed her. Yes, things had changed. But she still rose the same. Carol had gained a superpower she never knew she had. All the changes, all the challenges, all the conflict had brought her here, and she had come out better for it. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, Carol flew. And now she would fly to Providence and move her daughter into college. As the driver pulled onto a main road, Carol's heartbeat pounded excitedly and with trepidation. Yesterday, the kids had driven to Providence from Martha's Vineyard with Matt. They would pick her up at the airport, and they'd all move Taylor into Brown. Then she'd stay with Taylor for the weekend to get her settled, while Matt and Brody continued to Florida. She smiled as they drove through town, the sun rising over the lake. She pulled out the small whelk she had found in Prair's Cove, laughing to herself. Her wish had come true. Yes, she answered the driver quietly. I'm very excited. Chapter 34. Carol sat in the middle of Piazza Pescheria, admiring the ancient Roman buildings as she sipped her cappuccino. Cortona, Italy, had been even more amazing than she could have imagined. Apricot-colored stucco buildings with arched columns and terracotta roof tiles surrounded the large square where she sat watching the Tuscan sunrise, as Tuscans began their day. Locals sat with one another over their cappuccinos and talked about the news. A few children kicked around a soccer ball as their mothers shopped at the farmer's market on the way to school. A church bell rang the morning's hour,
and echoed throughout the ancient village. Birds hopped along the ground, looking for crumbs, unafraid of her. She looked down at the cobblestone throughout the piazza, and it looked so smooth and clean, Carol wanted to rub her barefoot soles against the cool stone. So she did. She slipped off her flip-flops and placed both feet on the hard surface, imagining ancient Romans traveling over the cool stones. Just as the sun made its way over the buildings, Carol closed her eyes, saying a small prayer of thanks. A new ritual she did when she witnessed another sunrise. "Thank you for my blessings," was her prayer. Not elaborate, but a simple reminder of what she did have, which was a lot. She opened her eyes, returning to the same scene as before, Tuscany waking up. Finishing her last sip of cappuccino, she picked up the journal Charlie had made for her trip and stuffed it back into her bag. She'd walk back to the house. It wasn't even a mile from the piazza, and one of the many reasons why she loved it. Like the piazza, the 2-story farmhouse sat perched on top of a hill overlooking rows of grapevines below. It took her breath away every time she saw it, and she was convinced it always would. Vines of wisteria climbed the arches and covered the wrought iron balconies. The creamy stone exterior and green shutters blended in with the Mediterranean background. As she reached the house, she could smell breakfast being cooked in the kitchen. She smiled. She walked around the house to the backyard, where a cup of café latte sat waiting for her on the terrace that overlooked the countryside. Next to it, a small bouquet of vivid red poppies, which signified spring. Yesterday, it had been an ancient coin found digging in the garden, and the day before that, a smooth stone shaped like a heart. Every morning, a new magical treasure. Her trip to Tuscany, which was supposed to last a few weeks, had lasted a whole winter, and it had been wonderful. She would miss this, these mornings, this sunrise. She shaded her eyes with her hand as she looked out at the sun, already hot as it climbed in the cloudless blue sky. "Good morning," Anthony said, carrying out 2 plates in one hand and a dish in another. She grabbed the plates from his hand and set the table with them. When they were placed, she inhaled the aroma coming from the dish Anthony had brought out. "That smells delicious," she said, as he set it down on the table. "It's crostata, or tart," he said. "I'm trying something for Renee's new menu. It's filled with an apricot fruit jam I picked up at the market yesterday." Carol observed as Anthony cut into the tart, admiring the thought he'd put into breakfast for just the 2 of them. "How was your morning walk?" he asked, cutting a piece and placing it onto a plate. He then set it in front of her seat and pulled out her chair. She put her café latte down on the table and turned to face him. "Thank you." "You're welcome," he said, before giving her a quick kiss on the lips. He thought she was thanking him for the breakfast, but that wasn't the only reason why she thanked him. She thanked him for so much more than just that moment. "Thank you for helping me find me again," Carol said. Serendipity may have played a role in her finding Anthony, but he had a role in helping her find herself. He made her see what she hadn't seen in years. She was worthy, with or without a husband. She was beautiful, even after 2 children and wrinkles and stretch marks. She still had purpose, even after her children didn't need her. Anthony cupped his hand under her chin, pulling her into a much longer, more passionate kiss. "You ready to come back home with me?" "I can't wait to spend the whole summer on Martha's Vineyard, with everyone." She hadn't seen the kids since they had flown out on their spring breaks. "And then we can start looking for a new place together," he said. They had agreed to look for something near Evelyn, a beach house that could fit plenty of visitors but was quaint and cozy. Anthony had already made a few inquiries on some of the older places that had sat empty for years. She liked the idea of being a Tuscan snowbird, but next winter she wanted to go somewhere new. "What do you think of New Zealand?" she said. "I've always wanted to go there.
And Australia.
Anthony laughed. I thought you wanted to go to France next.
I do, she said, now changing her mind again. Maybe it should be Amsterdam.
Anthony let out a roll of laughter, took her in his arms again, and kissed her.
Oh, wait, maybe London, she said.
And they kissed again.
This has been Seashell Summer, romantic women's fiction. Cliffside Point, Book 9. Written by Ellen Joy, narrated by Jennifer March. Copyright 2023 by Ellen Joy, author. Production copyright by Ellen Joy, author.